if I have some early birds that aren't working right now, we could do a quick little leveling roulette because my ninja's level 69 and I know I'll get another quest at 70. So we should probably just get it to 70 with a quick, fast little leveling roulette. So Dynamis Modwin, if, nice. If anyone wants to hop over for a quick leveling roulette, Dynamis Modwin. If you're coming for dungeon, meet me in Limsa Lominsa at the Heavens Turn event, because I want to do the Heavens Turn event after the dungeon. You would if you weren't working? That's okay, Kershaw. You vibe out. You vibe out. You work. Put me on that other monitor. It's an honor to be placed on a second monitor. You don't understand. I live for it. You have 3? The power level. The power level of Kershaw. I am obsessed with the fact that they snuck the prelude in here. It was such a shock to hear it. Buller, hang on. Buller, you like read through me. How could you tell that I listened to all 3 and decided to put this one on? Excuse you? Blur, get out of my house. You know too much. It's from the first Nier raid, Kershaw. Hi, zombie. Kane is good, or Kanye? Kanye? I don't know how to pronounce it. It is good, but it wasn't the mood that I wanted. You know, it's very, very somber and it's fitting for the fight, but it wasn't the mood I wanted for stream start. Then perish. I see 2 gamers beside me, so I'm gonna invite them. I think we need one more. Than is also level 69, let's go. All right, we need one more near the Heaven's Turn event. First come, first serve for a quick leveling roulette. Hello, Jolie. All right, we got our little baby party. We're ready for our roulette. We just need healer. Terra, I'll be there soon. I just needed to get drip. You were too slow, Ray. Too slow. Although I have to admire the priorities of making sure your drip was good. I do have to admire that. Bam, 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 bam. Hiya! Hello? Hello, gamers? How you guys doing today? How's everyone feeling? Are we ready for a little baby leveling roulette? Glam is the true end game. We should all know this by now. I'm very upset that my ninja looks like this, but he's about to get a full set of gear. So it is what it is. It is what it is. He can sit like this for now. Glamour is true endgame. What is your dinner today, Kuroneko? Something fantastic, I'm sure. Trance, I almost feel wrong. I almost feel wrong that you're gonna be leaving level 69 behind. It feels not okay. You should stay this level forever. Oh no, Ray and Ike just slightly too slow. Hi guys, I appreciate you coming. Oh, hang on. Look at you. This was your priority. I respect it. I respect it. KFC, you want a little fried chicken tonight? I don't like KFC's fried chicken, but I love their sandwiches. I think KFC's sandwiches go hard, dude. Let's get our sound back on here. Boop. Their chimkin sandwiches go hard. I don't really like their chicken by itself. I find it too greasy. Hi, Islua. Hi, Anal. I almost called you Anal Gamer. Hi, Alright Gamer. Alright Gamer, what's your in-game name again? I think I'll just start calling you that. I think I'll start calling you your Final Fantasy name. Like, there's someone in the community called The Someone, and it's just easier to call them Bermund because their Rose name is Bermund. Okay, I'm just gonna call you Endgame. Call me Anal. Back to work for you. You should get back to work, Ike. Come on now. Trying to skip out on work for a dungeon. All right, let's do leveling roulette. Let's hope it's not Satasha. Please God. Please God, not Satasha. Something fun. Please. Please not Satasha. Anything but Satasha. Ifrit. Titan. Cutter's fucking cry. I would have taken Satasha. You could set it to be level appropriate. Could I have done that? Cutter's cry. Might as well have been Satasha. You can skip to the first boss of Satasha by walking. I know you can skip like all the clams, but other than that, no holy rip, right? White mages don't feel like white mages at this level. Everyone got done dirty. Dry Satasha, Longfall said. I can't believe we got dry Satasha. So how do I set it if I'm in a group like that to be level appropriate? How do I do that? Is it wrong that I would rather be listening to Weight of the World than Cutter's Cry music? Can we just do that? Can we just keep listening to Weight of the World? I'm making an executive decision. We're just gonna listen to Weight of the World. Sorry, do this poll without me. Yes, yes. Okay, we're just gonna keep listening to Weight of the World. Bum, bum, bum. It's so fucking good. What a fucking bop. Okay. We're good. Thank you for doing that entire poll without me. I would rather be Ray. Grandma Morble's piss hell level 47. I thought it was 40. No, you're right. It is 47. Why did I think it was 46? Since you're in a pre-made party, oh, you could bail on the dungeon and re-queue. It's too far gone already, but that's actually smart. Imagine getting like Mount Gulg or something. Wait, Mount Gulg is like level 70 something. I couldn't have gotten Mount Gulg. What could you possibly get at 69 even? Oh, I can't look at the list. Never mind. What's the best thing you could get at 69? It would be a Stormblood thing, right? You can also set level appropriate options for leveling roulette if you have a party. Must be a setting. Gulg is 79, yeah, Sag. Gulg was so cool. I don't think I've been in it since the first time, and I really want to go in again. It's in the Dungeon Fighter settings. Okay. Next time, next time. Wait, we'll get Mog Tomes for this? Hang on, worth? Hang on, worth? Actually value Q? Castrum Albania is fun, that's true. Or Albania. But Tome's worth, honestly. I do need to set a day to actually farm those. I think I need about like 50 more. Oh god, the self-destructs. Okay, very nice. Ow, the sand pillars are bullying me. I've seen it lock people out when they bailed while in a pre-made. Don't you vote abandon, Izagi? Because you could just vote abandon, I thought. And not get punished, maybe? Or maybe you do still get punished. You can't vote abandon until 15 minutes. Pourquoi? Why? I swear I vote abandoned earlier than that. Parties must wait until 15 minutes. Ah. No, I haven't. Okay, fair. So you don't cheese the RNG? They're punishing me for wanting to have fun? Unbelievable. Guess I'll just suffer in cutters. It's so that people can't instantly bail on dungeons they don't like. Okay, somebody explain to me. We got last night for Vel. Vel's on Kitana Ravel in her story in Shadowbringers. And we queued up for it, and we had somebody who was Burger King Crown, and they were like crying. They were like, oh my god, not this dungeon. I'm cursed to always get this dungeon. I was like, Kitana Ravel's not even bad. Kitana Ravel's kind of fun. What the hell? But they were like upsetty spaghetti about it. And I was like, huh? Not like toxically. They weren't being like awful. They were just like sad face. They were just sad about it in general. And I don't understand. There's literally nothing wrong with Kitana Ravel. There's not even a particularly difficult mechanic in there. Probably about getting it so many times in a row. That is fair. Maybe that was their issue. What you doing in Cutter's Cry? Leveling roulette, Bell. My ninja is level 69. And I want to finish all the ninja quests today, minus the level 80 capstone. And so I was like, I need a quick leveling roulette. Might as well do the dungeon at that point. Most dungeons don't take longer than 15 minutes, like as long as you're not wiping for the vote abandon. The times that we've used vote abandon is when we're like getting a blue mage spell, and then we're like, okay, we don't want to do the last boss. We got our blue mage spell, we're fine. I've seen the Endwalker level 87 dungeon so many times in leveling roulette that I'm sick of it. Being sick of Endwalker content couldn't be me. I'm not even in it yet. Weight of the World's such a banger. Cat update. If I'm in the kitchen. Hi, Derek. If I'm in the kitchen making food or doing the dishes, he comes to eat his dry food or to drink water. That's so cute, dude. I have ninjutsus. Okay, we're good. I don't have Kusatsu. I'm naked. I don't have anything fun. Hi, Stellar. How you doing? If 87 is the one I'm thinking of, the last time I hit that one at roulette, I didn't even remember the mechanics. See, that's my fear. Because I'm leveling so many different classes right now, I'm only getting low-level content, right? So by the time I start getting like high-level content in my roulettes again, I'm not gonna fucking know what to do. Like Mount Golg, what does it even do? What even is it? I'm good, how are you? I'm really good, thank you. We're doing MSQ today, you guys. 5.4. Perhaps not all of it, depending on time. But after Ninja Quests, that's our next goal. Don't you dare burrow. Don't you do it. Don't you burrow at 4% health. No! Okay, good. A little too close for comfort. How do you like Ninja? I'm genuinely loving it, and I've narrowed down why. And it's because it's a melee magic hybrid. And melee magic hybrids are my absolute jam. There was a lot of memes running around because whenever I pick up a class, I'm like, chat, I love this class. But this one, unironically, I really love because of the hybrid. There are a couple of pulls that are crazy wall-to-wall pull in Gulg, though. But that's mostly on the tank, right? To balance their mitts. Not a lot of crazy mechanics, yeah. Hi, Zoe! Best part of Mount Gulg is succeeding in the suicide pull. Partly because there's usually 1 to 2 new people, and I know what I'm going to have to... Oh, put on your big girl pants and use every heal trick you have to keep them alive on last boss. That is so fair. So when you're doing your roulettes and you get, like, Endwalker content, especially repeatedly, you're like, oh, I can't just relax. Like, Cutter's Cry, I'm just reading chat, like, the whole time. Like, I'm not even looking, right? So I fully get that. When you just want to unga bunga turn off your brain and just kill things. The last boss mechanics on 87 will wreck people. That would be why. I don't pull wall to wall because I don't trust people. That's so fair. Hi, Game She Plays! If I get anything from 61 onwards and I'm healing, I'm just egging the tank on to pull bigger. If I'm not crying, you haven't pulled enough. Holy go brrr. Holy's so good. Holy is the reason to play White Mage, let's be real. I don't know anything else that White Mage does, but Holy. Isn't that called playing warrior? I want to see the level, like, the fabled level 52 plus warrior gameplay. After Dark Knight, I'll probably level warrior just because I want that crazy ass self-healing. I want to be able to solo shit. Correct. And white mages will tell you that holy is what makes them feel alive too. Yeah. White mage main, blood for my blood lily. Ah! There was a period where Ether was just insane, and I learned to heal then, so I'm a bit unhinged. You don't feel alive unless you're sweating, okay? I don't pull big if I see the healer is new to dungeon, or if I do pull a big pack and the rest of the party seems to struggle, then I do smaller pulls. When I'm tanking, especially because I'm baby tank, like on my Gunbreaker, I usually will pull like 1 to 2 packs at a time, see how the healer does, and if they do well, then we'll pull more. If not, we'll keep it to 1 to 2 packs. If we're like sweating after like 2 packs, then it's like, okay, that's our limit right there. Regen, Asylum, holy, holy, holy. The truest rotation. I soloed like 60% of the second boss in the first level 90 dungeon on Warrior. That's crazy. I want that. Just arrived to this, my healer playstyle adores toy. Okay, this boss, unfortunately, I have to not look at chat for because I always get goofed by this boss. I'm sure it's fine. Tried White Mage, couldn't get into it. My White Mage is only level 49 right now, so I think it's right on the cusp of being enjoyable. Also, high in traffic. Violet. Whoop. If I'm on Paladin or Warrior, I can solo most bosses. That's so fucking cool. Paladin, dude, actually all the tanks I have some interest in for different reasons. I have interest in Dark Knight because melee magic hybrid. I have interest in Paladin because aesthetically cool as fuck. I have interest in Warrior for soloing content. Oh no, Trance, run! Oof. They all look cool for their own reasons. Plus, Paladin's getting their rework, right? Paladin mains unite. Oh, what if they kill Paladin's insane self-healing though? Ah, fuck! That was my bad. They wouldn't dare, right? Because that kind of makes the class what it is. Oh, that's not friendly to stand in. Do, 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 do. If Paladin's self-healing wasn't critical to Wait! Paladins have cast bars? Huh? Am I understanding that statement correctly? They do? Okay, they should definitely get rid of that. Come on, Rogue! Sam have cast bars too? I heard about that. curse. That's cursed. Your mom has a crash bar. No use, Wheeling. Need a little advice. There's 2 visual novels I'm interested in buying. Can only buy one. I'll ask. Can I send you summaries of both of them? Not right now, but you can. I'll get back to you later on that. But yeah, I'd be happy to give advice. If Had a Full Boyfriend is one of the options, you should do Had a Full Boyfriend. We done did it, gamers! And we did it before Weight of the World was over. That's awesome. Bam, 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 bam. What was the rework generally? I don't think we have the information yet, Sep. I think it's coming like right before the patch. Monday night? Monday night, I think the big changes are coming for Paladin. All we know is it is changing right now. Whoop. I'm gonna do the Heavensward thing. The Heavensward thing doesn't take a lot of time, right? I just want to do it before I forget about it. And then we'll do Ninja, then we'll do MSQ. You get free Clemency on normal rotation. Just do Clemency instead of the procced attack. Clemency is for who? For White Mage or for Sam? No, that's for Paladin. Fuck. The setting is called Limited Leveling Roulette. Oh, shit! The duty chosen will be within 8 levels of the lowest level party member. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. I'm gonna always do this if I have a full group now. No more Satasha. No more Satasha. 20 minutes if you bother to read. I always bother to read. You know me. You know me. Whoop. The Box of Fortune. Oh, there's a little bunny. Clemency is Paladin's healing spell. Got you. So you can get it procced for instant. Got you, got you, got you, got you, got you. Greetings, sir. From your bearing, I gather you're an adventurer. If so, there's a matter I would discuss with you. Oh, I can equip my ninja gear. I should do that. Ah, but where are my manners? I am the Usagi Bugyo, a member of the delegation hailing from Hingashi, a nation in the far east. Each year, we travel across the seas to share our tradition of Heavensward with the peoples of Eorzea. In this realm, it is held that the gods raise up one amongst their number each year to serve as a herald of good fortune. In the Far East, however, 'tis not a god, but one of the 12 noble beasts that is chosen. What? Kuro, can you send me that on Discord so I can check it out later? It will get lost in chat, and I don't have the time to read that right now. I may be misremembering, but it's been a bit since I did Paladin because I'm leveling everything to 90 at the moment, and it's been a while since you played Paladin. Got you, got you, got you. I'm excited for the rework because I was already interested in Paladin, and the reworks can only make them better, right? The reworks can only make them more interesting. I'm one of the few who loves Satasha. It's like the dead mines in WoW. First dungeon always attracts me. Really? I mean, there's nothing innately wrong with Satasha. It's just that I always get it because I'm always leveling new babies. Or an hour if you spend too much time reading chat. I feel personally attacked, right? I feel personally attacked. In previous Heavensward celebrations, we gifted participants kabuto fashioned after the presiding beast. But this year, we have an even greater reward. An entire set of armor! That's the stuff you guys were wearing. Lest you wonder, I'm wearing the very prize we offer. Magnificent, is it not? Surely you wish to claim the set for yourself. I mean, like not really, but also kind of, yes. It's gonna glow in the, it's gonna go in the glamour dresser and never ever be used, but cool that you're offering it. If you do, I encourage you to speak with the Omikujishi standing near the Tempest Gate. He's a member of our delegation and would be honored to present you with the armor. You need but heed his request. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Seasonal event quest accepted. Satasha's just boring because you only have like 2 or 3 buttons. That's the biggest issue with it. That's the biggest issue with it. You have like a 2-button rotation. If you're lucky. They switched up from the annual helm to the full armor set so they could avoid gripe from Viera and Hrothgar players. That is so valid, Cap. That is so valid. Square Enix actually has a mixed history with reworks. Astrologer and Machinist being reworked almost every X-Pack and usually made less complex in the process. I mean, listen, when you look at endgame content for Final Fantasy, most of the complexity comes from their insane content, right? Like, look at the Savages in particular. So having a class be a little bit less complex, in my opinion, is not a bad thing. It means you can master the class faster, fill the roles that you need to do for your static, and mostly focus on the content's mechanics rather than your own rotation, right? So I don't take that as a bad thing personally. Greetings, friend. I take it you have spoken with my associate, the Usagi Bugyo, and are willing to lend your assistance. I am. Didn't Monk get a lot of reworks? I think he got an Endwalker rework as well. Before I make any requests of you, may I ask if you are at all familiar with the word omikuji? Nope. Omiku what? Hi, Becky Bones. I like how Monk is right now. I really enjoyed leveling it. My Monk is 80. I really enjoyed leveling it. Omikuji, my friend, 'tis an old tradition of the Far East, one I would not expect the people of this land to know. A form of fortune-telling, Omikuji may be translated as sacred lots. In your tongue, one receives a lot at random, and with it, a message from the divine upon a piece of parchment. Okay. Oh, if they rework it again, you might be a little peeved. That's so fair. Because yeah, I agree. I think Monk's in a good position right now. Somewhat difficult rotation, but not unbearably so. The message contains principles that describe what will bring one fortune or misfortune. By taking these principles to heart, one will be visited with happiness. Omikuji are an indispensable part of the Heaven's Turn celebration in the Far East. I'm honored for the opportunity to share this tradition with the people of Eorzea. Alas, perhaps due to a lack of familiarity, but a few souls have stopped to have their fortune told thus far. And this brings me to my request. If you are willing, I ask that you spread word of this auspicious opportunity to the townsfolk. It's not perfect, but it's good. Yes, exactly. It's definitely not a bad thing for some/most jobs to err to more simple, but when all of them are, Square Enix is getting toward a situation where there's nothing for the players who want more. I mean, Black Mage will always exist. Black Mage will always exist. If you want a challenge, Black Mage. Dragoon actually feels really good right now, but they're apparently reworking it anyway. Oh, that's too bad. I haven't had a chance to level Dragoon yet. Black Mage Vein, it's easy. They just need to add some complexity and decision trees to Summoner outside of Order of Primals, which is already fight dependent. Yes, that I've said this before, but that's actually what turned me off of Summoner. Was it was too simplistic for me. Summoner was too simplistic. You have my thanks. As a local, I trust you know where to look for potential participants. I look forward to receiving those souls you send my way. Okay. This is a cute bun boy, by the way. Hang on. Hello? You're cute as hell, Mr. NPC. Hello? He's so beautiful. Hello? Hello? Send help? Where do I take these? You, and you. Okay. Zepla Mist? Is this the Zepla Mist? No, surely not. I know that she's on my server. Perfect Heavens Legend Vegan, by the way? Surely that was the Zepla? There's no way. That's so cool. Oh my god, I feel like starstruck a little bit. That's heckin' cool, dude. What? Go say hi / greet her? Okay, we'll go say hi. I'm like nervous. Where did she run? No, I think she left. I'm nervous. Holy shit. To be in the presence of Zepla. Zepla's only somebody that like I recently like heard about even when she came to the server. So I'm like, my heart's a fluttered. Yeah, that's her. She just left. Oh my god. Ah. She's doing the New Year's event right now too. Ah! Great minds think alike. Second stage of the Heaven's Turn quests. Gotcha. I'd known the Far Easterners were back for Evan's turn, but they're doing fortune telling as well this time, you say? These fortunes, they say anything about relationships, you know, between a man and a woman. Eh? Looking for love? Just curious is all. Don't get any strange ideas. Oh man. What a chance encounter. I was like, Zepla. Huh, interesting. And it actually was fucking Zepla. I'm like a little bit starstruck, if I'm being perfectly honest. I've seen a few of Zepla's videos since you guys brought her up to me, and I love her vibe. I love her vibe. I can understand why she has so much like attention on her, because fantastic. I was starstruck once when I randomly partied with people from Drac Gamestein videos. Haven't heard of them personally, but that was definitely my first starstruck moment in this game. I've seen my fair share of Heavensward celebrations, but I can't say I've heard of this Omikuji business before. Does sound interesting though. When my shift ends, I'll head over with some comrades. Might make a nice diversion, and I'll take the opportunity to welcome the Far Eastern delegation on behalf of the Maelstrom. She's back, Terra? Dude, that's so cool. I'll go wave if she hasn't run off. Zeppa's back at the bunny NPC. I want to see her bun girl. I didn't even give it like a fair look. In cutscene right now. I want to go look at her bun girl. No, she has the awesome chess piece. I was staring at this today in the shop, and I kind of wanted to buy it because it's so cute and it takes dye so well. It takes dye so well. Like, especially if you dye it like black. Look at that. The little scarf on the back. Like, this is so cute. But $18? I don't have $18 for this. But it really takes dyes well. Very cute. Zeppa! So cool, dude. So cool. And her plate is just a pure flags. What is up, gamers? Hi, 123. Roswin is interested in a certain Elysian pirate. Wait, really? She just cleared DSR yesterday. Yeah, somebody in chat told us when she got the clear. Was a ton of fun watching her prog. Somebody said that, because you guys know how Twitch was having a struggle yesterday, right? It kept going like black screen. Tara, there's a magical girl, Lala. Oh my god, I need to see them. It kept going black screen for some people. Somebody said that when she got her DSR clear, it was around that time. So, uh-oh. Robbed of the clear on stream. Roswin's Sirens are an all-women pirate crew, and Carvalane runs an all-male crew. A few years back, they started introducing a sort of romance and love subplot amongst the characters. Turns out Roswin is infatuated with Carvalane. That's so cute. That's so heckin' cute. I'll leave her be. If she's on the same server, we'll bump elbows. We'll bump elbows in the future. It didn't come with bunny helm. Wait, where's the magical girl? Where's the magical girl, Lala? Roswin is also full tsundere. Cute. The one called Chibiusa Chiba is the magical girl. Oh, because of the carbuncle, headpiece. This is Mog Station as well, right? That head? Yeah, ruby carbuncle ears. Sounds familiar. View their plate. Oh my god! Wait! Wait, that's so good. Are you kidding? Chibiusa is a Sailor Moon character. Oh, what was the English localization name of Chibiusa? Oh, I can't remember. It's been so long. It's been so long. Chibi Moon? Was it Chibi Moon? Also, Echo, hi, I love you. Oh, let's equip our gear. Hang on. Do 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 do. Hang on, this is actually kind of cute. I'm definitely gonna glam over it, but it's kind of cute. What's with the? Hang on, what's with the horse blinders? Wait a minute. What the fuck? What the hell is that? That's dumb as hell. Either horse blinders or actually horse blinders. Okay. Okay, sure. I can't see shit. It's Nero's idea of style. It's cursed. His cursed is what it is. All right, let's go keep spreading the good word. Yes, twas and hi, love you. Probably gonna be lurking. I want to take a nap. Absolutely, Echo. You nap away. Appreciate seeing your face in here. Hello, it's Heaven's turn. Merry Heaven's turn to you. Far Eastern fortune telling, you say? I'd wager some of our patrons would be keen. Fortune favors the bold, after all, and most here don't want for audacity. Sense be damned. I'll nudge a few customers your way while taking orders. It's the least I can do in return for the extra business we get, thanks to Heaven's turn. Hello? Golden Elysian NPC with iMake? Why are... Who designed all these NPCs? Beautifoin. A traditional test of luck for the new year? Consider me intrigued. As proud chaperones of the Moonfire Fair, we have a responsibility to learn what we can from other festivals. The kind of entrusting one's fortune to chance is a bit too superstitious for my liking, but I'm certainly curious. We'll be sure to let our colleagues in the Adventurers Guild know about it. Like, what in the Gilgamesh was that Elysian? I liked the design. Balur, yes! Get away from him before he starts throwing weapons from across history at you. Yes! Same brain. Never trust anyone dressed in full gold. Hang on, Balur. Hang on a minute. Balur, do you know what your glamours usually are? She even got the dancer weapons. Those are from DSR, right? Yo, good for her. Let's fucking go, Zepla. You have finished spreading the word of Omikuji. My heartfelt thanks. I dare say we can expect some participants to appear soon. Please stay and observe the proceedings. Those two are from Moonfire Fair. Oh, that's cute. Welcome, one and all. It is my pleasure to introduce you to a time-honored fortune-telling tradition of the Far East, the Omikuji. The process is simple. Begin by shaking yonder box until it dispenses a stick. There will be a number on the stick which indicates which of these drawers you are to open. Take a piece of paper from that drawer. Upon it, your fortune is written. Once you have read your fortune, you may tie the parchment to the rack yonder. By doing so, good fortune will become better still, whilst misfortune will be cleansed. Alternatively, you may also keep the parchment with you to guide you throughout the year. Hi Rin, how you doing? So, who wishes to learn their fortune first? Me! I told them about it! Bro, I want a fortune. Only your summoner's in full gold? Your healer is full black? Well, not anymore. Oh. Why is your healer in full black? Hello? The black mages get to wear full black. Yes! Mine says, great fortune. The luckiest you can get. There isn't a single negative thing written on it. I can throw myself wholeheartedly into adventuring this year. Damn it all. Mine says, grave misfortune. I'm doomed. Doomed, I tell you. The one you're waiting for is on their way. The love of your life will appear? This is all too sudden. Wait, that's cute as hell. Ah, 'tis a fine feeling to have others experience and enjoy your culture. Now, what of you, my friend? Would you care to learn your own fortune? As thanks for your help, the first lot will be free of charge. Yes. Thank you, Kuroneko. Appreciate you. Wish I could stay. Just found your YouTube and stream last night. I have to go to work. Hope I'll catch your next stream. Yo, Rin, thank you for poking your head in here. Hope you have a good ass day at work. Then go on, give the box a good shake. I'm sure this is the same fortune for everybody, but it would be cute if they were randomized. Wait, are they randomized? They're random! What? That's so cool. Fair fortune. Thou shalt experience moderate fortune. Keep these words of guidance in thy heart. In adventure, a case is afoot. Enlist the services of the most gentlemanly of inspectors. Does it know? Wait. You got grave misfortune, Ray. I think it knows that I'm doing Hildy. Guys, I'm sorry, no MSQ today. We have to do Hildy. We gotta do Hildy. The game said so. It's from God. Relationships. Where words fail to convey thy feelings, gestures may yet succeed. Oh, this one's cute. Spez! Spez, I love you. Prosperity. Now is an auspicious time to find a new home. Seize the opportunity. Ah, bitch! I just said, literally last stream, I'm never moving again. Unless this is like a metaphorical new home. A new home in Final Fantasy XIV? All right, we have to move. We have to move? I have to move my plot. Yeah, my plot's not perfect anymore. No, MSQ. Conflict. Dwell not overmuch in sweet victory, or bitter defeat shall follow. Okay, so don't be a sore winner. Favor. Be audacious, like unto the warden, and thy comrades shall follow thee true. What? Be audacious like unto the warden. Huh? Sure. Be a light warden? I think I may have misunderstood. You'll be unable to review the contents of your fortune after closing this window. No! There we go. Now I'm good. The warden is one of the 12, thank you. It gave you grave misfortune. Damn, y'all unlucky. Mine is just like, okay. I got very middle of the road fortune. So Azema the warden, got you. Terra, bid on the plot next to my house in Ishgard. You'll get free access to the reward pool. I like my plot on in the Lavender Beds right now. It's like pretty secluded. The only downside is it's kind of far from the market board, but by kind of far, it's like a 10-second walk. It's not like right outside. It's not on my doorstep. Hey, you got great fortune. Let's go. BRB, Andy Mac is about to do Crown of the Immaculate. Terry Lynn, go soak that up. Go soak that up. Holy shit, Andy's moving fast. Crown of the Immaculate already? Andy schmovin'. Jesus. Allow me to thank you once more. Without your help, these folk may never have discovered Omikuji. Whatever the divine may have in store for you, I pray the coming year will bring you happiness. Thank you. I need to finish decorating so we can visit. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. And I have to do it before the new wards open up or everything's going to be so expensive. And there it is. Wait, no helmet though? Boo, boo, boo. Forgive me, my friend, but might I ask another moment of your time? You might. In no small part due to your assistance, many are enjoying their first experience with Omikuji. For some, however, it appears to be a source of stress. Like my chatters who got grave fortunes. Yes, I am, Krisha. I'm on 5.4. We're actually going to do it today. I know I joked about Hildy, but we'll save Hildy for later. Last I saw Andy was just starting Shadowbringers. He's near the end of 5.0. Isn't that insane? Andy schmovin'. These two adventurers, for example, drew opposite results. Great fortune, it says. Can you believe it? That means I have naught to fear. Aye, this is my chance to make it big as an adventurer. Off she goes. He's so sad looking. 7 hells. What a dreadful heaven's turn this turned out to be. Grave misfortune? What did I do to deserve such rotten luck? Do not be so disheartened, my friend. Though Omikuji may foretell future fortune and misfortune, they also provide us guidance in our daily lives. A great blessing can become a curse should one view it as a license to act rashly. Similarly, a great curse can become a blessing should one heed its warning. What you make of your lot depends on you. So you say, but just look at Hildelana, at how happy she is. Why can't I be like that? My words failed to reach him, alas, but perhaps yours can. Could you try to rally his spirits? Turn to stream on just for the transition. He better, okay. Andy better say, oh no, he's hot. Obviously, don't lead him into that, but like, it will bring me life if I catch the VOD later, and that's what Andy said. Come on, little guy. Thank you for trying to cheer me up. I appreciate it, truly. But you do not understand the burden I bear. The burden of grave misfortune that weighs heavily upon my soul. This is rather more serious than I thought. Please, can you think of any other ways to lift him out of his malice? Any other emotes? I can psych him up. Yeah. What is that? Oh, that's the desk. You're right. I mustn't give up the fight. And yet... Malaise? It's pronounced malaise, not oh, malice is M-I-L-I-C-E. Whoopsies! Would not be Limsa if I didn't see a bun girl wearing tubby tights and a shirt with their chest almost hanging out, huh? It wouldn't. It's just not the same without it. Do you feel better, my friend? I see. If I may, what did the Omikuji say in its entirety? As I mentioned, they do not only foretell one's fate, but also provide guidance in one's daily life. I must confess, I didn't see anything beyond the words grave misfortune, so shocked I was. I ought to have proper read, I suppose. Let's see here. Adventure. Thou must think of others before thyself. Well, that isn't so bad. And next, prosperity. Prepare to lose thy treasured armor! I knew I shouldn't have read the blasted thing. This set of armor is my pride and joy. I worked myself to the bone earning the gil to pay for it, and now I'm going to lose it all. Come now, let us read the Omikuji to the end. Look, as the navigator maintaineth her net, so too must thou tend to thy friendships. Let not camaraderie's weave fall into despair. Sage advice, would you not agree? Treasure your comrades, and your luck may change for the better. Yes, you are right. My thanks to the two of you for helping me see sense. Help! I need help! Mochi Daiken, calm down and tell us what ails you. I was preparing mochi pounding when a young adventurer, cheerful and fearless, emerged from the city. At first I didn't pay her much mind, but then to my horror, she ran afoul of a group of enormous fiends. The monstrosities overwhelmed her in mere moments, and I rushed here as quickly as I could for help. A cheerful and fearless young adventurer? Kami preserve, could it be Hildilana? What? But how can this be? She was supposed to have great fortune. Ah, but this isn't the time for such questions. I must go to her aid. Terra doesn't get to experience mochi pounding. I experienced it IRL. I went to Japan one time. Beaudefoin, wait. This is a troubling situation. You strike me as an adventurer of considerable prowess. Will you not go after Beaudefoin and lend your aid if necessary? Leave it to me, sir. Our thanks. Please follow me. Yes, sir. Right, but mochi pounding in 14 is considerably different. Is it even... It's a Zeppla. It's a Zeppla. I'm gonna wave and run away. 5.3 is the one that deals with certain Asian, right? Yes, it deals with a certain Asian. Yes. Has Twitch been behaving so far? Actually, yes, Lav. It's been quite good. Spotted. I'm sad I missed the stream for that. The YouTube video will be up. Oh, maybe next week. Maybe next week. I'm editing 5.1 right now, which is kind of hard because I have to scour over a VOD and a half, and then I'll upload 5.2 and then 5.3. What was the emote dialogue set on? Oh no, the emote dialogue was not set on. No, it wasn't. I have that turned off because I don't like spamming chat when I'm emoting a lot. Terra really being the awkward person we all are. If you guys haven't realized yet that I'm an awkward bean, you don't know me well. The cutscene after the trial wrecked me so much. Yes, it did. People have died during 14's mochi pounding? Turns out their mochi got pounded, but not in a good way. Followed me here, did you? We both took a bit of a beating, but I'm pleased to say we're still breathing. Oh, I never said you were. I just said you were being Gachu. Jolly, straight to jail. Straight to jail for that one. I finished the guild's request without issue, but then I got greedy. If Bodefoin hadn't arrived when he did, who knows what might have happened. I merely did what any friend would, Hildalana. I'm just glad I made it in time. I shouldn't have put you through that. And look what's become of your armor. I'm so sorry, Bodefoin. It's broken because of me. Oh, don't mention it. It's a small price to pay for protecting a dear friend, and one I'd willingly pay again and again. Heh, but if this doesn't play out exactly as the Omikuji had foretold. Well, let's return to the city for one. I need to pay the armorers a visit, but we'll look for you afterwards. This might be an unpopular opinion here, but I can't stand Xenos. I swear my chat is like 50-50 Kershaw on Xenos hate and love. What a relief that neither of them came to lasting harm. Let us head back ourselves. The Omikujishi will doubtless be eager to hear the tidings. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. I'll be the drama. I'm neutral on Xenos. Oh. I just realized that you have a hole in your chest. It's because of my my logo. The yellow and green get killed. Welcome back, my friend. I understand everyone is safe, but what happened out there? My friends, I cannot well express how relieved I am for your preservation. It is because I failed to explain the Omikuji in sufficient detail that you met with danger. I can't apologize enough. Please do not blame yourself. I'm the one who overestimated my own abilities. Having great fortune doesn't mean that one can act without due care. I realize this now. And I would have realized sooner had I properly read the Omikuji beforehand. Adventure. The way shall open to those who know their limits, it says. Oh, his armor's all gone. But there's more. Relationships, thou shalt be blessed with stalwart comrades. And I truly am. Why is casual outfit so fucking... Hello? What are these NPCs doing to me today? Ah, that reminds me. What became of your armor? You wish to have it repaired, I believe. Unfortunately, it was too far gone. The armorer told me it would make more sense to have a new one crafted. And not that I have that sort of coin either. In that case, I believe we can be of service. We offer a set of Yoroi armor, in your tongue, as a reward for those who have helped to make this Heaven's Turn celebration better. You have more than earned it. Truly? This sounds too good to be true. Ah, but it is true, my friend, and no more than you deserve. Come now, don't be shy. Take your prize and try it on. That loaf of a cat rolling around behind your character never fails to make me happy. What about the Pirogo, though? We haven't had the Pirogo out in forever. The chest hole to tug at the better tug at the heartstrings. Left work yesterday with a migraine, didn't go in again today, but did throw some sunglasses on, and though tough it out long enough to go sign a lease. Finally gonna be moving out of my parents. Let's go, Lav. Hell yeah. It's magnificent. Just magnificent. And to think my Omikuji said grave misfortune. Hi, Demi. Take this as a lesson that no matter your fortune, you still hold the power to shape your fate. And I believe the Yoroi suits you well, if I might add. As you recall, your fortune cautioned you to put the needs of others before yourself. And so you did, by risking your life to save your comrade. That selfless act may well have reversed your grave misfortune. Pella's lost. Thank you for the follow, Wugwin. Sucks the migrant didn't go away, but still powered through. Proud of you, Lav. This guy gives me an Eorzea jump scare every time I see him. Same vibe, you're right. You're right, you're right. I see. Actually, I don't. I don't really understand the workings of Omikuji, but I do know that I'll always have Botafoin's back, just as he always had mine. And now that he has a new set of armor, perhaps we can take the road together. This is nice. This is a nice friendship moment. I can't thank you enough for helping with the many unexpected troubles that occurred this day. I'd be honored if you'd accept a set of yoroi of your own. Furthermore, should you wish to draw Omikuji, you need only say the word. Indeed, I hope to see you many more times before the festivities end. Can you do these daily or weekly, the Heaven's Turn fortunes? I need to base my entire day around the Heaven's Turn fortunes. That seems safe. That seems safe and wise to do. He's looking so snazzy. Yeah, he is. You may now draw Omikuji for the remainder of the Heaven's Turn festivities this year by speaking with the Far Eastern Omikuji. As many times as you want, 100 gil per fortune. I'm gonna pull them daily. That's what I'm gonna do. And decide decide my entire day's activities based on what it says. Whew. A migraine that lasts 2 days sounds like hell on earth. I used to get them all the time, Demi. Occasionally I'll still get them. You'll see me in the future cancel a stream for a migraine, but it's actually been like fucking knock on wood. It's been a long time since I've had that bad of a migraine. Usually it's like a 4-hour ordeal, and then it goes away. But I've had them so bad where they last 2 days and I'm like throwing up because of the nausea from the headache. It's bad. It's not good. Terry, you're being sneaky? What are you doing? Where are you? Oh, you were inside the box. I'll knock on wood over here too. I literally would not wish them on my worst enemy. I literally would not. Having a headache so bad that you puke sucks so much ass, and not in the good way. Oh shit, I didn't know there were short migraines. It's because I do, at this point, Lev, I have a routine when a migraine starts. A, I stop whatever I'm doing on the computer. B, I drink like 3 glasses of water. I have a bit of caffeine, and then I go sit in the shower, sometimes with my glass of water in the shower, sitting on the floor, drinking water with all the steam. Yeah, especially when you're puking bile or nothing. Me too. I wouldn't mind if Asahi got a 7-year. No, even Asahi, I wouldn't wish that on. It's bad. Why not just drink the shower water? Get the hell out of my chat. Get the hell out of my chat. You are not drinking shower water. That just feels like so cursed on so many levels. I could see no universe in which I'd feel comfortable drinking the shower water. Sitting there like, like no. I find the worst symptoms last a few hours, but I get the migraine stupids for a day or two. Oof. But it's just normal water. Get out. Get out. Do you ever drink tap water? But okay, listen, okay. I kind of get where you're coming from a little bit, but drinking hot water with no anything in it? Like, okay, yes, you have hot water for like tea or like technically coffee or whatever. Industrial sink water. A shower is a large tap. I hate this. I hate this. You know what? This is a judgment-free zone. You guys know that. I will not judge you for drinking shower water, but know that I'm feeling some kind of way about it. You never brush your teeth in the shower? Oh, I brush my teeth in the shower all the time. But you're not supposed to like wash your mouth out after you brush your teeth. You're supposed to leave the toothpaste on your teeth. You just spit out the excess and you leave the rest. I actually only found that out like this year or last year, that you're not supposed to wash it all out after. Time for my work lunch break to check in. Hi, Linny. Hope work's going good. Apparently warm water is better for you anyway. I did hear that about like ice cold water, not apparently good for you or your body. If Terra were to bathe in tea, would he feel better? I would feel worse about drinking it. Are you kidding? Solution, put loose leaf in your shower head. Loose leaf tea, so we know. I read this book where all the power grids got shut down and the character thought about how we all have this perfectly clean water in toilets and we just pee in it. There's a lot of truth to that, Demi. This is such a cursed conversation. I hate it. See, I joined during an a cursed conversation. I don't understand the reluctance. Hot water is water, but hot. Okay. No. Okay, hold on. Hold on. We're taking this to a poll. / poll. Do you drink shower water? Question. That's not how you spell water. Shower water question mark. Yes. No. Disgusting. And sometimes. You guys have 3 minutes to decide this. Oh my god. Drinking shower water is weird and gross. It literally is. Oh. Fair, it's hard to drink if you don't have a cup. Yeah, you're just like, you're at the mercy of however, because like, okay, part of it is I like a shower head with a lot of force to it. If I feel like my head and my body are not being like booty blasted by water, it's not enough shower pressure for me. So picturing trying to drink that like getting blasted in the mouth does not sound like a pleasurable experience. You don't need to drink it directly. What, so you sitting there like letting it pool and you're like oh my god. Be back in a bit, see you in a bit, Chris. Yes, I've cupped water in my hands, yes, but come on. Getting blasted in the mouth. I hate being in the shower. Dude, Bolor, you and Spess could not be more different. Spess, he'll get home, in the morning he'll shower, normal. He'll get home from work, he'll shower, which is fine. He doesn't do any like active heavy work, so I don't get that, but you know, fine. And then he'll sit on his computer for like 3 hours and he'll be like, I've been sitting for too long, I need to shower. I feel gross. I'm like, hello? Dude showers like literally 3 or 4 times a day, and it's so bad for your skin to shower that much. And I've tried to tell him, but at this point I've just given up. I've just given up. It's like getting a massage. That's why I like it. I also have the shower head that can switch. So I put it on like, if I have like a, back to the migraine talk, if I have a really bad migraine, I put my shower head on full blast and just let it blast the back of my head. I have tactile issues. I hate the feeling of things on your skin. I so get you. No, I get you. I get you. I saw a TikTok where it's like, when you touch a microfiber cloth with dry hands and you get that ick feeling, and like I so understood what they meant, because that's probably, you probably have that as well, Blur. You have to wear cotton because you hate the feeling of poly blends. Yep. What do you have against Wetbox? It's lovely. Hang on, how's this poll going? I need to know if this is a safe community or not. The sometimes, not a single yes, just the sometimes. You guys are like reluctant to say yes. Oh, that's too many. That's too many shower water drinkers in my chat. That made you shake your hands out? You hate that feeling. Like if your hands are wet and it's a microfiber cloth, it's okay. But if your hands are dry and you're like, why does a microfiber cloth like grab you back when you're touching it with dry hands? It's gross. It's gross. I don't like. Oh, now I'm thirsty. Wait, it does though, right? The fucking pure tie on this poll. You guys are unhinged. You guys are absolutely unhinged. Okay, let's go say hi to Zep, or let's say hi. Let's say bye to Zepla. Bye, Zepla. It was so weird and cool seeing you. I always forget that you're on my server. So cool, dude. I was actually starstruck. I'm being completely honest. I was actually starstruck. Anyhow, my prediction for 1 hour for Heaven's Turn is swiftly approaching. Aren't we done? Didn't we finish? Isn't it over? There's no more, right? Zepla has the most contagious laugh. I need to consume more Zepla content. I've only seen like a handful of their videos. Can we take a bio break? I need to take a shower and rehydrate. Endgame, get out. Get out of here. Tara, how many Moogletums you got? It's something I'll do off stream when I want to farm it, but I have 146. I should do the math post stream and see how many I need. I have 146. Still need to PvP and tome grind. I'll probably like recruit a bunch of poor saps to run Brave Flocks with me. Just gotta put the glam in the armory chest and try it on. I mean, I can just equip the pieces as well. There. Actually, I actually like it. For like samurai? For like samurai, it's kind of sick. Does it die? Does it die? Can it die? Yes, it can. How does it take dies? Pretty decently, actually. Okay. Okay, Dalamud Red, my go-to. You know what? I mean, I think that's basically the default color that it is. Also, what is the best purple and why is it Abyssal Blue? Why is Abyssal Blue the best purple? All the other purples suck. And it's not even a purple. It's a blue. Final Fantasy, please give us a usable purple. For the love of fucking... These are pinks! I'm mad. Ugh. Ruby Red. Swap the head out though. I don't think it even gave me the helmet. Yeah, it didn't. What? Huh? Was I supposed to? Huh? Hello? Can I have the helmet? You son of a bitch. There isn't a helmet. Bruh. The fuck? Yeah, what the fuck, Square Enix? Give me a nice bright purple, please. Honestly, like a vibrant purple. I gotta say the dye channels have been so much better on recent gear. I hate the old style where it just turns the whole clothing into different shades of the same color. Me too. The hell? Hello? Ruby Red! Hello, thank you. Ruby Red's so expensive. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. They're staring deeply into my soul. Oh, this is your alt blur. Thank you for the Ruby Reds. They're so expensive though. That's why I don't use Ruby Red. We are absolutely screwed on purples. It's such a scam. It's such a scam. Isn't Ruby Red craftable? I mean, not for me. I'm a goldsmith. Ruby? Not for me. You love the crouch down to hug? I know. I think you do it. I think Lalas do it for minions. Like this little rabbit thing. Yeah. He's so cute. Transfer this from my main, had like 30 plus. You can get them from Firmament? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. With scripts or what? Because that's probably how I'll get mine. You had a shower orange today. Golsif, get out of my chat room. Yes, from scripts. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. You can get many things from Firmament. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Do you know what I really want to get? And the thing that I'm saving my scripts up for right now is Sky Builder, Skyworker. Skyworker. I want that little helmet. I want the little boots, and I don't really care about the rest of it. I don't think. I don't remember what the full set looks like, but I love the boots and I love the helmet. It would be perfect for like a little engineer look for like machinist or other jobs like that. Now, eating in the shower, no. Too much stimulus at once. Same as Lua. Same. You mean you don't want the tank top? Is that what that's Sky Builder? Hang on, I do want that. Hang on, I do actually want that. Let's go to Ninja Quests. Boop, boop. Oh. You said Sky, and my mind went to Sky Dancers. What level's your alt blur? I actually didn't check your level. Wait, but how have I never seen these NPCs before? Wait, but this is so cute. And then there's my fat cat. Wait, that's so cute though. I wish I could have that one without the tattoos. They look terrible with, oh, overlapping with aura scales. I didn't even consider that. Poor aura, dude. I just like how that tank top just gives everybody abs. It's a good tank top. There's a jumpsuit set with two distinct tops, then boots, cargo pants. Cargo pants? Helmet. Okay, I need more scripts then. Yeah, no, I need more scripts. Did you see the list of de-gender locked glam items coming? No. Share it in 14 general. I'd actually like to see the list. Three classes at 62 plus. Let's go, Blur. Hi, Dion. Welcome in. Adept assassination becomes dream within a dream, and I also okay. Delivers a threefold attack, each hit with a potency of 150. Cool. There are other ways to give everyone abs. Yeah, but those ways will get me banned as a streamer, Kershaw. The one mod that I wish that they would just make baseline is giving Hrothgar's proper posture. I've seen that one where the Hroths are no longer like this and they're like upright, erect spine, among other things. The trait just turns Assassin into Dream Within a Dream, yeah. Sir, Jack's network has caught wind of who has been selling the Yatsurugi clan's stolen treasures. This is information that may lead us straight to the dagger. He has summoned us both to the guild, but could I ask you to go by yourself? I cannot leave just now. Akagi and Princess Yuki are on their way here. I sent a missive telling them we might have information on the bandits who robbed her. The princess desires to learn more of them, and so she has seen fit to join us. I believe Jack will give you a thread. Follow it, and return once you've unraveled the truth. Erect spine, among other things? Who said that? Derek? Go straight to horny tail. Among other things. I don't know what you guys are on about. I really need to show what femme Hroths are gonna look like. Do we have actual proper concept art for femme Hroths yet, or no? To Jacques. That's one of the mounts I need to buy from the thingy. I'll never use it because it looks malnourished, but I just need it for collection's sake. I want them to fix male Vieira's slouch and male Mikote weird finger flex thing. Oh, you mean how Mikos are like this all the time? Let's see if we can find one in Limsa right now. Oh, it's a bun boy. Let's see if we can find a crunchy hand boy. That's a bunny. That's a femme Miko. There's no male Mikos here right now. I need to see crunchy hands. Nope, no male Mikos right now. I hate the Hrothgar models. I want to play true Ronso. No. Not Quasimodo. You did not. You did not, but true. But actually true. Ronso are from which one? 10? Those are the blue boys with the horns. Yeah? I've got a couple Hroth friends who swear by the mod that gives them digigrade feet as well. I haven't seen that one, Ree. Oh, it's what Hroth moms should look like. We haven't gotten concept art. Got you. I still have one Fanta left in case I want to go back to Miko or just another race. Or femme Hroth. Cat mommies when we finally get them. You know they're going to be hypersexualized. They're like, there's no way. There is some art, but no concept art or official for 14. That's a damn shame, Moon. That's a damn shame is what it is. How do you like ninja so far, Diod? I absolutely love it. I don't know if I answered this question, but I absolutely love it. Every race in this game is hypersexualized. No, incorrect. Every race in this game is either a twink or hypersexualized. Re-Ronso. Oh, okay. Wait. Hrothgar are called Ronso in the first? Did I miss that? I might have missed that. Yeah, Moon, that won't happen. Female Char? Yeah, that won't happen. They're gonna make them, they're gonna be, dude, what are they gonna be? They're gonna be Femros, Female Hrothgars are going to be femrodes with ears. Calling her right now. Calling her right now. Sir. Oh, God, thieves can't. Okay, I can do this. Sir, gods know it ain't simple to make black marketeers talk, but we tickled Mulfka Kelfa's neck with a stabber, and he coughed up a load of information. The remaining bauble, a dagger, by all accounts, is to be sold at auction, and attendance is invitation only. The hosts are a band what go by the name of the True Hounds. Now, in the eyes of the law, they're selling loot cloyed from Imperials on an expedition from the Far East. But Garlemald don't control where your Dimber morts from. Oh, God, I hate this. It's a bene mummery, turning a profit under the guise of a proper company. The buyers won't ask too many questions either. Grabbled or no, treasure is treasure. But it's just your princess's wid against the True Hounds. The guild can't act on that, not officially anyway. I've left the investigating to, well, let's call him a black marketeer. He's a strange one, only came to the guild's attention recently, but I've never met a cove who could get information so quickly. The veil was lifted by a southerly this morn. That'll put the man at the house a Styx. Here's a sack of blunt. Beneluctia, lad. I didn't understand a single fucking word of that, Jack! Jack, sir! Speak normal! Son of a gun, you. Ugh. Seeing a blonde bun boy called Gorith Ramsary. Dude, was anyone on Adamantoys last night at somewhat degen hours? There was a pools closed meme going on in Limsa, with Rick I can't talk, with Rick Astley, with a Rick Astley leading the group of them. It was strange. It was strange, to say the least. What is the quickest way to you? I know the quickest way to you. It's to Black Mage Catboy fingers are the worst because stance. Let me see. Oh, they're so, oh, they're like twitchy. Show me idle. Show me idle pose with your crunchy fingers. Like, male catboys need to release some sexual tension if they're just like fucking angry claw hands 24/7. Oh God, look at those crunchy fingers. Relax, boy. Relax. What are you so clenched about? Yeah, I want them to do away with that. Why do you say crunchy? Because they're like, it's to mimic scratching, I guess. I don't know. I don't like it. That's my one complaint with catboys. Those fingers. Like, calm down. Right. How did I get there again? We wanted to go to the housing district. Can I warp directly there? No. No, I cannot. But I can go to the Aetheray Plaza. And then I can go to the housing district. Do 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 do. Eh. Whew. During your trip to the Market Universalis, Ronso was mentioned, if I remember correctly. Like during the very, very first entry in there, right? I think you're right. I think they are mentioned to be called Ronso. The Lalas are called dwarves. Mikos are Mistel. Hures are Humes? Question mark, I believe. Nope, all male Miko have weird hands. I hate it. Even my boyfriend? Wait. He's in the Rising Stones right now. I'm gonna go look at him later because we're gonna do MSQ. And I'm gonna see if he also has the crunchy fingers. By the way, how was the Nier raids? We did finish them. The Nier raids were awesome. They were so good. Correct. Yes, he does. Oh. He didn't in the Exarch getup, but now he does. Now he has crunchy fingers. You want information? Then come, render unto me what is mine. Here you go. Sakugil. Prefer Thylander over Thicklander? I like calling them Thylanders, yeah. Correct, Hume is for Hure. Yeah. Isn't it only Keepers that have the fingers? Pretty sure Seekers. Oh, no, they all do. Rip. You call yours Thylander? Yeah, I love Thylander. It's such an appropriate name for them. Your main is usually a Thylander? My heart, I love. I'm just still sad. I would love to see Thylander males get eyebrows. Because I think Thylander males are actually pretty daddy, but without eyebrows, they just look fucking weird, dude. You can do the eyebrow tattoo thing, but then you have caterpillars. You got caterpillars on your eyes. And it works, but it could be better, and it should be better for Thylander males. Yes. Yes, this seems to be everything I was promised. The back alleys are awfully profitable, eh? Now, about these true hounds. Most of the salt hounds crawled back to land after the calamity, but a few refused to leave the seas, and took up again as the true hounds. They sail under the black flag of one of Captain Rosalind. They boast the strength of a crew twice their size, mostly because of the Pluto they take, with their muscles bolstered by the substance, and a healthy dose of natural viciousness. They have brought themselves fortune and the infamy of the eastern seas. Now, however, they've hidden their ship away on the Hullbreaker Isle and made their way to Costa del Sol. Seems they fancied a cup of ale and a peek at the dancing girls. They won't be hard to spot if you wanted to look, but to do so at your own peril. Drunken pirates might not frighten you, but Redway, their new sellsword, should. They say he's an ex-member of Garlean covert operations, one who has thrown himself into the study of ninjutsu. His pursuit has paid off handsomely, albeit at the cost of his humility. Stay vigilant, and you'll find his blade pricking your back. Isn't this the guy we already ran into? Anyhow, that's all from me. Give my best to the dim one, little chick. That's that nameless redhead that we bumped into, I believe. Water and water, water, water and water and water. She's a Miko right now because you felt like mixing things up for a bit. And Fanta was on sale. Is still on sale, right? I'm gonna buy a 3-pack just to have. Like, just as a joke. Just because I think it would be funny. Just to have 3 of them. Like, for no reason. For no reason whatsoever. Also that, yes. Dude, if Square ever needs money, they should just put Fantas on sale. Redway, Redway, Redway. I lost me plunder. That's coin I may never get back, but you convinced me to give you time. Make your report worth me while, or I'll have your head. There were 2 thieves, Captain. The Iron Orchid herself, and some servant. The latter looks to be more brawny than brave, but the princess is dangerous. She has 2 shinobi in her employ. One is a Dominjonin, Oboro. He too is a force to be reckoned with. The other is a Lalafell. Sir, if I'm not wrong, he is famous in his own right, and dangerous. Their involvement makes me think the princess has more coin than she lets on. These 2 are responsible for my master's death. Their services cannot be cheap. Your master's murderers, eh? You wouldn't be dreaming of avenging Gekkai on my time now, would you? Vengeance, Captain? Why? Gekkai treated me like scum, he and Karasu both, because I wasn't from their precious little village. But Oboro, if I triumph over Gekkai's favorite, I triumph over the lot of them. That is my heart's desire, yes. Hi, Gyo. I could give a gnat's ass what you do with the ninjas, but it's not them I want. It's the princess, alive. She's kinda... Hello? Hello? Dude, all the NPCs today are like making me feel things. This is not okay. Ever since someone pointed out their long necks. Oh, the giraffe meme. The giraffe Ellison meme. I still love Ellisons. I think they're beautiful. Couldn't unsee that for Ellison. Otherwise, you would run one as well. I think they're beautiful. Giraffe memes be damned. Mommy? Very much so. Does it feel bad that I kind of think Redway is cute? Redway is like... There's a movie villain that I'm thinking of when it comes to him, but I can't place it yet. Come back to me. We'll see if it comes to me there. Ellisons are elegant, damn right. By the way, since 6.3 is in a few days, have you done the... I have done Heaven's Turn. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. We actually just did it. The way I see it, the auction's the perfect trap. Baited, as it is, within the Yatsurugi Decker. And, Kyo, we ran into Zepla. We saw Zepla, and I had my first starstruck moment in this game. The Iron Orchid can't resist. Catching her, then'll be easy and fast. Savvy? Because their name was like Zepla Mist, and I was like, this can't be like the Zepla, right? And chat was like, yep, yes it is, sure is. Of course. The princess won't stand a chance with the guard doubled. No, she won't. You saw her in the EU PvP sometimes? That's so sick. Zepla easily is the best thing that could have happened to Modwin. As it's still a baby server, she has far more pull than like most of the 14 streamers. So it's really cool that she's over on Modwin now. Still want Mune to look my way. Mune? NPC? Question mark? I'm so bad at PvP. Play monk. Kershaw, play monk. I hated PvP until I brought my monk in there. Now it's great, and I like it. I mean, you'll still get blown up if you go diving into a big group of them, but it's great. Oh, Mother Mune! It's been a minute since I've seen Mother Mune. Used to see her in the cafe all the time. That's so cute, PD. Don't know how to change world servers. You log out 1, 2, 3, and then in the top right where your character's name is, you right click and you say visit another data center, I believe is how you do it. Success, sir. Oh God, Kate, this is such a niche thing. This is such a niche thing. But whenever I hear of Mother Miyun, all my brain can think is Brother Hajun. And that is from another MMO that I cannot think of the name of. Oh, no, I'm totally blanking on it. But it was a very combat-focused MMO that had, I think, like, Korean aesthetic? Blade and Soul! Holy shit, Entropic. Yes, it was Blade and Soul. Holy shit, somebody knows what I'm talking about. But literally every single time Mother Miyun's name comes up, my brain just goes, Brother Hajun. So fucking annoying, Brother Hajun. But Blade and Soul was a fun game until you realized it was just a full-ass grind with no substance. The Rosalind is a clever one, spying upon us through Redway. Princess, the foe will be watching for our tricks now. Reclaiming the last treasure will be that much harder, so I beg you, leave it to us shinobi. Same. I loved Blade and Soul till I hit the pay-to-win stuff. Same. I know there's sense in what you say, Oboro, but this is my problem. I alone must solve it. I will not allow more people to die in my name. The true hounds didn't just steal the treasures. My people stood in their way, and many died. Too many. I wanted to fight, but my vassals wouldn't allow it, and as they were cut down, they called for me. Oh shit, Yuki. This is Ishikawa, right? Ishikawa, why do you hurt me so? Screamed my name. You can't imagine how that feels. My lands are so close to destruction. My people are on the brink of starvation. If I do not do something, all of their sacrifices will mean nothing. When I came here, I vowed that I would bring prosperity to my country by finding and selling my treasures, alone. No one would ever die protecting me again. Not my small folk, nor my vassals, nor you. You don't want anyone to die protecting you, Princess. What about those of us who would give our lives willingly to defend you? If you won't trust in the shinobi, then I'll slice open my belly. Akagi! I am bound to you, Princess, but they're not. We're giving them no coin, no gratitude, and yet they're still helping us. You can trust them. You have to, or there's no taking back the treasure. Trust the shinobi, or lose me and add one more to those who died trying to protect you. That'll stop you. That'll get you to stop, right, Princess? Akagi, you have the strangest way of... Clearly, the shinobi have left a great impression upon you. Oboro, sir, consider this my formal request. Help me retake our last treasure. Akagi cute, dude. If it hurts good, it's Ishikawa. That's a fair way to gauge it. Everyone telling you your character, you're the person who saves the world. You don't know anything about loss and pain. To be fair, what's the word? Timeline-wise, you could have been experiencing this. Wait, would this be mid-Heavensward? Oh, you know what? Level-wise, this might be mid-Heavensward, so she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. But I have one condition. No matter what happens, you will not lay down your lives for mine. Call it a duty to stay alive if you wish. This would be Stormblood? Oh yeah, we're like 60 something. This would have been Stormblood. Yeah, bitch! Bitch, you don't even know! Heavensward was like Trauma the X-Pack. You don't even know. To stay alive, An interesting notion. Shinobi are trained to put duty ahead of all else, including our lives. That said, sir, this is the mission that has been given, you. Heh? This is the mission that has been given you. That's weird English. You are duty bound to see it through. And come what may, I know that completing it will aid in your growth as a shinobi. You do all the 50 quests at the same time in timeline. Got you. Now we wait and watch for signs of the auction. I will approach Jack, and with the eyes and ears in his service, we will spread a web and so catch word of the Yatsurugi clan's dagger. Why did my brain read that as Bad Dragon Online? Black Desert Online? Question mark? Video I cannot play through because it hurts my eyes? What about it hurts your eyes? Are the graphics not good? Huh? What server? This is Dynamis Modwin 123. Stormblood post MSQ is also trauma. Shadowbringers is trauma. And Walkers. Spoilers. Correct. Dynamis Modwin 123. Seems the True Hounds have already held their auction, sir. Some collector brought the Yatsurugi clan's dagger. However, the princess's reputation has kept him trembling at home. He paid a small fortune to have the blade directly brought to Ishgard. So, we strike while it is on the move. I look forward to taking it back from the True Hounds, though there's still the question of their guard. Sir, you mentioned the pirates regularly use Pluto, yes? Should someone exchange this for a powerful sleep drought, such as lavender incense? I like this plan. Couldn't we just face them out in the open? Or is there something in the shinobi code that forbids straightforward solutions? Nothing so formal, princess, but a stealthy approach allows us to carry out your orders, stay alive, and retake the treasure. The True Hounds base their operations in Lenosia. They will supply themselves in Limsa for the journey north, a weakness we can exploit by dividing into two groups. Akagi and I will search for the True Hound supplies. Princess, you and Sir will visit Kyokyorun in Hawker's Alley. I've been informed the shopkeep has lavender incense in stock. Is this a jest? I'm perfectly capable of going shopping without Sir's help. Here, sir. The funds to purchase the incense. Good luck. Draw equals draft? Oh my god. I swear, every day I feel like I know less and less English. Draft. Draft. Why isn't it AFT? Why is it AUGHT? English! I'm out. I'm out. Fuck this. Fuck this. Yes, sir. I've played Bad Dragon Online, the MMO about dildos. Oh, it's very bright. It's a very bright game. That's why. Oof. Well, how do you pronounce left then? Obviously left. Wait a second. Why is it LAU? Oh, I hate English. I hate English. English sucks, dude. English worst language. 0 out of 10 would not speak again. Oh, fuck. Thank you for the stretch, by the way. I hate it. Why is AUGH off? Why is it off? Just put an F if you want me to, or a PH. Wait, doesn't PH also make F noises? Like fat booty, PHAT. Oh, thank you for the stretch, by the way. Anyone wants to send Terra some British town names to pronounce? Subject me to it. I'll do it. I will get them all perfect. Wait until you hear how to say.
Such devastation.
What the fuck is that? I'm looking it up. What the fuck is that? I'm looking it up. Google, define sloth.
Slough.
Okay, no, but that makes sense. Okay, wait, but that one actually makes sense.
Slough.
Slough. A situation characterized by lack of progress or activity? A swamp.
Slough.
Just say a swamp. Who the fuck's out here being like, oh yeah, I fell in the slough the other day? No, it's a fucking swamp. Oh. How is it pronounced again? We had this whole talk. Isn't it Worcestershire? No, fuck, it's not Worcestershire. Is it Worcestershire? Worcestershire? I don't remember. It's something weird. Worcestershire, Shosh. Slough is also often said slough or even slough, depending on where you are. Thanks, I hate it. Hi, Shira. You got a Welsh city name. There's no way that's a thing. Shira, did you just like keyboard mash? What the hell is... I'm looking it up. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that in my chat room? Give me that. Okay. Straight to Google. Straight to Google. What does Lanvir Pool Gwyn Gilgorguri Quirn Drorb Ul Landicilio Gorgorgoch, usually shortened to Lanfair Pool? I hate this. Oh my god. Get Google to say it? I don't know if I can. Is there a YouTube video? Liam Dutton nails pronouncing it.
Now today we had a big contrast in temperature across the UK, just 12 degrees over coastal parts of eastern England with cloudy skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyngyll Gorgera Quindrobol, Llantysilio Gogogor, the temperature got to 21 Celsius, that's 70 in Fahrenheit. Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyngyll Gorgera Quindrobol, Llantysilio Gogogor.
What? Holy shit! How many times did he practice it? How many times did he practice it? Holy Jesus! I need to hear it one more time. I need to hear it one more time before we move on.
RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyngyll Gorgera Quindrobol, Llantysilio Gogogor. The temperature got to 21 Celsius, that's 70 in Fahrenheit.
He's so pleased with himself, just look at his face.
The temperature got to 21
He's like, he did a little bounce too, look at him.
The temperature got to 21
He's like, I nailed it.
Celsius,
I got it. I nailed that.
That
little bounce.
70 in Fahrenheit. Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyngyll Gorgera Quindrobol, Llantysilio Gogogor. The temperature got to 21
That's insanity.
Celsius, that's 70 in Fahrenheit.
That's insanity. Somebody said it's like that way because it's literally directions on how to get there in Welsh. And that's unhinged. That's crazy. There's so much saliva. It's all just amazing. Incredible. Where the hell were we? What are we doing? Ninja quests. Kyokyo. Oh, it's been so long since we've seen Kyokyo Rune. I forgot about this guy. Puzzled by a puzzling customer. She makes demanding demands, but has no shinies. Yeah, I brought the shinies. Don't worry. Just remember that bomb, tomb, and comb don't... I hate it here. English sucks. English shittiest language. Welsh is unhinged? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Cough, plow, and... Oh, I already forgot that one. Slow? Slaw? Coleslaw? I don't remember. There's a town in Cornwall called Cox. I'd love to go there. Same. Another one is Eckelfuchan. I definitely butchered that. There's definitely not enough phlegm in what I just said to be proper Welsh. It's slow. Okay. Trade for incense. Kyokyo Rune promise. Good for good night's rest. Breathe deeply for deep, deep sleep. Look, I just forgot my coin purse. That's all. Anyway, you have the incense now. Does it matter who paid? And where are Akagi and Oboro? Was she thinking coming... what was she thinking coming all this way? Her mother would have died of shock had she lived to read that note. That voice. No, they can't. Not here. How the princess doesn't realize she's our land's sole ray of light is quite beyond me. If we don't bring her home, I shudder to think what will happen. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. Hi, Coco. Bow through, cough, slow, though. I hate it. I hate it. Meanwhile, in Canada, we have places like, places called Medicine Hat and Moose Jaw. Wait a minute. Hang on, wait a minute. Canadian? Hello? Hello? I see you. Hello, I'm acknowledging you. Not the Moose Jaw. How the princess doesn't realize she's our... Oh, I read that one already. Is that Yugiri? I don't think so. Gods, why would they come here? I told them I'd be back just after I found the treasures. Bow is like bow, not bow the weapon. Oh my, get me out. Get me out. You have been perceived. I am perceiving you. Fellow Canadian. Princess Yuki, did you... hang on, if there's a Canadian here, I have a very... I have such a banging TikTok to share with a Canadian. Hang on. Let me find it. It's so good. Shit, how do I open this? Where's my TikTok? I have to open my TikTok. I'm a boomer. Am I logged in on this browser? No, I might not be able to find it. I'm not logged in on this browser. I forgot to get a new browser. Use QR code. Wait, how would that work on browser? That's not gonna work for me. I don't know what my shit is for TikTok. Guys, what is my TikTok? Does anyone remember? Does anyone follow me on TikTok? Your boyfriend is being mean? Poke him. Poke him in the butt. Poke him in the butt, Sith. 2 Canadians? Poggers? Listen, Lav. Listen here, you little shit. My TikTok has been not been upkept. Listen, I'm very lazy. I'm very lazy, and YouTube is more fun to edit for. Okay, guys, I need to BRB. I'll be back in a minute. This is so important. You don't understand. Bless you. You know what? Bless your heart. Bless your heart, sir, or madame, or other. Thank you for the Prime Gaming. I appreciate you so much. A candy sitting down. Get creative. Get creative, Sith. I'll be back in just a moment. This is so important. I need to log into TikTok, okay? You don't understand. I'll be right back. Bro! Bro! That's not fair. Don't worry, Tara. If this game starts to irritate you eventually, you will get over it. Love that. Fuck! We look like a monstrosity with our bowler hat and anime shirt. We look like we're about to milady some people. Ouch! Milady.
3, 4, 5.
Hey!
Oh.
Stop!
Why? I just don't get it. I always catch you fucking.
Oh my god. I have crabs. I'd like to give you crabs. For dinner.
For dinner.
For dinner, guys. For dinner. For dinner. Yes! I'm so happy. I'm so happy. We fucking did it. Been trying to get as much of the green out of your hair as possible without having to bleach before you... Oh, Echo, you should try a clarifying shampoo. I really feel like a clarifying shampoo would help you. Maybe a clarifying shampoo to clarify your hair.
Why are you hiding?
Give me the goodies. Give me the goodies. Oh, sorry, I didn't know this room was occupied. My bad. I'll just leave. I'll just leave. I didn't realize that this was already in use. Okay, I'm gonna make that jump. Screw all this bullshit. Darby! Make the jump. Darby! With the raid. Hello? Hello, Darby? Sorry, I was getting something ready for TikTok. It was very important. I had to log into TikTok for a Canadian meme. It's so important. Darby, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Can we have shoutouts? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Darby. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in, you guys. Tara, I need to swear less. Also, Tara, 2/3 of the BRB clip. Rando, you listen here. Darby and Raiders, welcome in. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Tara. I am a Final Fantasy XIV variety streamer. I'm accepting it. I'm accepting it. I play a lot of 14 content. I love this game. I love this game so much. I love you guys. Welcome in. We are a very queer safe space. We're very inclusive and comfy, wholesome, and sometimes horny. But that's okay. That's okay. It's just how we do. It was great. How are you? I'm fantastic. Very briefly, I need to tangent off and show a very Canadian meme. I think only Canadians will truly appreciate it, but it's important. I spotted a Canadian in my chat, so this is so important. This is so important. Everybody shut up, including my game. Everybody shut up. Okay, I can't. I have to do the cutscene first, and then we're gonna watch the thing. Exclamation mark pronouns. It might be pronouns. Is the bot dead today? No shot. The bot's dead. Socials? The bot's dead. How long has the bot been dead? I hope you guys haven't been gambling. Let me fix the bot. I have too many things on my plate right now. But Darby, I love you. How was your stream? Tell me all the things. What were you getting up to today? Aren't 14 and horny the same thing? Yes. If anyone tells you differently, they're lying. They're not being honest with themselves at that point. Gotta fix the bot. Why does my bot always break? We may never know. You had some interesting conversations. Oh boy. We've been having some like unhinged ones. Darby, since you're joining us now, do you drink shower water? It upset me that we ran a poll on whether or not people drink shower water and it literally tied 50-50. This is news that I didn't want in my life. But here we are. Here we are. I am now cursed with more knowledge I didn't want. Such is life, I suppose. Dude, why am I such a boomer? Where's my authenticator? There it is. This is my Blizzard authenticator. I don't even fucking play Blizzard games anymore. Bruh. Where's my authenticator? There it is. Twitch being twitchy happened in a different stream earlier. Is Twitch breaking again? Also, hi, Mr. Ninten. How you doing? Whoa. I do not drink shower water. Good. Good. Proud of you. Although this is a judgment-free zone and I don't judge any of you that do drink shower water, it's just cursed knowledge that I didn't want, okay? Know that I still love and respect you, but I'm looking at you differently, is all. I'm looking at you a little differently. Okay, are we good? Are we alive? Is everything good? I think we're good. Oh. If anyone tells you, no, they're just a sprout and don't know yet. Exactly, PD. Exactly. You had interesting conversations about American cuisine. That's what it was. American cuisine? What is American cuisine? Burgers. Do you guys have anything else? Thank you for that follow, by the way. Welcome in. I know you threw a mutual. Rando did the same thing to me during Shadowbringers, so I had to follow and see. Mr. Ninten. Rando's Ardbert cosplay is so special. It's so special. Shower water? I don't even drink tap water. Oh! Y'all, this is kind of a self-dox. This is kind of a self-dox, but I just need to brag. You guys already know I'm from Manitoba. But I found out that I have like top 10 best water in the world. Like we are in the top 10 for best like tap water in the world. And I didn't know that because I never have an issue ever drinking tap water no matter where I go. And we are literally top 10 in the world. And that's why. So whenever I see you guys complaining about tap water, I'm like, what the hell's your problem? Like water tastes like nothing. But it's because our water, like, what's the word? Purifying or like cleaning processes are so strict. It's amazing. You're west of me, but you. Totally doesn't hurt when he does the thing during emotional scenes. Totally doesn't. Definitely not. It's definitely great and not hurtful. I may pop by and say hi while I'm doing MSQ in the server. Hell yeah, 1, 2, 3. You're east of me too? Let's go. You guys, friends to the west of me. Friends to the east, here I am, stuck in the middle of hell. Woo! Lucky, my tap water sucks. Yeah, we only recently found that out. We only recently found out that it's like crazy good. Wait, why did Lav bop the raider? Lav, what did Darby do? What happened? Oh. I'm PTSD to boil water advisories from home. Oh, Coco, I hate that for you. Fuck, what did you do? Lav, explain yourself. Excuse me? But yeah, welcome in again, guys. I'm in a quirky, goofy mood today. We're having unhinged conversation and enjoying Ninja before we get back into MSQ. I'm scared. Darby, you've completed the game, right? Like you're like done, like MSQ at least, right? Safe for you to be here, I think. Thank you so much again for the raid. Love you too, Krisha. And Stellar needs a forehead kiss. Stellar? Stellar? Mwah. There you go. Here's your forehead kiss. You have. Okay, good. The area that's between us got clean running tap water for the first time ever. Holy shit. You know Ian. They sent me your clip show from YouTube. My heart. There's been a lot of people coming to the stream lately that are like, what's the word? Like word of mouth. Like from a friend or like a free company member and stuff. And it's just like, ah, y'all are enjoying me so much. You share me to other people. It makes my heart so fucking full, dude. I clicked it to make it bigger like an idiot and you deleted it by accident. Oopsies. Please, just the tiniest crumb of main scenario quests. Sorry, Tara, I have no friends. I'm your friend as well. Parasocial, let's go. We love this. Legit, sometimes I just think about how fucking lucky and amazing it is to have clean running tap water in your home. You don't realize how blessed you are. Like me recently finding out top 10 in the world in terms of clean tap water blew my mind. Like privilege for sure. Oh, princess, what did I do? Princess! She's not running from you, sir. I'm getting that Canadian meme right after this, I promise you guys. I suspect I am better off not knowing. In any case, the true hounds are storing their supplies near Fisherman's Bottom. I will follow the princess. You go and make the switch before the guards return. Got it. Tara, question, do you put gravy on biscuits? No, but that would go hard. Wait, that would go so hard. Sometimes biscuits are like kind of dry. Like kind of dry ass if they're like meh biscuits. So that would go kind of hard. I would. I haven't, but I would. Boop. Okay. This is the Canadian meme that only Canadians will understand. This is just for you guys. I love you. Mwah.
Quebec breathing. First form. Tabarnak. Quebec breathing. First form. Tabarnak.
This
Quebec breathing. First form. Tabarnak.
It seriously took me the fuck out when that was on my For You page. Tabarnak. So fucking good, dude. Oh. Quebec is something else. Quebec is something else. We don't acknowledge Quebec. We don't claim it, okay? What are you? I just finished 5.3, so I don't want to watch spoilers. We are going to do 5.4 tonight. After Ninja Quest, we're moving to 5.4. So at that point, run and hide. I haven't done a single quest of it yet. This is sitting up there. And that's what we'll be doing after. I think we're like midway through the Ninja Quests. I totally live in Montreal, not gonna lie, but I speak French. But do you speak like Quebecois French? Cause it's something. It's something. Okay, lurk on my lunch break. Enjoy your lurk. Happy to see you regardless. Do hockey players treat their hockey sticks like swords? No, just that one, because they were doing a meme. Although maybe, they might actually. In Britain, we call biscuits cookie. Wait, how does that change the question? So do I put gravy on my biscuits? I don't put gravy on my cookies. That is unhinged. That is unhinged. But like biscuits, like, oh no, like buns, like little pieces of bread. I hate this. I hate this. No, but they do treat their swords like hockey sticks. True. What do you call cookies? Cookies. They're cookies. What do you mean? England needs to be removed from the English language. It's a bit much. That's a little bit much, I think. Tea biscuit. Hold up. So y'all... I can't with you guys right now. I cannot. They're cookies. US biscuits are similar to crumpets, I've heard. So wait, are crumpets you guys' biscuits then? Shira, thank you for the hydrate. Je ne parle pas français, me neither. Like, as Canadians, we're supposed to be bilingual and understand French, but like French in schools is hot garbage. It's not good. You learn nothing. Wait till you find out what English think pudding is. What the hell is pudding? Chips versus fries, go. Chips are, what do they call them? Crisps? No, wait, what are crisps for you guys? Chips are the little fried potato things that are flat and you eat them. Fries are potato strings. I don't know what the hell to call them. When they're in long and you get them from McDonald's, those are fries. English pudding is just dessert. Like everything is pudding. All dessert is pudding. Would you like some pudding after your dinner, dear? Used to be fluent in French, then moved to the least French-speaking area. RIP. If you don't use it, you lose it. It's true. It's why my Japanese sucks these days. Also, what was really cute, when we were watching the Soken speech, like at the Digital Fan Fest 2021, what was really cute is my Japanese was enough that I could like half understand what they were saying before it got translated. So that's why I was like pre-smiling and like pre-enjoying the little talk before it got translated. And I didn't realize that until I was like checking up on it again today. I just like skimmed through it. And I was like, oh, huh, I'm already smiling like halfway through. All soda is Coke. Terry Lynn, I love you to death, but no honey. No. Look up Yorkshire pudding. Yorkshire pudding. Oh wait, isn't it Yorkshire? Yorkshire pudding? Or is it Shire? Oh, this looks good though. This looks good. But like the only thing pudding here is like the goopy stuff in the middle. This is bread otherwise. It's Yorkshire, not Yorkshire. Yorkshire, gotcha. All drugs are Coke, Derek. You have spotted dick pudding. Why are you like this? Why are you guys like this? Half of us are struggling with soda pop. Don't bring in a new one. You grew up in a Southern California, SoCal, but you lived in a city that had a Coke plant, so it was just a given. That's fair. But honey, no. But honey, no. Shire is where the hobbits are from. Yorkshire is where... Is that why we all think it's Yorkshire? Like us non British English folk? Is that why we all think it's Shire? Is it because of Lord of the Rings? Did Lord of the Rings ruin it for everyone? Look, y'all have white gravies, so I question it. White gravy. You mean cum? What are you talking about? Pronounce, isn't it Worcestershire? There was a whole bit. I think I was playing Resident Evil. We had a whole bit about Worcestershire. Worcester? Worcester? Not the pasta bit. Golsef, we got enough going on. Do not bring pasta into this. White gravy, aka country. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna look this up off stream because I don't trust you guys. White gravy. It's just gonna be cum. It's just cum. Wait, this looks like fucking ranch. The hell? It's just cum though. I had to quickly scan all the images to make sure there wasn't actually cum on my screen. Southern style gravy? Nah, this is just ranch. It looks like ranch. White cream gravy. White gravy with the potatoes and a nice piece of fish is yum. I don't think I've ever had this. It looks like ranch or Alfredo. This is an American thing, right? Bro, white gravy goes hard though? What did you just say? Nothing, nothing. I get offended when people call Timbits donut holes. Same, bless you. Same. Same. They are Timbits. White gravy, yeah, that's what you use for biscuits and gravy. Huh. Oh, I think there's biscuits in the background here. Yeah. Oh, there's one. Yeah. I could see this being good, honestly. I could see that being good. I don't think I've ever had it though. It's gray, milk-based with flour and pepper. Huh. It's not ranch. Yeah, no, I know it's not. True story, one of our 14 friends that became IRL friends lives next to the area that makes Yorkshire tea. And when they visited us, they brought you a custom Yorkshire tea mug with your name. Wait, that's so cute, Coco. Love that for you. I miss when chat used to misbehave by being horny, not chaotic gremlins. Lav thinks chat hasn't been horny already. I'm used to the brown gravy. Like if I Google gravy, again, I'm like scared of cum or something on here. This is what I'm used to. When you talk gravy, this is gravy. This is gravy like through and through. This is gravy. Not this, whatever the fuck. This is gravy. And you put this shit on mashed potatoes, you put this shit on dry ass turkey, and what else do you put gravy on? Mostly those two. You have brown gravy also. Okay, this is normal. I don't think I've ever had white gravy. I kind of want to try it with chicken actually. Like this is breaded chicken, right? I feel like this would actually go kind of hard. But brown gravy on mashed potatoes makes more sense to me because I'm used to it. Gravy, everything. Dipping French fries in gravy, so good. Poutine, hello? Cheese curds, French fries, gravy. Oh, so good. So good. Y'all put gravy on scones too? Why? There are tons of different types of brown gravy. Really? To me, it's all just liquid salt. It's all just liquid salt. Maybe with slightly different like flavor profiles, but mostly just liquid salt. Poutine goes way harder than it has any right to. You can make fun of the Canadians, but bruh, we got poutine. And it's probably supposed to be pronounced Putin or something. I'm probably getting shit on by French speakers, but poutine. Poutine is poutine. Your favorite green chili gravy. It's a new Mexican poutine? Ooh! Hang on, that sounds like it goes hard. Hear me out. Costco poutine, best bro. I don't know if I've had it. I've had Costco hot dogs and those go hard. Food around the world is so interesting. It really is. Whenever we get on a food talk, I will fly off on a tangent on it and stop whatever I'm doing because I love food. I love talking food. Pulled pork poutine right now goes so hard. Pulled pork poutine, so fucking hard, dude. The one time I had poutine was in a closed golf club and it was still good. Hell yeah. You should get it again. We have like full ass poutineries that just have like every kind of poutine that you can think of. Like burger poutine. Well, not like with a whole ass burger, but like burger meat. Pulled pork poutines, like everything. It's so good. You've always heard it as poutine. I think it is like poutine. I think that's like the proper pronunciation, but I've always just said poutine. Tortilla chips are a grain and cheese is a dairy, so nachos are cereal. Get the fuck out, Golsif. Shouldn't you be working, sir? What time is it? I love how the serious music is still going on behind this convo. I didn't even hear it. Do. I'm done. I control you. Okay, fair. I remember one poutine place I went to had Canadian poutine, which had KD and ketchup chips on it. Thanks, I hate that. How hard is it to become a Canadian citizen? Anyone know? I don't know, but I've had some Japanese friends get their citizenship, and I don't think it was particularly difficult. It was very exciting. That just brought up nostalgic feelings. I once did that. Got yourself 2 pizza slices and an ice cream, and it was so, like together, like you ate them at the same time. Blech. I can't get poutine here, but all this food talk makes me want a kebab. I haven't had a kebab in like so long. Every time I see pictures of kebabs, I'm like, I want. Costco food is different in different countries. Is it seriously? That's fair, I guess. From what I looked into, you have 1 chance at a history test and need to be fluent in either French or English. 1 chance? Like for your whole lifetime, Izagi? Monkas? Pineapple on pizza? Yes, always. Always pineapple on pizza. Sorry, let me rephrase. It's never my first choice, but it is a valid topping always, is what I'm trying to illustrate. It is a valid topping. Ham pineapple goes hard. It's never my first order. It's never the first one I choose, but if somebody in the group wants it, we get it, and I'll have a piece or 2. It's good, but it's not my favorite. My favorite is just pepperoni mushroom. Pepperoni mushroom, so good. Anchovies and pineapple together? Hold up, bestie. Hold up. Anchovies and pineapple, you're going a little too far now. Valid, but don't want it all the time. Exactly, Isla. Exactly. I cannot be silenced. Got cottage cheese and clotted cream? So you end up saying cottage cream. Clotted cream. Sounds gross. I don't think I want my food to have clots in it. What's the name of the soundtrack that's playing right now? The dangerous one? I don't know, but it plays all the time when fuckery is afoot. Golsov, take your cereal nachos and shower orange and go. Thank you, Rando. Bananas on pizza? Nah. Pepperoni mushrooms, so good together. I work in IP, and it's always interesting to see how the same foods from the same companies display themselves in other countries, like the mac and cheese. It's KD in Canada, right? Like, we don't often call it mac and cheese. We'll usually call it KD, which is Kraft Dinner, like Kraft Dinner brand mac and cheese. We'll usually just call it KD. It's just thick cream. I don't feel safe. Clotted cream. I don't feel safe. I never feel safe. Wait, how is this? This is just butter. What the fuck is this? Bro, this is just butter? Like butter that's not all the way there yet. It's having a struggle. It's butter that's on the struggle bus. Come back inside to the words bananas on pizza. What curse has entered my brain? Demi, I'm thinking the same thing. It's just holy butter, right? Right? Like, or ice cream. Wait, why are they? Oh, clotted cream ice cream. It's literally ice cream. I don't know how I feel about this. English clotted cream. Why? Why though? Why though? Nutella pizza? Unfinished butter. Nutella pizza? I don't know how I feel about sweet pizzas. I like sweet crepes and I like savory crepes. But sweet pizzas? Like Nutella pizza with like banana and like strawberry? I could see it being good theoretically, but I don't know if I'd ever go for it willingly. It sounds a little... Pizza in my brain should always be savory. Not that I would shame you for having sweet toppings, but I'm not ordering pizza to have something sweet. I'm there to hate myself and to be savory flavors. Tara, you need to just stream one day. Just food talk. It's so interesting. I love hearing about other cultures' foods and other regions' foods. It's so cool. Is clotted cream? Oh, wait, yes. Is this whipped cream? Is it the same? Clotted cream Wikipedia. What is this tangent we're on right now? Scalded, clouded, Devonshire or Cornish cream is a thick cream made by heating full cream cow's milk using steam or a water bath and then leaving it in shallow pans to cool. During this time, the cream content rises to the surface and forms clots or clouts, hence the name. It forms an essential part of a cream tea. Wait, that sounds good though. It's a nutty cooked milk flavor or a rich sweet flavor. Texture that's kind of grainy, sometimes with oily globules. Ugh, that does not sound good. It's a thick cream with very high fat content. Interesting. I'd like to try that tea. That tea sounds good. So no, it's not whipped cream. Definitely not. Just out of date milk. Thicker than whipped cream, not as sweet. I don't like the oily globules. The oily globules bit, not for me. That doesn't sound great. Javi! Javi the fish, hi! Thank you for the follow, welcome in. I know Javi through Molly, I want to say? Twitch is so small. Hi, good to see you. You like cinnamon stressed in the shape of pizza. Huh? Oh, streusel. Streusel, is that how you pronounce it? Probably not. Terra porotos con rienda is basically beans with... Okay, I need to see this out of morbid curiosity. Porotos. Con what? Con rienda. No. No, not for me. Not for me. I'm sure it's tasty. No, honey. Beans? If it didn't have the beans, maybe. Oh no, look at this one. That one's not looking great. I'm sure it's very tasty. This one looks better. But beans on toast? Cursed. Cursed. Nah, what is that, right? What the hell? I need it without the noodles. Same. If it was more like a chili with like the sausage and the beans, I just don't get why the noodles are in there. It sounds cursed. In Germany and Eastern Europe, there's a dish called milk noodles pasta. It looks like a bowl of milk with pasta in it. It's actually pretty good though. Milk noodles pasta, what the hell? No, it's not oily. Like other dairy products, it can sometimes separate. Oh, it separates from itself. I see, hidden. I see. That's back on the clotted cream. If you want something more delicious, bife a la bife a lo pobre. Oh, what is this? Wait, this just looks like steak and egg and fries. Or chips, sorry, depending on what region you're from. It kind of looked like steak egg fry. With onions? Is gumbo common up there? I don't think gumbo is common in Canada. I think we could make it occasionally, but I've never like gone somewhere and somebody's like, I'm making gumbo. Beef on the cheap, maybe. And onions, yes, cool. This is making me hungry. I'm sorry. Whenever we get off on a food tangent, I just full send into it because I love talking food. How's it? We're getting to Ishgard. We're not. Oh, do you get the egg ick, Islua? Does anyone know, like when you're eating eggs and you love eggs, but then suddenly you get the ick? Does anyone know? Like, it's a phenomenon that I've only recently heard about, but I get it all the time. I'll like go like weeks where I love having eggs for breakfast, and then suddenly I'll be eating eggs and I'm like, and I don't want it anymore. What the fuck is he talking about? You are currently in egg ick. Okay, I'm glad it's not a unique experience. That's essentially the translation of the name. Beef on the cheap. Huh, cool. Currently full of ham and eggs. You 100% know it though, yeah. Calzones? Wait, aren't calzones usually pizza? I get that, but you usually don't eat them enough to get to that point. When I love eggs, I really love eggs. Also, fun fact, did you know you could develop a mild egg allergy temporarily? Because I think I did. I forget what the symptoms were, but I was looking up symptoms on why I felt so gross and so awful. And apparently you can temporarily get an allergy to eggs. So you just stop eating them for a while and then you're fine. What was that one that I wanted to look up? Something, calzones, rotos. Oh, these look good. Dude, anything bread. Anything with like breading, and I'm there. These look like they'd be like a little bit crispy with soft on the inside. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, sign me up. I would like this. This would be good. That'd be a tasty one. Oh, boop. Should we play a game? Should we play a game, guys? Those look amazing. Those look so good. With some yerba mate? Yerba mate? Who? Fried dough and sugar? Always good, literally. Any day of the week. I thought this was a food stream. We leveling culinarian? Dude, we should save food talk when I level culinarian. You right, Manillas. You're right. Oh, it's pronounced mate. Yerba mate. I've never heard of that. This is such ominous music for food discussion. I'm living for it, Blackmore. I'm living for it. So many cultures have food that is just bread stuffed with something, and they are always correct. Hard agree, Entropic. Hard agree. Give me those carbs, dude. I live for them. I may become lactose intolerant, but at least I'm not celiac and can still enjoy my fucking carbs. It's a South American drink, kind of like tea. Oh, well, that sounds good. Oh, sopapilla! Sopapilla is so good. We have a Mexican place kind of close to our house, and they have sopapilla. Goes so fucking hard. Oh, highly recommend. It's just fried dough. So good, dude. Okay, I'm going to get back to Ninja Quest now. I don't mind if food talk still keeps going, but I should progress. I promised MSQ today, and at our current rate, like, we're not gonna get there. All this food talk is making me super hungry. Also me. Customer brought you Jamaican beef patties one day. Got so obsessed. Oh, don't those have a special name? Maybe not. I think I know exactly what you're talking though. I think I know exactly what you're talking. I've tried them. They're very good. Sopapilla with a little honey. Might get some tidbits at 1:21 a.m. because solidarity. Hell yeah. Well, that's the last of it. How's it we're getting Dishguard? Captain won't go within 20 yalms of the Shroud, mate. We sail to the Dravanian hinterlands and hook back around west from there. You're gonna have your hubby bring home some stuffed Sopapilla? Hell yeah. Fair bit of land between there and the Holy See. What if we stopped off in the smoldering wastes? A dose of our medicine will carry us the rest of the way, eh? Medicine, they're calling it. Drugs! Don't bleat that to the whole harbor. I've heard the thieves after this haul. That's why we're taking twice the guards. Heh, I'd like to see her try and take it now. Every Jamaican place around here calls them patties. They're a lunch staple there if I remember correctly. Maybe they don't have a fancy name. Oh, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm comparing them to those triangle. They're triangle shaped. They're usually filled with rice and like curry and like meat. Why am I drawing a blank on them? I don't know. Samosas! Thank you! Oh my god, yes, samosas. I was comparing them to samosas and they're totally different. Samosas is what I was thinking of. Thank you. Love you. Mwah. So good. Samosas go so hard. They'll take the sleep-in draft? They'll take the sleep-in draft and be out like babes. Come on, let's hurry to, where was it again? Samosas, yeah. Welcome in, Lucian. The Smoldering Waste, sir. What manner of place is it? I have never visited Dravania myself. Is cold. Wait, Smoldering Wastes? It should be cold, I think. Ah, thank you. The princess and I are both experienced travelers, and we'll meet you there. Oh, samosas are also an African thing. I didn't know that. Do, 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 do. Wait till Terra finds out how wastes is actually said. Shut the hell up. Shut your face. How is it actually pronounced? Oh boy. And a Middle Eastern thing, yes. Your brother-in-law's from Tanzania. Makes them occasionally. I have such a craving. I don't even know where I can get samosas near me. I shouldn't have talked about them. I have such a craving for them now. Fuck. Fuck, they're so good. Food is good. Confirmed. Sir, Oboro's plan worked. I'm sure there's somewhere I could order them, like on Skip the Dishes. What am I having for supper today? I didn't pull the chicken. I didn't pull the chicken. I'll be right back. I didn't pull the chicken. All right, we're dealing with all the bullshit. I don't know if that jump is makeable. Their whole modussy into it, if you know what I mean. A few more emotes for better Twitch TV emotes, and also for every time I accidentally click on a door, it scares me. I need to commission them for a tier 2 and a tier 3 emote. I already have an idea on what both of them will be. I have an itch I can't scratch. Who's gonna scratch it? What kind of itch? Fucking. What do you mean it's broken? No. Oh dude, my god! Nobody tells Spess. Nobody tells Spess. As far as Spess knows, they've been out all morning. Okay. Nobody rat me out. Okay, I'll ban you. Nobody rat me out. They're still pretty frozen, Terra. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was cold in the kitchen. Fuck, I'm dead. I'm dead, y'all. I'm dead. I'm dead. Rest in peace. Honestly, I had a good run. I had a good run. No regrets. It's been a pleasure. At least they weren't in the oven or something. Yeah. Holy Jesus. That was a level of terror akin to waking up like halfway through like your work. Like you slept in on work or you slept in on school. That was the same amount of terror that I just felt in my bones. Put them in hot water and then the water will cool. Hang on. Then the water will cool off and then he'll think that I properly cooled them. Cause you're actually supposed to cool like meats in cold water. You're not supposed to use hot water, but like what he doesn't know, right? What he doesn't know. Yeah. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I don't want to go back that way. I don't want. Duck feet baboon looking at. Stop. I'm getting cyberbullied. All right, let's choose a new chess piece. Let's choose a new chess piece. We need something like hella fancy. Who's that fancy bitch walking over there? That's me. Super fucking fancy. Look at me. It actually ties in. Let's go. Green. I definitely ate it. Puppies? Puppies? Not friendly! Not friendly puppies! Spess, you told me not to do that thing that I've been doing, right? Not to fall off exactly like I did. Here's what I say to you. I'll fucking do it again. I'll fucking do it again. Help me. A knockout. No, it was. It can give you the shits. Hello. Oh, well, I'll risk it. I'll risk it. But yeah, really, I work food service. You're really not supposed to thaw foods in hot water. It's always supposed to be cool running water is the way you're supposed to thaw it. But that's really wasteful on water. But that's technically the way you're supposed to thaw frozen things. But whatever, I'll risk it. I'll risk it for the biscuit. To stay alive, to not get murdered. This is my method. This slight variation in cook time can only mean one thing. You didn't pull it at the right time and tried to hide it. Yeah, I'm fucked. I'm so dead. If I'm in a hurry, I just ziplock the chicken, put it in hot water, dispose of it correctly, and fully cook the chicken. Dispose of the water correctly. Good. Good on you. Okay. But not all the patrols have reported in for their Pluto. They could be back at any moment. Stand guard while I search these crates. The Mirari Kanemitsu's got to be in one of them. Take the south, Akagi's to the north, Oboro's to the east. When you finished your own patrol, return here, and they should be back by then as well. But as I said, no matter what happens, do not lay down your life for mine. You can't control me. You can't control me. Guys, if I don't stream tomorrow, if stream is canceled tomorrow, then I am unalived by Spess. I have become no longer alive. And frankly, I deserve it. Do you know what's so funny? He called me. Oh, I'm such a bad partner. He called me and he was like, what do you want for supper? And I was like, I want something pasta. And then he was like, how about like chicken pasta? So I was like, okay, perfect. He's like, pull the chicken. I was like, okay. And then he said it again. He was like, don't forget to pull the chicken. I was like, okay, I won't. And then he said it 2 more times. And my dumbass forgot. My dumbass forgot. Why am I like this? Whoa, hang on. I was trying to have some water. Rude asses, excuse you. Here we go. Shh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm so dead. It was nice knowing you, Terra. The reason you're not supposed to use hot water is because it's an ideal germ breeding ground. That sounds correct. That sounds correct if my food handler training is anything to speak of. That definitely sounds correct. The food will be fine, not Terra. Boom, 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 boom. I told you, I'm no good in a real fight. Sir, Akagi is wounded. We must tend to him once we're out of danger's path. Yuki's gonna be so mad. I found it. Everyone back home will be so happy. It's over. I can finally bring prosperity to my lands. It will be all right. Splendid. Then let us... Wait. Do you sense it too, sir? The foe is near. The foe. You played a clever trick, Oboro, but not clever enough. No liquor or Pluto ever passes these lips. And now I've found you. What to do, what to do. 3 able and 1 lame. Could make for an interesting fight, yes, but I hold all the cards. Why risk it? I've come to offer the princess an invitation. Your countrymen miss you so terribly. They've called for you, cried your name ever since we caught them. Surely you'll want to join them, yes? What? Princess, no. Oh boy. Well, we're boned. Put up your blades. Fate played us for fools. Redway. I'll go. Look at me now, Gekkai. I won. I've beat your proper Doman Shinobi. Oh, but you'll try to rescue her, won't you? If I see anything out of the ordinary, Oboro, I will slit their throats. Yes, yes. Starting with Yuki's. Well, then you won't see us coming, will you? Spess will be like, call an ambulance, but not for me. Just fight the chicken to warn. Damn, this chicken got hands. You don't let your hands soak in it for hours? Yes, exactly. It runs off. Just like with when you're cooling food, that's why it's supposed to be running water. Cool running water. See to Akagi, Shinobi. Farewell. I can fix him. I can heal the hole in Redway's heart. Blur down bad for Redway. He is pretty cute, to be fair. Just don't let them get away. After her, Oboro. Damn it, man. Move, or I'll... Wait, sir. You can pursue her if you wish, but you must see to Akagi's wounds. That was the princess's orders. I know we could have fought, but I understand why she chose not to. Had Redway escaped, his hostages' lives would have been forfeit. More dead in her defense. The decision was hers to make, but it is not our place to question it. We could do nothing more for now. Let us return to Lanasia and tend to Akagi there. Soak your hands in the chicken. Hello, Salmonella. How you feeling today? Just coming to check in on you with my hands. Isn't this the guy you wrecked in a fight last night? Literally. And that's why he went to fucking shady practices of kidnapping poor innocent ninjas. Poor innocent dolmens. Do. Finally, I will bring honor to my family. Mulan song starts playing again. When will my reflection show who I am inside? Dude, my queer little heart, when I heard that song as a child, so good. Such a good song. Ooh. Akagi is distraught but alive. I will tend to his wounds in your place. But the moment he is better, we will mount a rescue. The princess did not forbid us from trying, and would hate to see Redway win. For the moment, train your mind and practice your blade. You will need all of your skill in our next battle. Aye aye, Captain. Hurajin. Huh? Grant's Huton? What? Does it, what? Huh? Does this mean I don't have to bong 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 my Huton anymore? That seems too good to be true. That seems too good to be true. Hello? Do not raise your voice, sir. The woods are filled with hostile ears. I have no doubt the shadows that surround us are Redway's. How he found us, I cannot say. But why? His hostages already shield him. Does his fear so consume him that he would slit our throats while we are helpless? This is cowardice or madness. His men will try to catch us unawares. I say we let them. Go and patrol the outside. Pretend to doze off at some point. Our foes will strike. Once they do, make sure they do not live to report to Redway. We're playing them for fools. Hurajin was recently added. What a quality of life change. You're still in the Heavensward jobs? Yeah, I just realized that too. I thought we were in the the 63, etc. Oh, I'm so tired of patrolling. I'm so sleepy. I sure hope no ninjas ambush me. Woo! Wait, they're not ninjas. They're just true hounds. Yeah. Was that it? Oh no. Where else am I supposed to doze? Oh, behind. Any queer with a problematic family relationship had strong feelings at that song, right? Did not realize I could hurt them. You're good. I'm like way out leveling them anyways. Doze. It's okay, Spess won't kill you, the chicken will. Oh, holy fuck, listen here. Listen here, Jolly. I love how you're so OP for these quests. I like that it doesn't sink me down. The shame. The shame that I just felt. Oh, the shame! What have I done? Nothing will ever make rabbiting yourself feel good, ever. Half the time when I fuck it up, I just don't press the button. Seppuku now. Half the time when I fuck it up, like in a dungeon, I don't press the button because I don't want to show my shame. I just let it sit there for like 6 seconds. Thank you. I sense we are free of unwanted visitors. Akagi is on the mend. We've seen our duty through. Now the princess awaits our rescue. I spoke with Jack, and he has commandeered a boat for us. The plan had been to slip across to Hullbreaker Isle, the morbid dry docks, and find the princess. However, if Redway sent his cutthroats here, he will not have neglected the docks. The place is likely swarming with guards. It would be unwise to continue without reconnaissance. I'd only slow you down if I went, wouldn't I? You've only just healed Akagi. Princess Yuki wants to keep you safe, and you would serve her best by remaining here. Alright, sir. I'm entrusting her life to you. Please, please bring her back safe. Nodders. Shame. Kershaw! How dare you clip my shame? I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna delete that. You can't control me. I'm deleting the VOD. That's it. I do it outside battle a lot because it's funny. It's cute when you're not in a fight. In a fight, it's just shame. It's just pure shame. Do 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 do. Huh? Higher up? Wait, where? Here? Wait. Oh. Interesting. Okay. As a bumble myself, I mess up mudras so I can imagine I have a hat. Oh no, the pain. This is even worse than I'd imagined. There are true hounds everywhere. We cannot risk open battle. Princess Yuki will die even if one escapes our blades. I have a plan, but you will not like it. Tell me, sir, do you recall what the princess ordered you to do? Stay alive? Exactly. You are bound to her, Sir Terrabellum. I am not. I am an ally, and my death means nothing in the eyes of duty. But if you die without delivering the princess from danger, then as a shinobi, you have failed your mission. I think if I die during my mission, I have less concerns than saving the princess. Hello? It's not so much that you're dead, it's that you failed your mission. What shame! You should seppuku. I'm already fucking dead. Hello? It's not really gonna be concern after that point. You must live to save her, so I must be the pawn, and I must be sacrificed. Redway's eyes are on me. If I surrender, he will lower his guard, giving you the chance to sneak over to the Isle. I did say you would not like it, but it is the only way. I hope you're ready. The fuck, Oboro? No, sir. I trusted you, sir, and now you show your true colors. Craven, I call you. You are no shinobi. You are a mistake. I should have never taught you the ways of my village. Get out of my sight. Whew, forgive me, sir. I had to give them reason to believe we parted. No matter what happens to me, you cannot interfere. Now the princess is only one shinobi. Watch for your chance to save her. Her fate, our fates, are in your hands. Oboro, you fucking dumbass. What the hell kind of plan is this? Bruh. Someone call Emmett. Bruh. I don't even know the nudras. I don't even know the mudras. I'm a terrible ninja player. I know them well ever since people said the order of your mudras doesn't matter. It's just whichever one you end with that matters. And that made the mudras a lot easier because then I wasn't so stressed about following a particular order. And now I think I know all the ones I have at my disposal, except if I fuck them up. We have kitty litter. We have kitty litter. We have Huton. We have Suiton. Boop. I can't use it on anything. And then QE is Raiton. EQ is what's the name of it? Katon. What else do I have access to that I don't use? I think that's a stupid mudra, like a ice freeze bind thing. Oh, Hyoton. I've never once casted Hyoton in my life. In my life ever. God, is kitty litter, yeah. I know that, and I still don't know which does what. I heard somebody say it's easier if you remember the keybinds rather than like Tenshi Jin. It's easier to remember the keybinds. Like mine are on QER. QER and then F releases it. You slew all the sellswords I sent to find you. Perhaps I should have spent more on them and less on buying the location of your little shack. Well, a good lesson for the future. You never cast Hyotan unless you did the buff before. Is it ever, like in any situation ever, somebody said POTD? Palace of the Dead? Like, is that the only time you would ever think about using it? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. That's a good name. But really, Oboro, how could you be so stupid? You could have fled with Sir, but did you? No. You scurried back like a child who hasn't learned to fear his father's fist. I heard there was punch and pie sometimes when we're having food talk. You just missed like an hour of food talk. Also, hi. Hi, Ranger! I told you I'd slit the princess's throat if you came after her. I still may, even if you don't comply. So, come along, or she'll die. Screaming, yes. Bastard, have you no honor? Don't hide behind your hostages, fight me. Why should I? You and your honor have lost. Your way, the traditional way, is out. I'm with the new. Or in with the new, I should say. Change requires sacrifice, Oboro. Your village, for example. I'll lure your elders into the open with you and lay waste to your houses. Then, I'll build the shinobi anew in my image. Simple, yes? Ah, if only that were today. Maybe I'll keep you alive to see it. Now, heal, Oboro. Your princess awaits. Fuck you, Redway. Lav, you did not. A punch the feels and a crybaby pie. Listen here, Lav, you little shit. Listen here. Sir, why are you skulking back here when your friends are in danger? It's not my fault, Akagi. He's a dumbass. Traitor! You... Damn you, Shinobi! The princess was right. I should have never trusted you. Go. Come on, get. I'll save her my own bloody self. No way, dumbass. It's all part of the plan. What? Just a memory? Oboro's put his life in danger for the princess? I knew that. Never doubted you. Not for 1 second. I've bound my leg proper. I can run on it, and fight on it too. I won't win renown back home if I just let the shinobi do it all, eh? Let's take the battle to them. Nodders. Thank you, my friend. You won't regret it. Now, to the Morbi Dry Docks. Do, 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 do. Morbi Dry Docks. Oboro, dumbass. Oboro actually dumbass. Like, should we not have gone in while they were talking? Why did we wait so long to go in the first place? Hello? Not a guard left. I suppose Redway's got them all keeping watch over Oboro. Oh, I see. Well, sir, it's now or never. Let's get across to that island. Oboro said something about a boat. Okay. Should be easy. We're level 60. We have a lot of abilities. Yumi! By the way, we all said hi to you when you raided Kuiper last night. It was so funny. Yumi, when I raid Kuiper and Kuiper's ahead of me, I don't go. I don't go with the raid. I just see OBS chat. I was laughing so hard. I was laughing so hard when everyone was like, Terra, no! Terra, get out of here! You're timing! I was just howling, and then I closed it all. Just in case there was a chat spoiler, I closed it all. I was like a little bit after that. One of the peeps told us, yeah, it was so funny. Did Kuiper finish Endwalker, by the way? I saw that her title was like The End Part 2 or something like that. Did she actually finish? Nope. Oh shit, there's more to go. Kuiper artfully moved her camera, but it was close. Shit. That's tomorrow. Oh god. Oh god. She's almost at the last zone. That's so exciting. Princess, forgive us. We never meant to cost you the treasures. Aye, that's the lot. Good to have the plunder back. Okay, but she's so hot. You've come, you have what you came for, Rosalind. Now release my people. Lads, I remember seeing an empty pair of shackles in the brig. Stow the princess below decks, along with the others. Tomorrow is a full day, final day to finish Endwalker MSQ. I'm so stressed for her. I'm so stressed for her. Does she have enough tissues? Does she have comfort food? When I did, I think it was either 5.0 or 5.3, specifically asked me what I wanted for comfort food for that day, and it was grilled cheese and tomato soup, and it was perfect. I ended stream and then I was just like sad eating my grilled cheese. Yeah, I'm sure we could have said more to her, but her chat was in emote only, like always. Yes, to be safe. What? No, you gave me your word. You said you believed I'd actually barter treasures for hostages. Ain't a reason in the realm for me to keep that promise, child. You will need something for it too. Yeah, I'm sure I will. Captain, I caught him. Allow me to present Oboro, the last of the princess's would-be rescuers. Oh, Oboro, why did you follow me? Oboro's disciple ran away, Captain. Yes. Fled with his tail between his legs. These so-called shinobi, they were never a match for me. How do I communicate with emotes that Terra didn't come over? So I went with bits. Oh, you're so smart. You're so smart to do it that way. Get like 2 boxes of tissues? God damn, I'm scared. Expect things to lighten up after tomorrow. Ooh. It's because she's doing massive spoiler areas. Got you. Oh, I'm so scared. That's still a way away for me, so I'm safe for now, but I don't know how I'm going to survive it. And the new order will follow me. Fight for my attention and beg for my teachings. Yes, yes, yes. Don't be scared, be hopeful. Smile better suits a hero. See, princess, I paid for Redway with cold, hard coin, and you got yourself 2 rat-eared ninjas. With what? Promises? You get what you pay for. What's this? Is the Iron Orchid wilted? You lost your baubles, you lost your bodyguards, and failed your people. How's it feel, eh? Hi, Ponk! 1 year of getting first tattoo! Ponk, love that for you. Arrgh! Ta-da! Oh, I like how we're all shadowy! What? 3-point landing. God, we're so anime. No. You're not supposed to be here. Get away. Leave. Sir? Akagi? Tell me, princess, how does it feel knowing you're not alone? You need not despair, princess. Here are 2 who still serve in your name. Please, trust to them. This is literally the anime job. It's so good. Save me, sir. I order you to defeat these dogs. You have your duty, sir. Let's get it. I've seen in LB3. Yeah, I saw fucking Yugiri just casually dropping 4 of them. Just casually, because she felt like it. Oh, this is my first time having access to Armor Crush. Oh, so cool. Oh, so cool, dude. Let's go. I can refresh Huton. I can refresh Huton without hard casting it. It's so good. It's so good. I didn't get out of it in time. Embarrassing. Holy Jesus. Oh, I think I need to get rid of that circle, huh? It's gonna keep spawning bats, unfortunately. Oh, where'd he go? Dream Within a Dream is really cool. I like that 3-hit. That's fun. Oh, Rosalind killed Redway! Jesus! Oh no, I'm gonna drop Pluton. Armor Crush. Armor Crush is amazing. Oh, where have you been all my life, Armor Crush? I can focus so much more on damage. So nice. Akagi? Akagi? Your HP is giving me a concern, Akagi. Oh my god. Akagi's fucking dead. Akagi! No, I will avenge you. I will avenge you. Oboro! Akagi needs bloodwetting. They're not high enough level. Oboro! Wait, is Akagi actually fucking dead? Hello? I'm just catching up with chat. Jera. I love how your massively scary, powerful warrior of light is so tiny compared to everyone else. Yeah. Literally Godslayer this big. So jealous you get to play it for the first time. This is going to be one of those games like Outer Wilds where I'm going to wish when it's over that I could wipe my brain and start over. Like, Outer Wilds is, I guess, now technically my second favorite game. If you like the way that Final Fantasy makes you feel, you should play Outer Wilds. I don't think you'll regret it. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful game. Something that you can only experience once. Whew. Oh, we're talking how Kuiper mutes during... Yeah, I see, I see. I get that opinion, Rando. Ranger, thanks for the follow, by the way. I sold me on Outer Wilds. Yes! Thank you! Not enough people know about Outer Wilds. I bring it up and they're like, Outer Worlds? That like Fallout style game? And it's like, no, bestie, Outer Wilds. It's so beautiful. I think it's one of the first games that I ugly cried on stream over. Oh, I missed some dialogue. My bad, my bad. Akagi's alive and well. Okay, I was actually kind of concerned. Princess, thank the heavens you're safe. And what about you? Are you hurt? We can seek treatment upon returning to town. Lally ho. Sir, I was lucky to have a shinobi like you in my service. For all my skill, I couldn't have done this alone. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. The treasures of the Yatsurugi clan are mine. Their sale will buy tools. This is why she wanted them? Their sale will buy tools for farming and storehouses for our grain. With hard work, our lands will prosper. She wanted them just to sell them? You have our thanks as well, Shinobi. The princess is the standard we rally to, the beacon that will lead us to restoring our nation. There are not words to express our gratitude for defending her. What a good bean! I thought she wanted them because of, like, it's their clan's treasures, and she wanted them back for, like, I don't know, clan reasons. I didn't know she wanted to sell them. Well, I hope now our lands will be free of winter. May the snows melt in the spring sun and deliver us from our cold, parched lives. Come, my friends, let's go home and rebuild. Ninja villages are usually self-sufficient and pretty much avoid hoarding treasure. It makes sense in retrospect, but I didn't even think about it. Look up nothing about Outer Wilds. Yeah, my entire Outer Wilds playthrough is on my YouTube channel, so if you're subbed to that, just be wary of it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Maybe look at it after the fact to get your emotional vampirism, but it's a beautiful game. A lot of people are turned off by like the space aspect, the space aesthetic of it, but God, I fucking love that game. It's so good. It's so good. Used to be my favorite game until 5.3, until 5.3 Shadowbringers. Now this has become my favorite game. You completed your mission, sir, and saved a country and her people. Remember this moment to look back upon with pride in your heart. Well, I think we must away. The storehouse awaits, as do long meditations on today's events. Oh my god, Coco, you're one of them. You're one of the people that when you say Outer Wilds, they think Outer Worlds. No. Outer Wilds. A small indie title that is incredible and deserved so much more love than it got. Burger? Thank you. How'd you know I was hungry? It's best bring me little A&W burger. Noted. Yeah, it was on Game Pass. It sadly came off of Game Pass since then, but it's fully worth its retail price. It is fully worth it. Such a beautiful game. No idea what Outer Wilds is. I say you could safely watch the trailer and not experience the spoilers. Outer Wilds is, all I'll give you as a description is it's a handcrafted pocket universe. Well, not a pocket universe, but a self-contained universe that has a mystery that you are trying to understand. That's all I'll say. It's so good. It's so good. Outer Wilds is pretty frequently on sale on Steam. Yep. Recommend you wishlist it, get it 50% off or something, but it is a game that's fully worth its full price. It's one of those games that kind of changes your outlook on things after you finish it. Like cathartic, therapeutic in that sort of way. And I feel like everyone pulls a different experience from it as well. It's, just fucking play it. Don't make me beg. Play Outer Wilds, you will not regret it. Yep, Outer Wilds has some of the most creative planet concepts. Yep. It's an Ishikawa, basically, yeah. Yeah, by the time you're ending it and when you have an understanding of what's going on, what's happening, it's like, oh, it's so bittersweet. It's great. I don't want to say too much, obviously, because it's one of those experiences, but it's like that. If you like feeling like that after a game, Outer Wilds delivers it in spades. That was a promising first mission, sir. Only one most skilled in our art could have earned Princess Yuki's trust as you did. But for now, the time for excitement has passed, and I'm looking forward to quiet meditation. Oboro! So this is where you vanished to. Princess? Had you not started homewards? I had something to tell you before I left. I plan to send a formal note of thanks for the duties you performed in my name, from the Yatsurugi clan to your village. Your people and mine both must rebuild. I thought a letter might spark a friendship, but I'm unsure of your customs. Should I just address it to your village elders? Yes, that would be perfect. The village would welcome your friendship, Princess. Thank you for... Wait, to the village elders? All right, it shall be done. Thank you, Oboro. I look forward to meeting again, sir. No, the elders think I've stayed in Eorzea to treat my wounds. If they find out I'm running about on new missions... I have to catch her. Curses, why does she have to be so fast? Princess, wait. Oh my god, Huraijin. Where do I put this? Coco, the music. I didn't even mention the music in Outer Wilds. Oh, so good. This concludes the Ninja Quest for Heavensward. Okay, we're good. We've done all those things. Anything first person makes me sick to my tummy. It makes me want to cry because I love Pokemon Snap. No! Not the motion sickness. Huraijin. How do I abilities? Huraijin. Where do I put you? Shift 3 sounds like a good place for you. Potency of 200 grants Huton for 60 seconds. Oh my god. Bro. The only thing that's going to be bad about it is if it interrupts my 1, 2, 3. But I doubt it will. Few things do. Whew. Moon, is that not true though? It's one of those games I wish I could scream about it more, but I won't. Because you can't, because you might risk spoiling something. If it helps, Jolly thinks about Nier the same way you feel about... That does help. That does help, Balur. People feel about Nier the same way that I feel about Outer Wilds. That actually puts it into perspective. It doesn't, but it eats a GCD. That's fine. For instant Huton, that's fine. You only use Huraijin if it drops or you die or something. It's not used standardly. It's because you open with Huton. stealth to refresh it, right? So it's an emergency button. It's an emergency button, but it's still an emergency button I like to see. It already went on my bar. Oh, I need to remove the other one. Oh, alas and alack, whatever am I to do? Oh, sir, as a shinobi, I'm loath to admit this, but I did not see you come in. Truth be told, I've been somewhat distracted of late. Princess Yuki, it would seem, sent a letter to my village praising us for our efforts on her behalf, thus revealing my story of an injury preventing me from making the journey home, for the ruse that it was. But my shame is not that I have been summoned back to the village, but rather quite the opposite. Despite knowing that I am hale and hearty, my elders seem to be in no particular hurry to welcome me back into the fold. Should the time come when we have need for you in Doma, we shall summon for you. Until then, you are to remain at your post and do all in your power to aid our countrymen in Eorzea. Such were their words. Is this how far I have fallen? Am I a falcon bereft of its claws, a dull blade tossed to the wayside by its master? For all I know, I have been all but exiled to this place. I'm sorry, sir. Heaven knows that you did not come here to listen to my griping. On a brighter note, I just received— Not Captain Jack! Can we be done with Captain Jack, please? I can't read when he talks. It would seem some Easterners are causing something of a stir. I suppose I should be grateful that someone still has need of my services. However, it would seem the Kami have led you here at a most opportune time. Would you care to accompany me? Yes. Boop, boop. This is a capstone quest? They replaced class quests. They only appear at level 70. Are you sure? I thought this was Stormblood. Didn't Stormblood still have quests? Or is this capstone already? Now this is the content I love and enjoy. All the good vibes always. Pink Hawaiian, I appreciate you. No, yes. I thank you, my friend. Let us make for Limsa Luminza and see what our friends at the Rogues Guild would ask of us. I saw no, I saw yes. I'm confused. Stormblood still has job. Yeah, I thought it's 70 to 80 was roll. Oh, there's story quests not required to learn anything? I still like experiencing the story. That little bit there was great. With Yuki. I wonder what adventures we'll get on next. Where to? Fisher. I'm on NA Ranger. I'm on Dynamis Madoin, the new one. Capstone quests are yellow, yes. Are all of them in Mordona? I think the Red Mage one, the Gunbreaker one are in Mordona. I still have to do them to get my 70 ability. Am I missing something? Oh, Tenchi Jin. I don't have Tenchi Jin. Storm quests were when I kept showing up to important things in the Speedo, making a mockery of their serious work. No. Oh. You can do them all at once, but the last quest is required. Gotcha. Black Ridge was in Ul'dah, Dragoon was in Kurthis, so they're not all Mordona. Damn, it would have been too convenient. Well, if it ain't the dimberest damber of them all, I trust you've been keeping your stabbers sharpened. What with you and Oboro on the job, I reckon all'll be bob before the Darkmans come round. Here's where we stand. One of me little birds in the Kraken's arms came chirping to me a story about Domans, who I reckon are breaking one code or another. Seems they, the Krakens, that is, were out snilching the eastern seas when they grabbled a vessel flying Garlean colors, and they won't, as they're wont to do. But then came the rub. The crew claimed to be Doman, you see, and upon whittling their captor's identity, they changed tack? I hate you, Jack! They changed tack, begging for asylum on Eorzean shores, and offering the entirety of their cargo in full in return for safe passage. Call him a Bene Cove or a fool, the Kraken captain took the self-styled Domans up on their offer, stowing the eastern treasures and the Easterners themselves away in the hold. They set sail for Limsa. But after pulling into port, a funny thing happened. No sooner had the Krakens dropped anchor than the refugees put on their best beater cases and skulked off into the dead of Darkmans, leaving all their treasures behind. all their treasures save one, a scroll of sorts that had been hidden in a corner, all inconspicuous like. Carvalane reckons that the Doman refugees have played us for some rum fun, and they're off selling the scroll on the black markets for good blunt even as we speak. I see. So you would have us recover the scroll in question and bring the thieving Domans to justice. I'm honored to lend what aid I can, and yet I cannot help but wonder, just what could it be about this scroll that makes it so valuable to my countrymen? Well, we're not going to whittle the scrap just sitting around here on our daddles, now are we? Let's snilch town and see what the common coves and morts have and haven't seen. Sir, why don't you go pay, holy fuck, Tolwan a visit at the wench, as if there's any rumors going around about any shifty Easterners, like as not that Mort would know. You do remember what to order, aye? Course a dimber-damber like yourself would. Good luck out there and keep your waddles open. We'll be waiting for you in Bulwark when you're through. I don't remember, but I think I'll remember when I see it. It was a very peculiar drink, I believe. Essentially, you go back to the same person that gave the job quests. Gotcha. Wish I could stick around longer, but I gotta wrap up with work and then go pick up my kids when I'm done. Krisha, thanks for hanging out with us. There's always the VOD. There's always the VOD in the future, don't you worry. Only found out about those quests because I was flying around Kurthus and noticed there was a new quest in there, and you're like, what's this? Because of my luck in Mordona, like, I saw 2 locked quests. Shit, how do I warp? Here we go. Boom, boom. I saw 2 locked quests, like, side by side, and because of my luck of leveling Red Mage and Gunbreaker, I realized that they were a thing that exists. Right there, from Arya, and right there, from Radovan. And so I was like, oh, what are these? Why are they locked? And then I realized that they're capstones. Gunblades of the Patriots. But we'll come back for those another time. Maybe we'll make a stream out of a bunch of capstones. Iltoan. So this is why I had the assumption that they would all show up in Mordona. Keep your waddles open, you dimba damba, and stitch those speeder cases. I hate it. Rando, I hate it. I thought we'd be done with Jack by now. It hurts my tiny little brain. Wait, who am I talking to? The drowning wench? It's down below, isn't it not? How do I get down below? Lift! Lift attendant, help me. Just skip his dialogue? No, that's rude. Somebody put a lot of effort into that thieves' cant. It's like being a pirate from New Jersey. I love it. No. Drowning wench is up? Bro, I don't understand Limsa. A weak ale. Ah, you must be here on business. Mayhaps I could offer you something from our underground menu. Now what's your fancy? I knew I would recognize it when I saw it. Guests from the east, you say? Why yes, I do believe we had some visitors not long ago matching the description. They left shortly before you arrived. I make a habit of pricking my ears up to catch our patrons' every whisper, but the party in question required little such effort. Why, they were shouting of tales of riches and glory in a roar that could wake the dead. Said they were on their way to Wineport to make a transaction of a lifetime, though they weren't keen on going into detail. Just between us, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something less than savory about their business. Speaking of savory, can I interest you in our seafood stew? No, I'm good, bestie. I'm good, thank you. Wineport to Wineport. Boop. Your hoodie should arrive on the 10th. Let's go on. I'm so excited for you. It's what I'm wearing today. Hottest here in Limsa is Breathale, the Forge Master. I don't think I've seen them. Is that for like blacksmithing? Because I haven't picked up blacksmith yet. I only have goldsmith and miner. What am I here for? Why did I come here? Oh, fuck. I was supposed to tell Jack what I learned. Fuck! Whoopsies! I got ahead of myself. Blacksmith job quest guy. He's such a babe. In Limsa, right? I'm down to see a babe. Are you kidding? Any day of the week, I will go see a babe. Blacksmith. Wait. Huh? Where is the blacksmith? Near the Aft Castle? Upper level? Okay. Blacksmith and Armorer are at the same spot in Limsa. They share a spot. Culinarian, storming the hull. So you want to be a blacksmith? Yes, I do. Well, I don't want to yet. I just want to see you. Tutor! Hey friends, moving is done. Still gradually unpacking, but your lower back is thrown. Ultimately survived the ordeal. How's Streamstrand? Streamstrand's fantastic. I'm glad to hear your move was mostly smooth, Tutor. As we said before you left, I fucking hate moving. Awful. Oh, Brithale. Let me look at you good and proper. He looks like... At first glance, I thought it was like a Dom face, but I don't know if it is. I think he would surprise you and he'd be a bottom. I think he'd be a sub. He looks tired. Retro trolley sexual. I think he would be. Looking at his type, I think he would be. Blacksmith and Armor are the most logical crafting guilds ever. They're in the same tower. Yeah. Yeah. He looks like Matt14 from Twitter, kinda. I don't know who that is. After he's caught up, we need to drag Terra into group fishing excursion. Ocean fishing? A sub? But he's so good at pounding. Yeah, he gets all his pounding out at work. When he gets home, he wants to get pounded. You know what I mean? During his quest line, definitely bottom. Love how I could pick him just like that. Love how I can pick him just by looking at him. How much MGP do you have? I have enough for the mount. I'm just scared. I'm scared to buy it. The near mount. I have 379,000. I'm just scared. He has such bottom energy. That just makes him a switch though? Fair. Fair. A bottom leaning switch, we'll say. Like, look at those eyes. Tired? Looking like he wants to be a pillow princess a little bit, you know? We don't mind a pillow princess every now and then, but like, just a little bit. Just a little bit of a pillow princess. It's fine. It's okay if you're tired. I'll take care of you. What? What are we talking about? Where's Jack? Hey Jack, can you save me from horny? Oh boy. Oh boy. Passive bottoms bore me. Def bottom leading switch. I love how we just read them like that. Fishing is serious business, Terra. We have a 24-man and big fishing. Ocean fishing, deadass sounds fun. Not here? Where? Jack, where are you, sir? Bulwark. Terra, this week's fashion report is easy to get 80 points for 60. What do I need? What do I need? I still have a while to do it, right? Oh, I got lots of time. I got lots of time for that. Also, I finally unlocked Masked Carnival. That's fun. I like Masked Carnival. Ocean fishing. I've been summoned. Hi, lamb. Ocean fishing's great. You called. Gossip. I will go on an ocean fishing trip, not gonna lie. Comfy community ocean tripping day? Ocean tripping? Ocean fishing. Ocean fishing trip day. Nailed it. Nailed it. Although my fisher's only level 5, so maybe not for me. The right dyes and gear for fashion report each week. Pretty easy to put together. Alpine jacket dyed orchard brown. That's it? That can't be it. Hi Ian, welcome in. Carnival is hecking neat content. I love Carnival. I'm going to be saving most of Carnival for stream. I just wanted to do a few of them to get a taste for it, but I'm actually going to be saving most of Carnival for stream because it's just fun. It's just fun and cool, and it has good music. Ocean tripping sounds fun, not going to lie. I mean, that's basically what ocean fishing is. It's actually the perfect method to level up? Really? The lower the level, the better. Oh, so I can go as a level 5 fisher? Wait, this is news to me. Hold on. Ooh. Oh, level 10 for ocean fishing. Okay. Ooh, okay. Say less. Wait, you can unlock it at 1. Sick. Ocean fishing day? Ocean fishing day? Hello? I just moved one of my alts to Modwin, so the road to 80 bonus will motivate me to finish leveling him. My beautiful big blue lizard. Hell yeah, she plays. Hell yeah. You can do ocean fishing at level 1. Thank you, Evicent. Appreciate you. Only thing being high level gets you more points easily with the skills and triple hook. I have saved all of my crappy gatherer gear, like through quests and stuff, so that should help a little bit, right? Like just a little bit. Ocean fishing is every 2 hours. Got it. You got your fisher to 1 to 80 in 3 days. Was that with road to 80? What does your thirstometer say about these two dagger boys? These two? How do I feel about them? Jack is hot as fuck. Jack is hot as fuck. I forgive him. And he's also hot as fuck because he's got Ardbert look. You know what I mean? Oboro, for me, he's like a 7 out of 10, personally. He's too uptight. He's too uptight for me. Yeah, Jack just needs to not talk. That's all. He just needs to not talk, and he's way hotter. Just needs a muzzle. I love how we're all in the same boat here. Just don't open your mouth. Just be silent. It's true, you can get to like 10 to 20 levels per fishing trip if your luck is good enough and you catch enough. That's so cool. That was, so in 3 days without road to 80, that's gonna be like 1 day with road to 80. Yo, one day we go ocean fishing, okay? Before I lose my road to 80, we go ocean fishing. Yeah? Yeah? I need to keep track of, is there any way for me to find out the day that I came to Modwin? Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Is there any way that I can find out when I came to Modwin? Is there anything like time stamped? Because I need to figure out when I'm going to lose this buff. And I have to use it like as much as I can. I've been using it a lot, but not as much as I should. Just a ball gag? I mean, what? You went 5 to 90 in a day on fish with leaves. Leaves are a good thing to do as well. Slash playtime is probably your best bet, but I was initially on Adamantoise. I was on Adamantoise and moved to Modwin. Terry, you could go on 2 fishing trips every stream and still have 5 hours to do whatever. How long are the fishing trips? Are they not that long? Pretty sure you lose it when you get your first job to 80? No, I have several jobs at 80 now. It's 90 days. I think you should have an email. Oh, I think I do. I think I do, Ree. Because it treated it as if it was like a product purchased, even though it was completely free. I think I do have an email. 20 or 30 minutes? Hell yeah. Okay, I'll get my fisher ready for tomorrow, and then tomorrow we'll just do some casual ocean fishing in between stuff. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, that'll be fun. 30 minutes, maybe. Broken up into 3 sections. I'm excited. Yo, that sounds fun. Dynamis was only added 1st of November. It can't be earlier than that. It was during one of the bidding periods. Actually, Golsif, you and I probably have DMs right before I transferred. Worst case, I could use RDMs to find what day I transferred over. Because Golsif gave me a small loan of 3 million gil. Golsif gave me a small loan of 3 million gil to buy a house. Fuck you, I ain't look at. No, I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Yeah, time frame is 90 days or whenever the server loses preferred status, whichever comes later. Yeah. Shout out to the 2 Dynamis players. Let's go. I saw Zepla today, Vidoda. It was so cool. I was actually kind of starstruck. Zepla was doing the Heavensward event at the same time that I was doing it. I was like, oh, the goddess. She is near me. She is near me. It was cool. So our lads are headed to Wineport, eh? Bene work, sir. Remind me to slip Tolwan some extra blunt next time we stop by the wench for libations. God, Jack, stop talking. That said, something doesn't sit right with me. Cackling their plans for every drunkard and tavern wench to hear. I reckon our friends might be looking to amuse us. If you whittle my gist, keep your eyes open and your stab us sharp, mates. She's breathing the same air. Literally. I literally cannot tell you the last time I felt starstruck in a game, but I felt starstruck in that moment. And I've only recently learned about Zepla. I've seen like maybe like 3 of their videos. And I lurked in... They had a holiday costume contest. I lurked in part of that. So Zepla's like really new to me, even though Zepla's not new at all. Zepla is the poo, heart of the 14 community, definitely. So I was absolutely starstruck. Reminds me, I gotta level my Dynamis ult while you have the buff. Yes, you do, Lamb. You will level so fast. It's crazy. Like Ninja, I don't know when I picked up Ninja, but I just do roulettes. I just do a few roulettes and it's 70 now. What else do I have? White Mage, I got to 49 in like a day of like not hard playing. Sage 82, Gunbreaker 80, Monk 80, Reaper 74. Like, most of these were just dumb easy to level. Ooh. The Rabbit Queen during the Rabbit seasonal event? Pog. And if I may, champ, you may. I'll allow it. Jack, weed whittle, you're just any day. Just with a muzzle. That's all I ask. Just with a muzzle. Y'all hear that though, everyone? Have your Fisher Glam ready. Correct. Have your Fisher Glam ready. Well, there's a bleeding surprise. The code-breaking curs have already bit the blow and hopped the twig. Shut the hell up. Jack, I hate you. With a caravan's worth of bingo in tow. Word is they were last seen beating a path for Bloodshore. Like, he's very fuckable, but not when he talks. But what could they mean to... Wait a bleeding moment. What if the grog's not meant for selling, but keeping their throats wet on a long voyage? I reckon our lads are trying to smuggle the scroll home. There's no time to lose. Let's brush off our beater cases and make for Bloodshore all quick-like. Oldborough and I'll snilch the north side, sir. You take to the south. We have to catch these curs before they slip our daddles for good. I hate him. I hate when he talks. It hurts my brain more than Eorzea. And that's saying something. Wait, am I here? You know what? I am here, but I'm exceptionally lazy, so we're gonna warp. Me seeing your character screen? Terra, do I need to log in and repair all your damn gear? Civ, don't call me out. Don't call me out. This gear is fine. This gear is fine. Let's not talk about my other gear. Does he speak in only euphemism? He speaks thieves can't. Thieves can't, I can't stand. It's awful. Izagi straight to horny jail with that one. Straight to horny jail. Fun story. Zepla became famous by posting a unique series of posts on Reddit. She started by comparing... I love her more. She started by comparing penis sizes amongst the various races of 14, and while some called it squick, she handled it with her normal humor and aplomb. What a legend. What a legend Zepla is. Hello, I adore. Hopefully I can participate at that one. Hoping so too. I can absolutely get down on ocean fishing with mates. Also, we can tie Jack to the mast and make him watch as we all have fun. Remember to duct tape though, in case he starts talking correct. Jack and Kaishir would get along. I could still hear the latter say Giza was doing it, was doing his nut. Kaishir isn't that bad. Kaishir was not that bad. He just has a little bit of a weird slang. Yeah, Kaishir was not nearly as bad as Jack. Maybe it's because I'm Irish, but I can understand Jack perfectly. Imagine understanding Jack. Kaishir's your favorite. Kaishir's so cute. Such a good bean. Heh. You just had to poke your your nose in our business, eh? Guess you leave us no choice. Nah. You leave me no choice. Wait, they didn't insta-die? Hang on. This is not fair. Oh, shed fishing! Still need to get your dolphin minion. What about your shark mount? Do you have your shark mount? Very important. Honeybee title is proof. There's a honeybee title? I feel like I need to apologize for how you've glammed Sheer. If you don't glam Kaishir in a leopard print speedo, are you even living your best life? No apologies necessary. That is literally just living your best life. You got shark cut mount, love him. I want it. I want it. It's the real reason to level ocean fishing. Or level fisher, I mean. My main boy has a seagull minion, a feathery little legend. Aw. I fought Kaishir in 2B but died to match his hair. That's cute. But leopard print speedo though. I just want to raise the argument of leopard print speedo. You didn't use that specific speedo. Use the blue one to match his hair. You're so thoughtful, Izagi. You're so thoughtful. The glams I've seen poor Kaishir. People did not leave that cute boy alone. Understandably. Glammed him shirtless with the gold saucer bunny ears. Oh, hell yeah. Let me guess. You came upon a couple of rough-looking coves. Those coves came waving the stabbers in my face before I could edge in a word. I reckon 'twas the same for you. Yes, sir, Jack, sir. The scroll is nowhere to be seen, nor is anything resembling a ship. If I did not know better, I would say they were a simple group of ruffians enjoying their ill-gotten grog. The dim one sees. The dim... Is Karasu back? Is this Karasu? The dim one sees, but does he truly see? No, these unfortunate men were but pawns in a grand scheme, as disposable as the bottles that now litter the shore. Karasu? 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 He is Karasu! Look at his pose! Yo! I'm so happy. Meanwhile, your true quarry... Wait! Black Marketeer... Did I not notice when he called him the dim one last we talked to him? I thought it was the same merchant we've been dealing with earlier on in the ninja quests. Hello? How did I not catch on sooner? Meanwhile, your true quarry has boarded a trader and sails for Kugane even as we speak, under the auspices of the East Aldenar Trading Company, no less. So cunning a scheme I wish I'd thought of it myself. Or did I? How do you know all? How do you know all, bugger me? You're the cove from the House of the Sticks. Yay! Even though it's playing ominous music, I'm still happy. Karasu Redbeak! Childhood friends turned bitter enemies, then friends once more. Reunited after far too long. Our hero returns, and the audience swoons. I was literally swooning though. He's not lying. Oh, what a joyous day. Or is it? I'll say this much, dim one. For once, you've managed to surprise me. To think the oh-so-serious Oboro would lie to his elders to avoid having to make the journey home, only to find he wasn't welcome to begin with. Oh, the irony of it all. Enough of your preening and prattling, Karasu. I want answers. How did you know we were here? Just what is your connection to the thieves we pursue? You mean the thieves who already eluded your clumsy grasp, just as I am about to do? I fear that is a story for another day. What a fucking legend. I love him. Bah, ever the slippery bird, that one. That daft rook's an acquaintance of yours. That's news to Jack's waddles. Meanwhile, we've got our work cut out for us if we still want to grabble that scroll. Is there anywhere we can have a few wids, you know, secret-like? Say no more, Captain Jack. As luck would have it, our base of operations is but a short walk from these parts. Sir, pray join us at the storehouse. No, can Jack go home now? Jack, please go home. I can't read your fucking speak no more, sir. Say no more, Jack, please. Please say no more. It's pain. I can fly over there. I'm not that lazy. Say no more, Captain Jack, please, please. The original Black Marketeer was murdered during the Rogue quests. Did I forget that fact? Yes, because exclamation mark memory. Asian Karasu. I love the dollar store Asian. Asian from Wish. Where's our little house? Oh, there it is. From what I'm gathering is that the Ninja Rogue quests are just a massive drama club. Yes! Oh my god, yes. To be reduced to a drama club? Yeah. Yeah, That's accurate. Aside from 50 to 60. 50 to 60 was kind of cool. But now we're back to drama club. It was when you captured the crazy woman with an axe that wanted to mount. Oh shit, she did want to mount Jack though. She really did. She didn't hide it. Still can't hear Captain Jack without remembering DDR Star. DDR Star? Nani? I don't know this. Karasu Redbeak. Of all the places I thought our search might lead us, never in my wildest dreams did I think it would lead us to him. Come square with me, Oboro. Just who is this Karasu Cove? Can we trust him? Or is he like as not to stick us his stabbers in our back the moment we turn a blind eye? No, I mean, yes. I mean, he's neither or both. Perhaps I should say it's complicated. Judging from your reaction, it sure seems as much. Anyway, if our men have set sail for Hingashi, I reckon we've no choice but to do the same. I wasn't exactly prepared for a long voyage, but damned if I'll leave this job half done. That said, shamed as I am to admit it, this old Jack's first journey to the Far East, I wouldn't know Kugane from a rum doxy's ass, and I don't know if a rogue can do his work without knowing the lay of the land. Worry not, Captain Jack. I have traveled there on many an occasion to procure tools of my trade from the finest Hingan artisans. It would be my pleasure to serve as your guide. I get so tripped up. I get tripped up even more than normal after reading Jack's speech. It hurts. Your presence would be most heartening as well, sir. Kugane is a city where anything can happen, and there's no telling what dangers await us there. I'll agree with that, but mind you, sir's a right busy cove. What say we do it this way? Oboro and I'll go on ahead, and we'll send word. We'll send for you once we've done snilched out the place and worked out our next plan of action. A reasonable plan, Captain Jack. In that case, pray check in at the storehouse from time to time. I will send word to Yomei when we require your services. In the meantime, may the Kami guide you in your training. Jack's speak gives me a stroke. Literally, sis. Literally. Oh, Dance Dance Revolution. He had a not insubstantial contribution to those games. Oh, that's sick. Several songs on DDR by Captain Jack, including the song Captain Jack. Huh. Interesting. Former Doctor Who character and later Torchwood lead, but also a DDR mapper? Question mark? Singer? Songwriter? I don't fucking know. See, even though Oboro is uptight, I prefer him over Jack. He's more my type. Jack is a bit foppish. I don't know what the right word is. Boop. I can get that, and I get that because literally my mod Valora, we have overlapping tastes, but her tastes are much more Sir Amaric, whereas my tastes tend to lead like in an Eorzea direction. Do you know what I mean? Does that paint it but clear? I do appreciate Baymeric a lot, but I tend to lean like an Eorzea slash male. I can't think of an iconic male Highlander. In terms of men, anyways. I like fops, but I fear Jack would wander from bed to bed, and I prefer someone who would aim for one partnership, like Oboro. Roban, Thancred? Thancred now, not before. Thancred now. So my tastes, they're much more personality. They're much more personality. Thancred, I did not like. He seemed too cocky. He seemed much like jumping bed to bed, and I didn't like it. But as of his development in Shadowbringers, I'm suddenly like, okay, you're interesting to me. You're suddenly becoming attractive. Whereas he didn't really win me over previously. He likes smart men because bottoms can't do math, so he needs someone to do it for him. Shut the hell up. My mind reads Jack's dialogue in a Cockney English accent. Makes it easier to understand the sentence cadence. That actually makes sense. It's not going to help me, but that makes sense. Thancred post dad arc is based. Yes. I'm more for personality myself. It's why I adore Graha. Okay, wait. I forgot. How could I forget about Graha? My tastes lean so hard toward Graha. He's so fucking cute, dude. I would literally kill for him. I would literally kill for Graha. I appreciate Eorzea, but I would literally kill for Graha. Graha would totally settle with the word of like 100%. Graha best boy. Graha, I just want to hug and cuddle. Same. Hello, I'm back. What did I miss? We're talking tastes. In gentlemen. You did. Dying gasp. Shut the hell up. I'd kill for Eorzea. Eorzea and Hori. Hori Boulder! A Hori Boulder appreciator. Yes, Steve. Steve from HR. Yes. Graha, get out. Graha has only one heart, and he'd do anything to help the Warrior of Light find the heart of his life, even if it wasn't Graha, and that would kill him. Yep. Literally, okay, so I'm gonna liken this to, shit, I already lost what I was gonna liken this to. Never mind. But Graha would literally sacrifice his own happiness in not being with you if he knows someone could treat you better and somebody you'd be happier with. Graha would be that. And it would kill him, but he would do everything in his power to make you happy. And that's why we love Graha so fucking much. I love that boy so much. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Hori and his brother got a weird thing going on with a B team. Yep. What's her name? Oh shit, I can't remember her name, but she's so fucking Hori. She's so fucking horny for the Boulder Brothers, and I love her. She's living her best life. Aenor, thank you, it's Aenor. She's living her best fucking life, and we love it for her. Sid is my real life type already, and then Nero is such a little shit. and I really like a little shit. Okay, but Sid's already spoken for game she plays. Sid's already spoken for with Nero. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. Graha's already tried to sacrifice himself too many times. Literally. Sid, though, if he wasn't spoken for, though, Sid's a babe. Sid is a babe. But dude, I even had a crush on Kingdom Hearts Sid, who's like, okay, but like, hang on, I'm not gonna go there. Pretend I didn't say that, because I don't want to open that can of worms right now. If Sid wasn't basically married, exactly. That's Final Fantasy VII Sid. Yeah, okay. That's also partially my type. I like polar ends of the spectrum, but we're not gonna get there. I like my Eorzea. I like my Final Fantasy VII Sid. Okay. Should you make an entire pot of coffee? I would kiss you. I would kiss you, sir. Yes, please. Thank you. Estinian, love him so much since we roamed. Okay, but Estinian, though, I have to fully respect your decisions. Estinian, again, hated him. After his arc, loved him. I like, when was it? Was it 5.2, 5.1? I literally cried because he showed up on screen because I love Estinian so much and I hadn't seen him in forever and I love him. I love Estinian and Aymeric together. Do I ship Aymeric with somebody else? Myself. No, I think they would be cute. I think they would be cute together. Estinian character development is incredible. It's so funny because I watched Valora go through it too. Because she would like occasionally like tell me, like my mod Valora, she would occasionally tell me like where she is in the story and how she's feeling. She's like, I fucking hate Estinian. And I was like, yep, he's awful. Meanwhile, I'm like, I fucking love him. But I couldn't spoil that he gets better, obviously. You got to keep an eye on Graha so he doesn't try to sacrifice it. Graha really out here being like, just trying to sacrifice himself on a Tuesday night because he loves you so much. He's really just trying to make your life perfect. And he's like, I will die for it. And then literally tries to die for it. Aymeric is who I ship my warrior light with. Man's made us fancy dinner, treated us nice. I will put a ring on it if it kills me. Fair, Ian. I will defend your opinion there. Baymeric is Baymeric for a reason. Thancred and Estinian are successful. It's okay, I can fix some examples. They actually are. Steve, they actually are. Xenos, however much I love him, is not an acceptable I can fix him answer. Xenos, I'm starting to accept as maybe too far gone, despite my need and want to fix him. Estinian has that being all edgy, but I'm actually so touch-starved. Yes! And intense that I'd make you my everything vibe. You're right. Hiding the fact that he's incredibly touch-starved. 100%. The Xenos is way too far gone. Hey everyone, we forgot Asahi. As we should have. Fuck Asahi. Aymeric is such a menace, I love him. At this point, Graha is the only 14 character I count as dateable for me. There are still a good number that are doable. Fair. Fair. I'm not factoring in the characters that I would boink versus the characters that I would actually like date. Fuck Asahi? No, fuck Asahi. Most punchable face. Hate fuck Asahi? I wouldn't even. I hate him so much. I will die for you, Graha says, but everyone is saying, please stop. Please do not. Please do not die for me, Graha. Literally. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Welcome in. Sid and Nero is my biggest ship in this game at this point. They are so, okay, Sid and Nero's energy together is so fucking cute. It's only matched by the twins, but the twins are twins, so they would not date. But Sid and Nero's energy is such like a, not grumpy old couple, but like an old couple that just like rags on each other 24/7, but really, really love each other. That is Sid and Nero's dynamic, and I love it. I love it so much. Asahi's VA did such a great job. Honestly, I hate the fuck out of him. No fuck, just hate for Asahi, literally. Also, friendly reminder, Eorzea younger, Thancred. Okay, wait. Those of you who've done the Eden raids, we ship Thancred Eorzea, right? Like, yes? Like, cutest dad couple in the world? Of course, absolutely. Thank you. I just needed to re-illustrate that. Sorta? No, get out. There is, okay, no, that entire raid series was just pure sexual tension, and you can't tell me otherwise. You can't. They need to fuck and get over it. They're both out here pretending like, no, we don't need to fuck. No, we don't need to. But nope, they do. It would be so much better. I I'd rather kiss a porcupine in the quills than kiss a Sahi. Same. Not gonna lie, when I ran into Estinian in Heavensward, I was confused because I did the Dragoon questline and something happens at the end. I heard Dragoon questline makes Estinian better. In the RRR job quest that doesn't explain well, but Estinian as well disappeared at the end of it. Still not clear on the details. I can't wait to do those quests because I heard it makes Estinian's lore better. Problem about Heavensward Estinian is that most people do not talk about him during quests in optional lines. He's so funny back then already. I would not have bought the game after the free trial if he died at the end of Heavensward, right? You'd be like, no more Estinian? I'm out. I'm out. I met Selk as something younger than me. Would have liked, but current me does not. Dude, I love Emmett. I love Emmett. Okay, here's what I'll say about Emmett. I love Emmett, but Emmett has... I'm gonna make myself sad. Emmett has too much pain. Emmett has too much baggage is the word. Emmett has too much baggage, but I love him and I want the best for him. But, no, he's too hurt. Even I couldn't fix that. Eden's storyline was just about the tension that a pair of gay dads feel when their lesbian daughter wants their girlfriend whilst they're gone on holiday. Steve, yes, that illustrates it perfectly. I have no romantic feelings for Emmett, but I do have love for Emmett. Izagi, same. We can fix Emmett Terra. No, we really can. We really can. And that's part of what Emmett's storyline arc was about, was knowing that and learning that. And just experiencing, okay, Emmett's whole thing is he just wanted, not to be acknowledged, that's not the right word. He wanted to be understood. Emmett wanted to be understood so bad. And that's why he made you walk through all of Amarant. That's why he made you live through all of it, so you understood what was at stake and what he was doing and why he was doing it. And I loved it. It was beautiful development, but he was so far gone. So far gone. Love him to death, but fuck. Emmett wanted to be remembered. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. We can fix him. I lit a bussy as Ardbert. You get 2 in 1. It wasn't until the Unukalhai moment that I realized that Elidibus was going to be a great character, and he was, and it was so cool. I'm really glad that you guys pushed me to go back to those trials and learn the Unukalhai lore, because whoa, that was a mind blow. Emmett is like Arthur Morgan. Yeah, I've worked 11 hours today. I'm not ready for tears. No, not Arthur. How dare you liken them, Ian? How dare you liken them? Yeah, he has some cute dialogue about her when she was working at the bar too, watching her pining. Wait, I missed something that Islua talked about. Something about pining. I missed something. I missed something there. The planning that must have gone into this game is insane. It's Ishikawa, dude. It's Ishikawa. Just incredible writer. Incredible writer. Like, holy shit. How do you feel on Hien? He feels like a himbo. He feels like a himbo. He's simple, and I love him. Hien was good. Hien wasn't great, but Hien was good. Oh, you said you shipped Thancred and Flamin. You can't stop me. Thancred and Flamin is weird. It's weird. It's cute, but it's weird. Maybe I'm just projecting something, but Coltonet has so many lines that sounds like him and Hori are canon together. I was getting that vibe too. As far as our B team Scions go, Coltonet and Hori, I was also getting the vibe that they were something more than just like adventurer pals. I think they were more like adventurer pals, adventuring into some holes, if you know what I mean. There's one character I do like a fair bit, but don't know if you've met them yet. The Machinist Guildmaster. I did Machinist. I think that was before I stopped playing when Endwalker came out, so I don't actually remember them. Gosetsu daddy as fuck. Can confirm. Can confirm. Hien had a linear storyline, and I was so happy to have it. Yeah. Thancred and what? I think Thancred Flamin I could see due to 1.0, but I do see Thancred and Urianger thanks to Eden. Yeah. It's not that weird. The two of them basically raised Minfilia after the events of 1.0. I feel like if you have 1.0 lore, you could ship it, but me not having that lore, it feels weird to me. B team is just one big relationship minus Aenor's sister. Aenor's sister is such a, she's so uptight. She's so uptight about her sister being horny for the Boulder Brothers. Don't know if you did Wanderer's Palace hard quests, but there's a canon gate. Do I have Wanderer's Palace? What X pack is Wanderer's Palace? Yo, I want to see some gay representation. Let's go. I don't know if I've done it. ARR? Wanderer's Palace. I don't think I even have base Wanderer's Palace. I might just be blind. I'm usually blind in these things. I don't have it. I don't have it. Hello? The fuck? It's level 50. It's a level 50 dungeon. Castrum, Praetorium, Pharaoh Sirius, Copperbell, Hawk Manor, Amdapor, Halatali, Brayflux, Hullbreaker, Tamterra, Stone Vigil, Snowcloak, Satasha Sunken. I don't have it. Huh. Fuck. You might not have it unlocked. It's optional. Oh, I don't. I think I skipped a lot of the optional ARRs. Both versions are optional. Well, shit. We got to go back. We'll do that tomorrow. I got to give you guys at least a little bit of MSQ today, like I promised. That's one of the good ones. Let's do it tomorrow. Deal. Handshake. We'll do Wanderer's Palace and the hard mode tomorrow. I could see Thancred stopping in occasionally to give Flamin a hug, but not like full-on relationship. Maybe if you did 1.0, you could see it differently. But to me, Flamin, how old is Flamin? I thought she was like 50, but I think somebody said she's quite young. Flamin is just kind of there, other than some side quests in ARR, yeah. I'm one of those people who doesn't really find the Limsa leader hot. You don't like Merlwyb? Merlwyb is so mommy, dude. I love Merlwyb. I literally joined the Maelstrom because of Merlwyb. She's in her 30s. Damn, why is she looking like a little old lady? They really did Flamin dirty. She looking like a 63-year-old, like, I'm just knitting a sweater. Like, she's 37. Damn, they did her dirty. My free company mate keeps calling my character mommy. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm a bit concerned about you playing Endwalker. Watch your YouTube videos, and I'm emotional myself. Cried less during Shadowbringers. Was a mess. Still, I have so many concerns. It's taken us this long to get to 5.4, and I'm still scared. Thancred's 32. Yeah, that's nothing. 37 in cat years is 127. Anime ages, duh. Fair. It is the weeb game, right? This is the weeb game. Also, I don't know how far you've gotten into Firmament, but if you do the questline and custom deliveries, there are strangely well done in terms of character development for crafting. I've been doing L2s. L2s is really cute. To the point where I was like, shit, should I have saved this for stream? But alas, I did not. Whoopsies. Anyone older than 30 is equivalent to a senior. Yeah, in anime years, true. She's ancient in Final Fantasy years. It was like my brain was trying to find things to cry about and weren't even there at all. Emotional. Oh no. You're the same age as Sid, but you look 12 compared to him. Everyone that's new that comes in seems to think I'm like 25, but my dumbass is 31. Surprise. I'm old. I am dust of the earth. You do not pronounce L2 like I do. Uh-oh. Wait, is it E-H-I-L? No. I'm older than Urianger. That fucks my head, dude. That fucks my head. Ah, sir, I have a letter for you from Master Oboro. It would appear that his investigation in Kugane has borne fruit. Here, see for yourself. I'm 34. Literally dust of the earth. I'm kidding. L2? We're both 31 and it's chill. Honestly, those of you, I don't know if I have a lot of people that are under 30 in my community, but if you are under 30, 30 is great. I honestly don't feel like I understood myself until turning 30. Life has just gotten better and I've definitely understood more what I want out of life. So if you're like a lost little 24, 25-year-old, I guarantee hitting 30 is not scary. You are now making me feel old. I'm sorry. Dear sir, I hope this letter finds you well. After a long and rather uneventful voyage, we have arrived safely in Kugane. Captain Jack seems quite taken with Hingan culture and is enjoying a stroll in the pleasure quarters at this very moment. Yeah, Jack's not dateable, just doable. I turned 30 last year and I agree with you, Tara. Yeah, I was so scared of it. Like, especially being queer, it's like your life's over after 30, right? Being of like the twink type especially, it's like, oh, my life's over after 30. Nope, it's so much better. Eorzea ages himself in the way he talks. Big, dumb, tall idiot. Big, dumb, tall, beautiful idiot. But yes. Now there's a babe. Eorzea's VA. I first saw him playing a restaurant manager pimping out the waiters. He was sexy as fuck. Wait, Eorzea's VA is a babe? Stop. I miss my 30s. Serena, no! I'm only just starting to figure myself out over the past year. It truly gets better. I'm gonna be the same age as him soon. Still look younger, even with the salt and pepper hair. Dude, salt and pepper. Salt and pepper, my weakness. My daddy issues cannot. How the fuck do you not know how to use Excel wrinkles? I guarantee the 58 is way okay. Only gets better. It's like fine wine. 33 here. I feel like I understand who I am now, which I still hadn't done. Even at 30, it's amazing. Yep, it's so good. You're by like mid 30s, I want to say. I think I can confidently say you're done with people's bullshit. You learn who's worth prioritizing. You don't waste energy on people that aren't worth that energy anymore. It's just oh, it's so good. I have seen Eorzea's VA do milkshake, but I don't remember what the human looks like. I don't remember what the human looks like. My significant other has salt and pepper hair, and my god, he is a salt and pepper angel. I'm gonna go hug him now. Please do. Do it twice, once for me. I'm gonna have pure white hair by my 40. Thanks, grandmother's genes. White hair's my weakness. Every single character that I fall for in this game, white hair. Except for Graha, but I also love redheads, so, you know, it's to be expected. Forgive me. You're not interested in a diary of our travels. As for the matter of the scroll, rumors abound of a band of Doman's scofflaws have been causing a stir in town of late. Putting together the accounts we have heard, the good captain and I are convinced that these are the thieves we seek. If the word about town is to be believed, these individuals are far more dangerous than we had imagined. I trust that you have been pursuing your ninjutsu training with your usual diligence. My apologies. Of course you have. In any event, we would have you join us at your earliest convenience. We'll be keeping an eye on your arrival. Seek us in the alley behind the second pier ferry dock. Safe travels, friend. It is good to see Master Oboro in good spirits once more. Ever since the elders commanded him to remain here in Eorzea, he has not quite been himself. After all, a shinobi without a duty to carry out is a hawk with clipped wings. It is good to see Master Oboro soaring high once more. Still, I worry. Though I have great respect for the man, he can often be too trusting for his own good. Pray, go to his side, friend. See that he does not get himself into undue trouble. May the kami carry you safely across the sea. You'll make cute. You'll make cute bean. Ah, it's expensive. Hang on, I can do this cheaply. I can do this cheaply. Boom. 360 to go to the free company house. Then I go to Kugane. Yome is cute bean, yeah. I like being in my 30s, except I can't eat craft dinner at midnight without regretting it now. Oh man, that's so real. Wow. That hurts and is so real. Shit. Kugane, where are you? Only $100? I saved literally 1,000 gil. Hell yeah. I need Ether Raid tickets. I don't know how to get those. But this cost me 400 to get to Kugane, so versus the 1,300 that it was gonna cost me. Scofflaws, as in they scoff at the law. Oh, see, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't know why I didn't draw the connection. Tsubame, it's been a minute. Ah, sir, it's been too long. To have traveled so far to assist Oboro in his mission, words cannot begin to convey my gratitude. Hi, Tsubame. Do your hunts spend your allied seals on tickets? I only recently started getting allied seals, and they actually came from Masked Carnival. And I was like, oh, this is the reward for hunts. So I got like the tooltip and everything after my first Masked Carnival. I do actually have a clip of Eorzea's VA being the waiter. What Discord channel would be best for that? Put it stream discussion. Put it stream discussion with context, because my dumbass forgets everything instantly. You can also spend them at the blue vendor. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. Blue is another way to get them. Hell yeah. Still a night owl. I miss my night pasta. Aw, Demi, no. It's more expensive to go to Kugane than it is to go to the first, which is another dimension. Yeah, I have issues with that. Also, when is Crystarium player housing? Please? Please. Crystarium beautiful. It would be the new lavender beds. Give us purple trees everywhere. Ooh! Blue content is a good way to farm allied seals weekly. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. I love it. I love it, Sith. Blue is so much fun. But I can't help but feel like it's definitely like a side distraction, and I should definitely be focusing on other things other than blue. But blue content is just so much fun. Would kill for Crystarium housing, right? Some of the best in slot gear for blue is currently from allied sea. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought elemental armor was some of the best stat-wise that you could get because of all the slots. Crystarium housing would be super spoilery. I mean, you could argue that Ishgard is super spoilery. Oh, because it's in another dimension. Oh. But you wouldn't know that warping into it. You could argue that Kugane housing is just as big of a spoiler. Ishgard is a place we know exists. Okay, listen here. Listen here, you little shits. That makes a lot of sense, and I'm not happy about it. We waited for 6.0 for Ishgard housing. That's insanity that it took that long. But you got Kugane housing before that. Weird. Blue is so good. I love it. I love it. I love it. Sir, I thank you for answering my call. Tsubame too has made the journey from the village to join us in retrieving the scroll. It is an honor to stand by your side again, sir. Master Oboro will doubtless benefit from your presence, as he always does. I just remembered which voice Tsubame has. Whoa! No combat. Please, no combat with Tsubame. I just remembered the voice. Likewise, I figured we could use a few more Dimba Dambas on the job, so I've sent for Underfoot and the Stray. Their ship should be pulling into harbor before long. Voice 5. Whoa! It's so loud. In the meantime, allow me to share what we have learned. Reliable sources have it that the theft of the scroll is the work of the Garnet League, a notorious band of outlaws feared throughout Doma. When the Doman Rebellion was crushed 1 year ago, many a samurai fled the battlefield to escape the Empire's wrath. Dishonored and unable to return home, most turned to banditry to eke out a living. It is the most lethal of these warriors who formed the Garnet League. Cutting down innocent men for their coin purses, plundering villages, the men and women of the Garnet will gladly stain their hands with blood as long as it means they will live to see tomorrow. Why they covet that scroll so, I cannot say. What I do know is that if we do not stop them, they are all but certain to leave a trail of corpses in their wake. We must move, and quickly. Fortunately, they should not prove hard to find. Confident in their ability to cut down anyone who dares oppose them, they take little trouble to conceal themselves. On the contrary, they parade their garnet-hued kimono for all to see. You can distinguish them from similarly garbed sekisegumi by their lack of hakama and their singularly uncouth demeanor. Let us split up and cover as much ground as we can, sir. I would entrust the Shiokaze hostelry and the Rakuza district to you. Keep to the shadows and gather what knowledge you can. When we are done with the task, let us reconvene here. Oi oi. Oi oi, sir. I got Bozia PTSD because of that voice. Oh no. Was that the players or the NPCs in Bozia? I haven't been in Bozia yet. Eureka was fun, but my next one is Pagos? And people said that's the worst one in Eureka, so I'm not looking forward to it. An NPC? Oh. Oof. I'm so glad I have Terra to pronounce these Japanese words for me because I would struggle so hard. I got you, bestie. I didn't self-teach myself Japanese to butcher these pronunciations. English, however, can get fucked. I will butcher it night and day. Bless you! Thank you for the follow. Wait, bless you, didn't you primer? Did you just hit the follow button? Hello? Is you good? Is you good? Forgot to hit the button. I do it all the time. Don't feel bad. Do not feel bad. It's really awkward when it's like another streamer that I've known and interacted with for a while and I'm like, oh my fucking god, I'm not following them. And then you have to like try and discreetly press the button. Fertie, how you doing? Welcome in. Pagos, leering eyes. Almost got culinary into 60, which makes me happy. If I'm gonna level any jobs, especially as I look to savage rating later on, I feel like I should level Culinarian and Alchemist to make my own potions. My own potions and foods. Woo. These men look to be members of the Garnet League. They seem to be discussing something. I swear, I just wanted to see what all the fuss was about. Barely put a finger on the thing. Next I knew it, Zakuro's blade was at my throat. I thought she was going to cut me down right on the spot. Put yourself in her shoes. They say our client is such a dangerous man. He's been known to kill those who renege on their agreements. If anything happened to the scroll, her life and ours would be as good as forfeit. You're saying she's as scared as us? Sakura Brightblood, who single-handedly cut down 100 Garleans in a day during the rebellion? Sakura Brightblood, who dyes her hair red with the blood of her foes. She cuts an imposing figure, this is true, but deep down, she's actually quite the sensitive type. Sensitive? Don't make me laugh. Reneg, like negative, thank you. Potions? Listen here, tutor. You listen here, you little shit. Just clearing out Ishgard leaves for that sweet, sweet experience. Nice. Still need to get around finishing up my Eureka too. It's a bit rough solo. I want elemental armor for my, not only for my red mage, but also for my blue mage. So they can both use. I want. You're leveling black mage right now. How are you finding it? Out of all the classes, because I want to get them all to 80 so I can get the Amaro mount. Save for Reaper and Sage, but Sage is so fun. It's gonna get to 90 regardless. But I want to get them all to 80 for the mount, and I've been scared. I've been scared of Black Mage. Need Ozma mount? That's from Eureka, right? From like the big raid. What you doing? Ninja quests. People are overly dramatic with Black Mage. Vel has been like maining Black Mage, and she's a Sprout, and I don't think she's been having that hard of a time. Literally, legit, anyone who here wants to do Bozia with me in the Discord, I will go. Eyes, Linny, eyes, I'm seeing you. I can't speak Japanese, but I did present cosplay masquerades for a few years, so you can fake it when reading the names loud. You got it. Fake it till you make it. Black Mage is really boring as Thaumaturge, but isn't that bad. I only screw up when I space out. Has leveling speed bumps. No, it's better when you hit 60. No, it gets better when you hit 70. No, it's better when you get 80. These men who look to members of the Garnet League, they seem to be discussing something. One day she has us sneaking into bleeding Imperial storehouse, and the next, the Confederacy chasing us halfway across the Ruby Sea. Sakura could pay us twice what she does, and it wouldn't be bloody worth it. Come now, even you must admit it was quite the little adventure. Though it was fortunate that we came upon the Eorzean pirates when we did, and that they believed our little ruse. In the end, we made it here with our little prize, did we not? We simply took a slight detour. We didn't all make it, or have you forgotten about those we left behind at the Bloodshore? Cut down by our pursuers, no doubt. The poor bastards. Whose brilliant idea was it to go along with that masked man's plan anyway? If our brothers could not fend for themselves, they have only themselves to blame. As for our mysterious benefactor, he led us here as promised, did he not? Now we need only wait for our client to show and deliver the goods, and we will never need worry about going hungry again. Speaking of which, just how long does our man mean to keep us waiting? I'm beginning to wonder if someone isn't playing us all for fools. Is this all Karasu's doing? Is Karasu just fucking with these people? Now, we were late with our delivery after all. Word has it our client returned to Koshu when we did not show, and is now making the long journey back to Kugane. We owe him some patience, do we not? I was bullied last night, and the boss kept targeting me in ley lines. Oh, that was Kitana Ravel. Like I was talking about earlier, and yeah, it kept charging her. Haven't done the quest, but probably Karasu. It sounds like something Karasu would do. I only stopped doing Bozia to level another class to 71, then go back to living in Bozia again. Can you level a class in Bozia? Should I be doing that, like even with my ninja? Because ninja's 70. Because Eureka is weird. You have like completely different levels in there than your main levels. Bozia's good for 71 to 80. Oh. Okay. Eorzea is the best way to level anything 71 to 80. Cool. You need to be level 71. Cool, 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 cool. Cool. I think that's what I'll do. That saves me using my roulettes on another class that needs it more as well. I can double dip. I can get White Mage to 80. Although the next thing I want to level actually is Dark Knight. Maybe White Mage goes on the back burner while I level Dark Knight, because I want to do the Dark Knight quests really badly. They're supposed to be like great. That being said, I need to go for a little bit of a break. I need to get more water. I want to eat my burger and a little pee break. You much prefer PvP to level. I love that you can queue up as whatever class and then switch to like monk, for example, and get experience that way. I think that's really cool. You just had the funniest visual image of Karasu as tuxedo mask from Sailor Moon, but you didn't do anything. My work here is done. Not the Pacha emote. Okay, everybody get up. If you can hear my voice, move your body a little bit because my bones feel a little bit like, a little bit stiff. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna walk around for a couple minutes. I'm gonna eat my burger. We'll be back in like 3 or 5 minutes. You do Crystal Line Conflict when you can't switch class in PvP. That sucks. Just do your frontline daily. Boom, easy clap. I hate frontlines though. They're not horrible. They're better now that I've discovered Monk, but they're still confusing and I feel like I suck. Okay, everybody get up, move. I'm gonna run a quick ad to disable pre-rolls. You're not gonna miss anything other than my BRB roll. And I love you so much. Be back in a couple minutes. Bye. Live video, not pre-recorded or anything. Setting myself up for some kind of meme. Lobster! Garbled mess of what should be emotional. Exactly. Ornstein! It's Ornstein! His head is perfectly intact! Oh my god, he's so cursed! His legs! His legs! Oh my god, his legs! Oh! Holy shit. Pick it up. Yes, pick it up. Oh my god! That was everything that I... Whoa, he's big. That was everything that I wanted it to be. I think Lavaland is my better option. I say, as I fall 10,000 million miles and kill my dog. Come on, dog. No, no, no! I think I'm about to fuck my own ass here a little bit. If I go in, I'm gonna celebrate with a drink. Refreshing. Delicious. What do we feed you, you smelly boy? Somebody tell me his purring was getting picked up. That's what he usually does. He headbutts for kisses. Shit. I'm gonna have to go into my personal shit. I'm gonna have to go into like pictures. Into my porn folder. into my porn folder. If the game is boring, you can look at my pretty face. No, no, I'm kidding. I'm so scared.
Don't be scared.
I am scared, though. 8B is unlocked. Welcome to Low Key Hell. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? This looks horrible.
Are you sucking?
I'm sucking.
Don't swallow it.
I'm not gonna swallow it.
Well, spit it out.
Hi. Bambies. What the fuck? What the fuck? I hope you have fantastic sleep. I am going to be joining you in bed very soon. Well, oh wow, oh sure, not like joining you, but like I would like to people leave, please. How do I people leave? Ah! I'm so sorry for all of your eardrums collectively. Oh.
Incoming call from Visage Monster. Did you really think you could just crawl through the Voldemort squad? Did you really think you could just not finish the painting?
Dang, Ryan. No pressure. I know we put a lot of pressure on phone the last time. When I guys, we can make a move. Guys, we can make a move. Is it too early? Do we make a move? Would you feel sufficiently like swayed by this point if you were in here and this lady was singing about Sandani? Would you be like, oh yes, kiss me, Arthur, kiss me? I am back. I am back. That burger was so fucking good. Hello? Oh, is your name pronounced Uria or Uria? Leveled and tried ninja every expansion and it's never been for me. So for me, I've realized the most important thing about a class is its aesthetics. And the fact that ninja weaves basically magic and melee together makes me love it so much for the same reason that I love red mage. Also weaves magic and melee together. So more so than how it plays is the aesthetic important to me. Also, hi guys. Oh, that poor gear. Don't look at that gear. Don't look at that gear. Don't acknowledge it. Yeah, okay. Whew. Sir, whatever jump scare you had on the break was so loud it nearly cost me my Palace of the Dead run. I've actually been thinking about changing my BRB screen to like not have clips and just be some like chill background filler stuff. Maybe I do that sooner rather than later if I'm gonna be costing people their runs. Please, yeah. Shit. It would seem we have everyone assembled. Excellent. Let us share all we have learned. What red mage weapon was that? That's Titania's weapon. Somebody drive-by gifted me it because I was talking about how beautiful it was. Streamer privilege. I streamer privileged it. Hi Molly. No, that is really funny. I don't want people to be losing their runs though, Lucian. I don't want people to be losing their runs. It's pretty unplayable with a bad ping to the servers. The latency messes up the mudras so many times, it's not fun at all. Oh, that is so fair. I don't have that problem because I'm NA playing on NA, but that is such a fair complaint. So fair. Allow me to see if I have this right. So in short, the Garnet League lifted the scroll from the Garlean storehouse at the bidding of an unknown Hingan client. They mean to sail straight from Yangsha to Kugane, but ran afoul. Molly! Javi was in here today, Javi the fish. It was so cool to see. Twitch so small. Molly, I adore you, by the way. Guys, if you're not following Molly, shame on you. I love Molly. She's like my Twitch sister. She focuses mostly on like chill vibes and survival craftings. So if that's your shtick, go follow that bean, please and thank you. They mean to sail straight to Yangsha
straight from Yangsha to Kugane, but ran afoul of the Confederacy, doubtless because they were too poor to pay the ruby tithe. I forgot about the ruby tithe. All good, but definitely made for a spicy moment. I just pulled 3 mobs. I'm so sorry, Derek. I'm so sorry. Well, yeah, can you do something about the Subnautica clips from poor little thalassophobic me, Sith? I'm so sorry. I know the clip reel is like really funny, but like, yeah, it's also dangerous. Hobby is pronounced Chavi. Thank you. In fleeing, they were captured by the Krakens, so they claimed to be Doman refugees seeking asylum. Upon arriving in Eorzea, they made off with the scroll and eventually found safe passage to Kugane. With Karasu's aid, that one's motives remain as inscrutable as ever, but I digress. Furthermore, they are led by one Zakuro Brightblood, about whom no small number of tall tales are told. Regardless of their veracity, there can be no doubting that she is a formidable opponent. For my part, I heard that she is most protective of the scroll, and it keeps it on her persons at all times, night and day. Chad, is Terra crying today? No, we're good. We're vibing. We ugly cried yesterday, but we're good today. Oh, that just reminds me. So tomorrow we want to dabble in ocean fishing, right? Well, there was something else we wanted to do tomorrow. I don't remember what it was. But when are we going to have story time? When are we going to have Lodestone story time? What's a good chill day for that? There's too many things I want to do. Gay Quest. Tomorrow is Gay Quest. Thank you. Tomorrow is Gay Quest and whatever the thing I said before that was. Fuck. How do I do all the content I want to do in the 4 days that I stream? I heard that Zakuro and her followers have rented a room at the Bokairo, and an inn in town famous for its hot spring baths. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. We want to dabble in a little bit of ocean fishing with you guys tomorrow. Gay quests in the Wandering Palace, because I haven't done it. And motherfucker, what did I just say? 24-hour stream one. Honestly, I'm going to need one just to do content that I want. Ocean fishing got me so hooked when I tried it for the first time. Great feature. Everyone that has done it says it's amazing. So I'm excited. I haven't done it yet. There are 24 hours in a day. Oops, gonna have to add another day of streaming. Uh-oh. All old Jack managed to whittle is that the cove is right fond of her flowing locks, and that she fancies herself a cup of tea, making the trip from the inn to the tea house and back at least thrice a day. That's a lot of tea. That is most enlightening, Captain Jack. Now we must find a way to get our hands on the scroll before Zakuro's client arrives. But how? We could challenge her to single combat, but the Sekisei Gumi would not look kindly on that. Besides, we are shinobi, are we not? We must use stealth to our advantage. We simply need a plan. Wait, are you wearing Terra merch? I am. That's why I'm slightly see-through, because the rainbow does not aid well to a green screen. Where get exclamation mark merch. The good thing about fishing is you can just do it in between other things when it's up. That's great. As long as you guys are on me being like, Terra, fishing soon, then boom, we'll go. Look out below. Underfoot's on the scene. Good to see you again, sir. It's been so long, you little bean. Can't wait to snilch the new tricks you've learned from your friends here. What's the Mort got to do to get herself some sushi? I'm bloody starved. And what's with all the bleeding seagulls? I swear, if another one takes a shit on my hair, it'll be a seagull stew for dinner tonight. What's up, Jack? Wait, that's it! Vikeb, you're a bloody genius! And so am I reckon. Gather round and lend me your waddles, friends. Old Jack's got a plan. First, we catch Sakura as she's beating her way from the inn to the tea house. Underfoot, Vikeb, Tsubame, you three will be in charge of causing a scene and stopping the Mort in her tracks. Whoa! I can't wait. There better be no combat with her again. Meanwhile, sir, you make your way to the perch atop the markets and drop some imitation seagull shit down from above. What with her precious locks all mucked up, the Mort's sure to make for the hot springs. She can't very well bring the scroll into water, so we'll just follow along all stealthy-like and heave it from whatever basket she's stowed it away in. For good measure, Oboro and I will head to the bathhouse as well and keep the girl occupied until Sir has the scroll safely in his daddles. A most impressive plan, Captain Jack, but I have one question. How do you propose that the two of us keep Sakura occupied? Oboro, surely you remember our visit to Bronze Lake and the little show I put on for our pirate friend? It's all quite simple, really. Damn, she really telling him to seduce her. Oh. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your bottles. I hate it. I hate it. I'm not certain I understand what you... Oh, on second thought, I'm not quite convinced this is the best course of action. Give yourself some more credit, lad. Now, sir, you'll want to climb up to the roof atop the Bokairo, and then make your way across the wire atop the markets. Here, this white dye should do a suitable seagull shit impression, or impersonation. Once underfoot, and the gang lures Sakura into position, let her fly. Not me wasting 200k gil for crafter stuff. Jolly, do you not have scripts? Jolly, no! Shit, well, it's too late. But for the future, scripts. All right, lads and lasses, look sharp. We'll meet back here once all's bob. If you do collections, Jolly. Oh, you just unlocked those. Shit. Okay. Well, if you do collections, you can get scripts, and that's how I have all this gear for my goldsmith. It's just like entirely through the scripts. Same thing with my miner. And these are just generic Disciple of the Land, Disciple of the Hand, so I can use it for any future jobs as well. Why do I have to reassign? What's wrong here? Oh, it's fine. Okay. Boop, bing. Back to Ninja. I need to set up those collapsible bars. This little mess of like blobs I have down here is not doing enough for me. I need to set up the macros for the collapsible ones. But who has the time to even try to figure it out? Not me. So many pretties. How decide? It's tough. It's tough. I appreciate you saying that, Sherry. Slut it up, boyo. Tsubame serves revenge cold. Literally. And by crafters, I mean... Oh, you mean custom delivery stuff. Okay. Custom delivery or expert delivery? The fuck is expert delivery? Thank you for the hydrate, Stellar. Do you get scripts from ocean fishing as well? That makes it even more attractive to me. Oh, I'm supposed to go up high. Shit. Where did he tell me to go high? How to climb. I have to get up there? What? Up there, maybe? How the fuck do I need an adult. Here? Help! I need an adult. How does my little legs get up there? He literally told me how and I forgot. While you're at it, do Kugane Tower. I want to make a whole stream out of Kugane Tower, Val. I want to make a whole stream out of it where every time we fall, some sort of punishment. Oh. I will climb tower. I will climb tower, yes. Whew. You jump up from over near the stairs near the inn. Okay, okay. Well, and let's pretend I don't know where the inn is. Company rank up! That scared the fuck out of me. I didn't know what that was. Oh, is this the inn? I'm gonna say this is the inn. Go to the inn Aetherite. Bokairo Inn. Okay, 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 okay. I got there, I got there. You tab back to loud noise. It got you too. Rank up jump scare. I hate those. Imagine if I was like in a crying cutscene and I got the rank up jump scare. Could you imagine? There we go. We figured it out. Fall equals Bean Boozle. That or fall equals alcohol. Either or. It'd be like an homage back to when I used to play FromSoft games and drink on death. You want more jump scare part 2? Never spent more than 3K on a round of deliveries. Wow. Look how cool we look. Chilling up here. You'll never finish climbing the tower? Listen, Sherry, I've beaten every single FromSoft game while drinking on death. The Balmer's Peak is real, okay? I stand by this. Drunk Terra trying to climb Kugane Tower. That sounds entertaining. There was I think Molly told me one time, she's like, it never ceases to amaze me how you beat these games while drunk, while other streamers I've seen struggle like to get past the first few bosses sober. And I'm like, thank you for gassing me up. I need this. The pain, oh the pain. My poor girl, whatever's the matter. Someone, anyone, find a healer. The girl needs help. Pigeon poop jutsu. Yeah. What was bird shit? Oh, bloody brilliant. Ninja. Thank you, kind sir and madam, but worry not. I am not ill, you see. I simply haven't had a bite to eat all day. Is that all? Fortunately, the Shiokaze Hostelry is but a short walk away, and I hear their sushi is positively to die for. Shall we? You make me want to play 14 again? Sherry, it's so good. This game has my whole heart. Don't know, that's like saying I drive better when drunk. No, do not liken it to that, Sherry. Do not. You just buy components from the vendor and craft them. For the deliveries, yeah, they're not that expensive, the custom ones. Because they usually only need you to have like one custom piece that costs a few dollars. You laugh, you lose, but every time you laugh, you have to restart. Every time you laugh, you have to restart Kugane Tower. That would be suffering. Wait, that would be so entertaining. But suffering. Oh. Thankfully, I have plenty of Aetheryte tickets, so I don't have to worry about running out of gil when traveling. Now to unlock the Amazu tribe. How? This is just from hunts that you're getting all these tickets? I need these. They'll save me so much money. Terra's like that one Demon Slayer character who has to be asleep to reach his true form, Catherine. My hair, my beautiful hair. Back to the bathhouse, I suppose. What's the V pose for ninjas again? I feel like you get like a cool shot like this, actually. No, that's not cool enough. Anime. To get to the top of the tower, ye must survive these videos 3. We've never done like a, what do you call those streams? Media share streams? Question mark? We're looking respectfully. I thought he was like cheeks out, like fully cheeks out. Stupid sexy Rogadin intensifies. Oh my god, thought naked, right? You search the basket, but to no avail. The scroll must be around here somewhere. That bottom don't lie, neither can I. Read the text. Wait. What text? Can I talk to them? That was rough. I was literally typing in one letter in between GCDs, Derek. Why is everyone in their undies? Because this is bathhouse. His bathhouse. Oh, this. No, but this looks so comfy though. My, what broad shoulders you have though. Hello? Hello? I think we just stumbled on something by accidental. That's totally a fuckboy, right? Giving mad fuckboy energy right now. Go to the hot tubs? Wait, where are the hot tubs? I've never been to this region before. I didn't even know it existed.
Hi, Dave.
Oh, hi, Demi. A fuckboy and a sugar daddy enjoy a nice hot spring day. I thought this guy was also not wearing clothing. There's nothing finer than soaking in a hot spring whilst letting one's mind drift out across the ruby sea. Where are the hot tubs? I know I should be doing my quest, but I got distracted. Oh, Sakura's here. Oh, are they sweet talking her? Truly? I do not mean to boast, but they do say my beauty is sung of far and wide. I've seen many a rum doxy in my day, but ain't none what compared to you, milady. What beautiful locks you have. However do you keep them so smooth and silky? This is the beach episode I needed in my Final Fantasy, dude. This is the beach episode I needed. This is the co-ed onsen. This is so cool. Jack, I will give you all my guilt and never milady again. We stand gay representation. That's why we're doing gay dungeon tomorrow. That's why we're doing gay dungeon. Because I didn't know it existed even. Is there more? Oh. Wait. Wait, this is like a whole thing. Can I go back here? Oh. Wait, can I go on the other side? No. This is so sad. The one quest my Speedo was right for. Talk to the NPC? Huh. Let me in. No! No! Sag. This looks incredible though. I would love, love, love to go here. Lower, lower, lower. I love those two. Let's go do our quest. The NPC next to the row? Oh! Stupid, sexy Rogan. Oh, same though. That's awesome. That's awesome. Stupid, sexy Rogan. Oh man. You search the basket, but to no avail. Scroll must be around here somewhere. Where is it? Stupid, sexy Rogan. Bro, I love this game. I love this game so much. Why did it have to be so hot though, right? The references in this damn game are legendary. You could use those abs to mind me thrill. Hey, we got it. Wait for Jack at the rendezvous point. Okay. Ray is looking respectfully. You can tell. Why is it listed as an inn, but I can't go in it? Hang on, this is a scam. Oh! Oh, this NPC. Oh, this NPC. Sorry, Terrablind. Terrablind. Dude, this is cute! Eh. This is... I've never been in this inn room. This is so cute. The unending journey is a scroll. Bruh. Kugane Inn, top tier. That is so hecking cute. Dude. Dude. Ah. What can I say? I cannot resist a hot lady. Or Captain Jack. Same. Relatable. Rendezvous point is where? Far. Let's etherite to the barracks. During your first week in Stormblood, you spent all your nights there instead of your apartment. I can't wait to finally decorate my apartment. I finally have like a bit of money. I have 2.5 mil, so I feel like I can afford most of what I want to do now. Your 60 culinary is using level 8 gear? Jolly no. Fix that. Well done, my friends. The operation was, by any measure, a rousing success. That said, I have not seen Tsubame and the others. I do hope all is well. Now that was some rum fun, if I do say so myself. As for the cove, I wouldn't fret. Like as not, the cabin underfoot dragged her off to yaffle on some Okugane's finer delicacies. No doubt you are right, Captain Jack. In the meantime, pray show me the scroll. I would see just what it is that Sakura's mysterious employer covets so. Why, this is... Are my eyes to be believed? The forbidden mudra of summoning. I'd have thought it was just a ghost story meant to strike fear in the hearts of the shinobi who would stray from their path. Forbidden summoning? I wouldn't know a mudra from my own grandmum, but that sounds right dangersome. It is indeed, Captain Jack. The legends say that if the summoner's focus wanes for even a moment, the monstrous beast called forth by this mudra will not hesitate to devour him whole. Many years ago, it was gifted from our village to the King of Doma, then sealed away, to be used in only the most dire of circumstances, but it was lost in the chaos of the Garlean invasion and never seen again, so it has been sleeping in an Imperial vault all these years. So even with this bleeding all-powerful summoning at their fingertips, the Domans still couldn't hold off the Empire. Guess it wasn't all it's cracked up to be, eh? On the contrary, we never had the chance to find out. Master Gekkai, who led the shinobi, deemed the risk too great and refused to employ it, even as our nation fell. Whether Master Gekkai plotted his betrayal even then, or whether he had our countrymen's best interests at heart, I cannot say, though I would like to believe the latter. Nevertheless, it is clear that none in Garlemald knew the scroll's true power, so it sat untouched until it was stolen by the Garnet League, at the bidding of some unknown master. But aside from my fellow shinobi, who could have known? Who out there would know of the scroll's true power? But it matters little now. We have the scroll, and I must return it to its rightful home in my village. Who could have known? Afraid I can't let you do that, friend. I promised the Krakens I'd bring the scroll back for them, and I'll not have it said that Jack ain't a man of his wits. After all, the scroll's been missing from your village for 20-odd summers, no? Clearly no one's suffering much. That is hardly the issue, Captain Jack. This scroll is an ancient treasure. It belongs in Doma. It belongs to those what found it, and that's the Krakens. Gods, if he ain't a stubborn bastard. Gentlemen, must you make such a scene? After all, strictly speaking, the scroll belongs to neither of you. Karasu? Karasu! It belongs in a museum. Karasu, wherever did you... But never mind. Thank you for guiding us here. You may rest assured that the scroll will return safely to Doma. You have my gratitude. Oh, Oboro, my dear, sweet, deluded Oboro. You grow ever dimmer by the day. Do you truly believe that I do what I do for you? I did say that I was pulling all the strings of this little puppet play, did I not? Very well, allow me to put into words even you can understand. The scroll belongs in Hingashi, to the master I now serve. Karasu, you've betrayed us again! I can't believe this! My mistake was in trusting to Zakuro and her lackeys, what I should have seen to myself from the very start. Oh well, live and learn, I suppose. In any event, allow me to propose a simple transaction. You hand over the scroll, and I return your friends to you with their heads still attached to their bodies. Oh boy. Ah, Karasu! Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal! Exactly, Ian. Karasu teapot pose remains undefeated. It's just so powerful. If Karasu had a JoJo pose, it would be that. A fair trade, no? Karasu, you craven! On second thought, yes, I do believe we could have even more fun. Keep your eyes and ears out, dim one. You'll be hearing from me again soon. Wait, so Terra's going around with a dimber damper and a dimmer damper. Yes, exactly, Rato. Oh man, curse it all. And here I believed the man had turned over a new leaf after leaving Gekkai. But no, it would seem he has simply found another villain to serve. Once a rook, always a rook, I reckon. And a sharp one at that. Underfoot and Stray aren't the types to get boned so easily. Nice. As long as we have the scroll, Karasu is not like to cause our friends any harm. And yet, he is as unpredictable an adversary as they come. We must proceed with caution. Forgive me, sir. It would mean much to me if you would remain here in Kugane until our work here is through. Pray continue to train in your ninjutsu, and I shall call upon you again when the time is right. Ore no stando, short and stout! Literally. Ah, it's good to see you, sir. I have heard nothing from Karasu since last we met. It would seem we have no choice but to take matters into our own hand. And yet, in our current state, we are outmanned. In hopes of bolstering our ranks, I reached out to Princess Yuki, pride of the Yatsurugi clan. I know who Yuki... Hello? Hello? Her skills and knowledge of these lands would surely avail us in our effort, I thought. I am pleased to say that she was more than happy to lend her aid, doubtless in no small part due to your efforts on her behalf. Judging from her words, she is quite eager to prove herself. Perhaps a bit over-eager. I would ask you to keep an eye on her, lest she go running off into some trouble. Which mayhap she already has, as she should have arrived hours ago. Perhaps she has simply gotten lost on the way, or stopped off for sushi and tea? That's even hopeful. Might the two of you be so kind as to search for her in my stead? Captain Jack, see if she is not in the Rakuza district, and sir, pray search the markets of Kogane Dori. I remained here in case she has simply been delayed in her journey. Hi Panda, how you doing? I've heard nothing from Karasu since we last met several seconds ago. When you do all the quests in a row, it's kind of, the timing is a little, it's a little, you know, the joy of marathoning job quests. I love it. I prefer to do them this way because you get the full story in a row, but then it's kind of unhinged when they're like, oh, it's been so long. And you're like, bestie, it's been 30 minutes. What do you mean? Search for Yuki. Yuki! Yuki! Wait, the little sewer grates have steam? Is that always a thing or only because it's raining? I'm coming back for you, baby. I'm coming back for you. I need to know. Home from dinner in the store. Nice. Get comfy. Take off your clothes. Oh, I mean, do what you want to get comfy and enjoy stream. Vibe out. Where the hell is Yuki? Oh, there she is. I don't know what I did, but I've perfected the Karasu teapot pose without meaning. Well done. Well done, Jolly. Sir, whatever are you doing here in Kugane? Not that I'm complaining, of course. I'm always happy to see the shinobi who helped bring prosperity back to my homeland. Yes, thanks to you, my people are doing wonderfully. The only downside of it is that, now I have to be a proper princess again. Akagi, he's my personal bodyguard now, you see, was none too happy when I told him I'd be heading for Kugane. In fact, Yuki! Princess! Yuki, come back at once! Oh, hells, he's on to me. I just have to help you and Oboro in return for everything you did for me. Surely you understand, sir. Can you go find Akagi and just tell him that I don't know, that I hopped on a ship to Eorzea or something? Okay. We'll lie to him, just for you. Hike, thank you for the hydrate.
Hi, Gay.
How you doing, Hike? Akagi. Sir, fancy meeting you here. You're an awfully long way from home, eh? Speaking of which, you haven't by chance seen Her Highness anywhere, have you? I caught her sneaking out of the castle and followed her here to Kugane, but I seem to have lost her. Eorzea, you say? Gods, what is the girl thinking? If anything happened to her, I'd never hear... But there's no time to lose. To the docks! Princess Yuki, wait for me. Princess Yuki! I hope he doesn't actually get on a boat to Eorzea, or I'm gonna feel kind of bad. Not Akagi going all the way to Eorzea alone. Went book shopping, found a manga book that I think you'd love because of how cute it is. What's it called? Thank you, sir, and pray forgive me for asking you to lie on my behalf. I had half a mind to tell Akagi the truth, but then he might have offered to help. Kami forbid. The man means well, but I hear that we face the most dangerous foe, and I simply don't have the heart to place Akagi in danger. You understand, don't you? In any event, I do believe we've kept Oboro long enough. The gay who turned into a kaiju. No way. That's a thing. That sounds incredible. That brings Monster Fucker to like a whole new level. I mean, what? What's it about? I'm assuming it's not a fucking... I'm assuming it's not that kind of manga. Kagane's music's so comfy. Thank you for leading Her Highness here, Sir Princess Yuki. Thank you again for making the journey to Kagane. Before we proceed, I would hear aught you might know of recent events in Hingashi. As you doubtless know, though Hingashi appears to outsiders to be a land of peace, beneath the surface, rival warlords are ever scheming to undermine each other's power. In that sense, it is entirely within the realm of possibility that one of them has employed a shinobi to gain a hidden advantage over his foes. But this is merely speculation. Try as I might, I was unable to uncover any tangible evidence as to who might be behind these recent events. 1 second, I'd read it, hell yeah. I mean, it's really hard to have a physical relationship as a kaiju, gay or not. There's not a whole of kaiju realistically. What does that last sentence mean? You're telling me a kaiju doesn't have a whole... Okay, wait. We're getting too much into the logistics of this. We're getting too much into the logistics. What if it's like a more reasonably sized, like Hrothgar sized a kaiju? It could work. It could work. I tagged you in it, so when you go to next peeper, okay. I see. Thank you, Princess. And so it remains a mystery. What foul master does that treacherous crow serve? Now, dim one. Is that any way to talk about a dear old friend? He's just always here. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle, here is my spout. He's so cute. A what size kaiju? Terra. If it's not the size of 10 story buildings, it's not a kaiju. Fair. What a discussion to join midstream. Oh boy. Oh, Imp, it's not safe for you. It is not safe for you here. Karasu, you have some gall to call yourself my friend. What have you done with Tsubame and the others? But what's this? The dim one is joined by one new companion after the next. Our hero is wounded. Was this friendship not enough? Why are the geniuses of the world so misunderstood? Anyhow, I was hoping you'd ask. As a matter of fact, I have just the present for you. It's a game called... a game I like to call Kill or Watch Your Friends Be Killed. Do you like the name? I thought of it myself just now. The rules are really quite simple. Your precious Swallow and the others are being held captive by the Garnet League on the Isle of Beko. You simply need to march in, cut down Zakuro and her men, and free your companions from the shackles. Succeed, and I'll forget about the scroll, and you can all go on marching happily back to Doma. Fail, and I get the scroll, and Zakuro bathes in your blood tonight. Yes, I do believe there's something in it for everyone. I'll be watching from the shadows. Do try to keep me entertained, won't you? I love him. He's so unhinged. Such a fucking theater kid. Echo, you want forehead kiss? Echo? Bring me your forehead, okay? Mwah. There you go. Hang on a minute. To continue this can of worms, Grape Ape from the Hanna-Barbera cartoons, kaiju or not. Wait, no. To continue this, during one of the Pacific Rim movies, was there not like small, like bugs, not bug-sized, but like human bug-sized kaiju? Was that not a thing? Was that not a thing? Also in the Pacific Rim anime, aren't there like smaller kaiju as well in that? It's doable. It's doable. Monster fuckers can live their best life. Don't you worry. Those were parasites on kaiju? Okay, but watch the Pacific Rim anime. I'm pretty sure there's like dogs. Like dog-sized kaiju. I erased Pacific Rim from my memory because it was bad. The anime was not good. The anime was not good. I should say that. Oh wow, I just Googled kaiju. What did you get? At this point, kaiju is just monster. I'm getting education today. Let's go. Wait. Like a Rule 34 education? Are you okay? Do you need help? Should we send an assistant? Bah, does his villainy know no bounds? I'm not keen on agreeing to those terms, but it don't seem we've much choice in the matter. I saw the animated show and they're from the future world, but they're not kaiju. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. If it's a fight he wants, it's a fight he'll get. Together, we can take those garnet curs. What do you say, sir? A kaiju has to be a giant monster. Okay, fair. Have any of you or anyone in chat seen Shin Godzilla? I have not. Is it good? There was a Pacific Rim anime. I think it was a Netflix. So, you know, with Netflix, it's 50-50 on whether it's going to be okay or not. Forgive me, my friends. If only I had been quicker to unravel Karasu's schemes, I would not have had to place you in danger like this. Still, it heartens me to know you stand with us. Same holds true for me, lad. While I'm not proud we let that rook get the better of us, I feel a lot safer knowing a dimba-damba like yourself is on our side. Let's get underfoot and Vakeb out of there right quick like. Latest Monster Prom game has you attempting to date a kaiju. It's as unhinged and suggestive as you'd expect. Which Monster Prom is that? Asking for a friend, so I can definitely avoid that game and not play it in my spare time. So I can steer clear entirely. I just want to know the title. Ever since the elders told me my presence was not needed in the village, I've struggled to find meaning in my daily existence. For whom do I fight? How very glib. For what greater purpose? Bye, Yuki! Now I have found an answer. It is for you, my friends. You who have stood beside me in the darkest of times. You who have shown me that there is strength inside me that I had long forgotten. You who... There's no time for prattle, lad. Or haven't you noticed the princess has already hopped the twig? Dust off your beta cases and let's move. Monster Prom 3, Monster Road Trip. Okay. I'll definitely be sure to avoid that one for sure. Thanks. Now I'll be safe from that. I just would hate to date a kaiju. That'd be so bad. Like, that'd be terrible. The man speaks true. Yes, we must be strong of both body and mind if we hope to prevail. To the Isle of Becco, where our friends await us. I definitely don't own it or anything and totally wouldn't stream it in the server for you. Yeah, that would just be the worst, Echo. It's such a good thing you don't have it, and I'm safe. Is Terra the male Zeppla? No, is Zeppla just as unhinged as this? Well, actually, I have that answer already. Fucking race penis sizes, of course she is. I need more Zeppla. I need more Zeppla. I need to consume more Zeppla content, clearly. Yes. Oh, I went the wrong way. Here we go. Honestly, as long as I'm entertained, I don't care what people call a kaiju. Fair. King Kong is a kaiju. He's just a giant ape, though. That's not a monster, that's just a large animal. But he's counted as a kaiju? It has this bit where two Japanese speak English to one another, and it's so hilariously bad high school English, but you realize that's as good as most Japanese get, and it's wonderful. It's, where did I go? It's like us Canadians with our French. We can't speak French for shit, even though we're supposed to learn it in school. I see nothing wrong with this. I felt bad because at this moment, while Oboro was talking about his loss of purpose, I blurted out, Oboro, just get a job. Do not bully Oboro. He's doing his best, okay? He's a sweet bean. As we were discussing earlier, marriage material. He would treat you well, albeit be a little boring. But it's okay. A little boring is good. A little boring is fine. Now, also marriage material, and less boring. Hildebrand, something Maximilian Manderville. He would make you laugh every fucking day. Biggest himbo energy. Little to my surprise, it would seem Karasu has alerted our foe to our presence. Let us proceed with caution. There's no telling what manner of treachery the crow has in store for us. Oi! Nah, Julian is a turnoff? Wait, whom's Julian? Whoop! Wait, whom's Julian? Boom, 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 boom. Well, if everyone else is stealthing. Stow your blades, lass. Least until we find our friends are safe. Hildebrand, Heliodor, Maximilian Manderville. Thank you. I knew I missed a name. I knew he had more names in there. You need to understand. After taking. I thought that sentence said after taking penises. After talking about penises, Zeppla turned to female anatomy, boobas and butts, and she was an unknown streamer and people just started going there. Now she's a pillar in the NAEU community. What a fucking legend, dude.
I've met Godbert, but not Julian yet. Okay, got you. Oh, do we... Is that a friend? Oh, that is a friend. I didn't even notice. Sorry, friend. What is that? Oh, that's my Ninky bar, isn't it? My health points directly? Holy damage. Sir, that was painful. His second name is Heliodor because he's a gem. Nice, I see what you did there. I want Hildebrand to have a romance arc so bad. I want him to have a romance arc with our Warrior of Light. To the shadows again, friends. Bum, 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 bum. Your Ninky would be stored. Your Ninky would be stored in the balls, but your Lalafell, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about Lalafell and balls. We do not. Thank you. Thank you for respecting my boundaries. Ignore the glowy floating blades. These are not the blades you're looking for. Hildy and Nashu, take it or leave it. Both? Nashu? It's fine. Nashu, Nashu has like the vibe of a small child. Oboro the Dim strikes again. God damn it, Oboro. How could this happen to us? Oh my god, I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking dead. No, I'm fine. Hildy dating sim that during the quest game changes to a visual novel style? That would be so powerful. Are you kidding me? If there isn't Endwalker Hildy, ideas. Hello, developers, we're giving you free ideas. Make it like an Undertale dating scene. Wait, does Terra know about Nashu's stalker? Probably not. I'm really early in the Hildy quest line. Really, really early. Frog. Rating soon. Channel prediction. Does my group clear DSR tonight first, or does Terra give up? Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up, Golso. You listen here. What time is it even? Okay, you listen here, you little shit. Whoops. Do 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 do. My Warrior of Light loves stupid men, but Hildy's a little too stupid for them. Okay, but I didn't think about Hildy as husband material until somebody the other day brought up the fact that Hildy would literally make you laugh every single day, like your entire relationship. He would also come with the downside of not being able to take serious things very seriously, but to be laughing all the time in between, pretty worth it. Also, Fib the Imp, you came in at the most unhinged moment and still pressed the follow button. I appreciate you. You've got more courage than sense to come this far. If we fought on the same side, I could see myself getting to like you. But we serve another master, and he just so happens to be a demanding one. Don't give me that look. We've all got to make a living, and this is the best way we know how. Now draw your blades. Zakuro will bathe in your lifeblood this night. I cannot wait for you to get to Endwalker. I will say zero detail, but I have some thirst opinions. Got you. The self-restraint you guys are giving is very, very good. Proud of you. Proud of you? I'm sure there's only more babes the more we get into the game. Oh, I forgot to mug. I'm embarrassed. Whoa! It's fine.
Oh, here comes more. Whoa! Oh, that's an interesting... Holy Jesus! What in the Xenos is Zakuro right now? Little bit of a badass. You kidding? Show the rats no mercy. We'll bathe in the hills of... I missed the rest. Becco in their blood. Whoa, 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 whoa. Jesus! She's crazy! Sakura is a Femro. This is but a fraction of her power. It's incredible. Wait, I need to armor crush you. Wait, I need to armor crush you. I pressed the wrong button. Oh no. No, Huton! It's okay, we just refresh like this. Do. Ugh, is the blood I bathe in my own? Crazy powerful, damn. At this point, 14 is just a male harem simulator. How many good options for femmes do we have? We have Ishtola, like arguably one of the best options. I still count Hilda, even if she hasn't been relevant in like centuries, because Hilda's a fucking babe. We have Merle Webb, even though she hasn't been relevant. Like, not as many. Not as many. Like, not nearly as many. It's imbalanced. I dislike. Oh my fucking god, hi Terra. First off, Happy New Year. Second, it's been so long. Hi Kayla. How you doing? Happy New Year. Lucia from Heavensward isn't bad. I just wish she had longer hair. Yeah, my sad bi-ass is starving for girl crushes in this game, literally. There's so many good male options, very few female. Minago, but she's married to her job. So true, Ranger. Minago's cute as frick, though. Jolly, no! Shut the hell up. People like to hate on her, but Ida? I guess for some lease, yeah. Wait, hang on. You should not have got auto-modded for saying gay ass, because I say that 24/7. Oh, Sadu! Sadu! Oh, Sadu, though, hang on. And Moonbrita. Moonbrita! Are we talking femro or just powerful ladies? We're talking about, like, really simp-worthy ladies in this game. Yugiri? Yugiri! I like Yugiri, but she seemed a little, I guess maybe she's just not my type, Yugiri. I don't know, something about her was off for me. Like, attraction-wise. Redacted from Endwalker. Hey, if we have something to look forward to, we have something to look forward to. Blades are whirling through the air, blood watering the fields, shinobi fighting side by side, all for the sake of their dear friends. Could there be a more moving sight? Our heroes moved to tears. Or not. So much to look forward to. Lena's cute. Lena is really cute, but again, not fully my type. But do not worry. As promised, I'll return your precious swallow with nary a feather out of place. Once you hand over the scroll, of course. Wait, you went back on your deal? How could you betray us again? What foolery is this, Karasu? We played your little game and we won, did we not? Are you a man of your word or not? Oh, my poor look at this stance. Oh, my poor stupid Oboro. How dim can one man get? Didn't anyone ever tell you that promises are made to be broken? Especially mine. Now, hand over the scroll, and quickly now. I don't particularly enjoy killing my dear friends, but that's never stopped me before. Oh, Oboro, the scroll. What is that stance? His absolute power stance. Yotsuyu steps on people, so there's that. So when Yotsuyu was in peak Yotsuyu, I was initially attracted to her, and then it was too much. It was too, like, insanity for me. And I was like, okay, I'm out. Sato is psychotic. If there was a Sun personality, it would be her. Yeah. I mean, Tsubame is still armed with that voice. She could take him. Woo! Oh, Fordola, though. Yeah, no, Fordola's a babe. Fordola's a babe for sure. I forgot about Fordola. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Very good, dim one. Yes, I dare say you've played your role to perfection. Fly away home, little swallow. We've had enough fun for the day. I love Karasu. Such a fucking theater kid. Oh! Imposing, shinobi. Incompetent fools, the lot of you. How long do you intend to keep me waiting for what is rightfully mine? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, by the way. Lord Hanzo, you couldn't have come at a better time. You'll be happy to know I have just what you've been looking for. Behold. Our hero has truly outdone himself this time. At long last, the ancient secrets of Hingen ninjutsu will be his. Do tell me, Lord Hanzo, when will training begin? Lord Hanzo? A betrayal again? It could not be. Okay, but wait, if Karasu dies, I'm gonna be mad. Oh! He Thanos snapped him with a fucking fireball. Hello? What the? Not me glancing over at chat and seeing Fordola could punch me and I thank her. Spade, that is such a mood. That is such a mood. Oh. Hi, I just witnessed murder. You sure did. Welcome in. Oh, let me just catch up on chat really quickly. Ymrita isn't even a character. She's like, yeah. Ymrita's pretty flavorless in my opinion. Ymrita is alright, but the era gear just isn't flattering. It's really not. Actually, the hottest female is probably the one locked behind the most boring Realm Reborn tribal quest. Her name is Lunga. Which tribe is that for? Is it worth doing it just for her? Welcome in, by the way. Doom Cookie, what's up? How you doing? I mean, Fordola could do a lot more to me, and I think. Lena is also quite powerful. Lena! Whom's the fuck is Lena? Lena. Somebody help me. I'm good, how are you? I'm really good. We're having some unhinged conversation. Welcome in. Oh, Lena! Okay, wait. Lena, though. Rabbit Girl from the Crystarium? My love, dude. My beloved. Lena's voice actress? Woo! Popped off. Delivered so hard. So hard. Lunga, she's a Malja. Okay, say less. Tara, how could you forget Lena? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know. Technically, Fran is in 14. Technically, Fran exists. Okay. Sorry, where were we? Tara, how could you? Ban me. Ban me from my own stream. I forgot Lena. Kill me. Silence, whelp. The bastard get of Sasuke and shamed deserve naught but a quick death. Sasuke? Lena, my beloved, who I forego. Randos? Listen here, you little shit. Listen here. Exclamation mark memory, alright? Exclamation mark memory. Well, a brood of Doman dogs who could call themselves shinobi. You stand before Hanzo the Hidden, 12th Lord of the Give me a second. Kage Kakushi clan. And you should consider yourself fortunate that I do not cut you down where you stand. And you would call your petty tricks ninjutsu? I spit on your ninjutsu. Your very existence brings dishonor to every true shinobi who has ever lived. Yes, those of my clan, the original and true practitioners of the art. Be thankful that I have more important matters to attend to today. Enjoy what little remains of your miserable lives. Your time will come, and before you know it. His gear's cool though. Oh! His gear's cool though. Not horny in any way. We add Dulia Chai to the list of Pog female characters in 14. Dulia Chai is such a good character. Not horny for Chai, Dulia, like for either of the Chais, honestly. But like Dulia, so good. Redacted, my beloved from Endwalker. Who would have thought Sasuke would sire a theater kid? Unbelievable. Dulia child. The Chais are so good. I love so like 5.3 spoilers or 5.0. No, 5.3 spoilers. If you're not there, if you're here, you probably should be at that point already. But really quickly, you have a warning. Mute me. 5.3 spoilers. The way that Dulia got serious in those ending bits and was like really like heartfelt was so sweet to see. Cause she's usually so like so loud, so flamboyant, and she was just so like calm and like heartfelt, and it was so sweet to see. Forgive me, my friends. Pray, give me a moment to take in all we just saw. Not a thought behind those eyes. Exactly, Balur, exactly. Don't need to give me a spoiler warning for me to want to mute you, Terra! Jolly, how could you? To be fair, I would watch and learn recipes from Dulia Child. I do not know where to even start. Karasu, killed off before our very eyes. The forbidden mudra in the hands of this Hanzo, who claims to hail from the clan who founded our art, and who harbors a grudge against Master Sasuke, and in turn, us, for reasons I can scarce begin to understand. Though it may be a small comfort, we can take heart in one matter, the truth. The scroll Hanzo now holds is but one half of the whole. Alone, it is all but worthless. The other half is tucked safely away in our village, far from Hanzo's peering eye. It is a secret known only to the elders, entrusted to me by the old hermit before I took my leave. Is that so? I would have appreciated if someone could have shared that knowledge with me as well. The old hermit always did like you better for some reason. Still, I did not expect this Hanzo to give up easily. Whatever the true nature of the grudge he holds against the founder of our village, it seems to nigh border on obsession. Our adversary claims to hail from Kage Kakushi clan. Princess Yuki, are you familiar with the name? Wait, Hidden Winds? No, not Hidden Winds. Is that Hidden Winds? Anyone who's better at Japanese than me. Oh fuck, I'm butchering it. Kage Kakukushi. I can't. It's something wind. I don't know what it is. Oh, Kage is shadow. Yes, I should have known that. Kaze is wind. Kage is shadow. Because I used to play, in order to immerse myself in Japanese, I used to play Overwatch in Japanese, and Reaper would be like Kage Kuru Kunda or something like that. Like it came from the shadows. Edgy ass Reaper. May I just say, I love the hair. Hello, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I eat that shit up. Press X to doubt Karasu should be allowed to live anymore. Karasu's alive. There's no way he's dead. He poofed. Oh, I agree, but I still doubt he's actually dead. Same. Village of the Hidden Shadow? Fuck, are we Naruto now? We don't need another Great Ninja War. It's Village of the Shadow and there's a Sasuke about, okay? If I remember the histories correctly, they achieved great renown for their exploits in battle during the Age of Strife. It was said that a single Kage Kakushi fought with strength and skill of 1,000 lesser shinobi, until one day when a vengeful warlord razed their village to the ground, slaughtering even wives and babes. The Kage Kakushi on the battlefield too disappeared one after the next, an inglorious end by any measure. At least I think if the 14 players wrote it, it would be a lot better than the shitstorm that it was. Half of Shippuden. Oh no. If this Hanzo is truly a descendant of the clan, it would stand to reason that he would seek revenge against those who betrayed his ancestors. But how is this connected to Sasuke? I cannot say. But if there's one thing I know, it's that I'm not going to just stand by while this Hanzo plunges our nation into another age of war. I will return home and see if there's any more knowledge of the Kagekakushi to be had. Such a hard name. Thank you, Princess. We're counting on you. Kagekakshi. No, it's not Kakshi. For our part, we should return to Yangsha. Once Hanzo realizes that he only possesses half of the knowledge he seeks, he's like to turn an eye to our village. We must warn the elders. Kagekakmi, hello? I don't think the ninja would threaten a war so close to the steppe. Sadu would take them all on herself and win, literally. If it's all the same, I reckon I'll join. No, Jack, don't come along. I'm not keen on showing my face in Limsa till I've got the goods I came in for me daddles. That said, someone needs to see to it that all's Bob back at home. You two, B-cast, go back home. Underfoot, Vikeb, can I count on you to keep things in order until I've seen to the business here? Aye aye, Captain, consider it done. Just hurry back, will ya? I'll make sure there's a Bismarck special with your name on it. Bismarck special is like a sandwich, I think. Really early on in the rogue quest, someone eats somebody's sandwich. It's big drama. Bugger me if this journey hasn't been one surprise after the next. And something tells me the best is yet to come. You'll be joining us, won't you, sir? For old time's sake? Like I have a choice? I cannot thank you enough, friend. The journey to Yangsha is a long one. After we arrive, let us rest up in the village of Namai. Kagekakshi. Yeah. Kagekakshi. You devoice the U in Ushi, so it sounds like Kakshi. Like in the... Oh, like in Des? Kagekakshi. Oh, I see it now! Thank you. Rando, you're a real one. You're a real one. Jack eats Keb's sandwich and gets strung up in revenge. That's what it was, Ray. The rogue quests were cute. If Sadu knew how to summon a primal, she would just to fight it. True. I would say Sadu would tear through them like the berserker queen she is. She would. Sadu is a goddess, dude. Good thing 14 doesn't have bloodline powers descended through special eyes. Oh, no, wait, we do. Literally the Alligans. My long-awaited homecoming. For the first time since I left in pursuit of Karasu. Karasu, have you truly left this world for good? Ah, the Jenga puzzle. The world record Jenga puzzle. Can you truly not see to the top of it? Ugh. Ugh. Does it just keep going? Jesus. It does just keep going. Huh. Oh, maybe in G pose. That's a good point. If you fly all the way up as high as you can and then G pose, maybe? Tsubame and I will make the journey to the village alone. Forgive me, but the elders are not like to smile on sudden arrival of outsiders. But they know me! I saved their Okay, fine. We report on all that we saw in Hingashi and gather what wisdom we can. Pray wait for us here. We will return as soon as we are able. I do not ask for a hero's welcome, but, well, I suppose there's no putting it off any longer. Seems we're on our own for the time being. I reckon I can find some Bene Bingo and a couple of rum doxies in this place. Just having a bit of an amuse. What is this? What with this Hanzo on the prowl? It's best we both keep our stabbers sharpened. Jack, why did you have to come? Why did you have to come with us, Jack? Hey, I'm ready for Bozia. Well, not fully, but level-wise I'm ready. You've tried, Derek, you can't. Damn. And today, Terra's going to demonstrate why the Tower of Babel fell. No. Ah, sir, Oboro got back not long ago. Mumbled something about his trip to the village was uneventful. Then dragged his beater cases off somewhere or another, looking at the ground all the while. Jack knows how to read a cove, and something tells me this boy ain't right these days. Like he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. You know the lad better than anyone. You reckon there's somewhere he'd run off to if he were looking to clear his head? Not back in Eorzea, surely. Is there a waterfall in these parts by chance? A waterfall? Now that you mention it, I did hear the sound of running water when I went on a stroll the other day. I'm not quite sure I whittle you, but if that's where you think the lad is, like as not, you're right. Let's go see if we can ease his cares a bit. Jack's... Well, since we're waiting, might as well find a hooker. Literally. That's why Jack is like, you bang him, but you do not marry somebody like Jack. Jack is not marriage material. Just a one-time bang. Just a one-time bang, that's it. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Welcome in. Tara says no. Also Tara. Hey guys, do you think I could use human wizardry to look at God? Fair. Okay, fair point though. Dude, okay, there's so much nudity. There's so much nudity in the ninja quests. Kinda living for it and appreciate it. Oh, that was a little close. That was a little close. Just fully appreciating it. Just fully appreciating the merchandise. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Let's be real, you want to be Jack's friend with benefit? Shut the hell up, Ray. Shut the hell up. Sir, I had hoped to spend some more time alone with my thoughts, but it is just as well. It grows cold. I would warm myself by a fire. I had a comment to make, but I'm not going to do it. I have to be naked in a waterfall. It's our culture. And now he's still naked. You know me all too well, sir. I suppose I should not be surprised. Well, you shocked the living wits out of me. I was expecting to find you in front of the waterfall, not in it. At first I did just that, Captain Jack, but when listening to the flowing water did not calm my heart as I hoped, I took the next logical course of action. I cannot explain it. I returned to my village, fully expecting to be punished for my deception and chastised for my failure to perform my duty. Instead, I was greeted as a hero, the honorable shinobi who slew the villainous Karasu, traitor to our village and country. But it is all a lie. Master Gekkai was the traitor, and were it not for Karasu putting aside the foul deeds he performed in service to his final master, my eyes would have been forever blind to the truth. The benefit is that he shuts up. If you make Jack bite the pillow, then he can. Ray, I love you. Ray, I love you. They just want to be one with the breeze and shadows. Why is he naked? Not that I'm complaining, but he's tighter than his anus. It's actually surprising. Like, even like this little like boop that he would wear such skivvies like these is kind of shocking. I read that. That day I promised Karasu that I would keep the truth hidden and claim the glory and accolades in his stead. At the time, I thought nothing of it. But it's just too much. Perhaps the man deserved to die for his sins. It is not for me to judge, but does he deserve to go on to the grave as a hated villain, while I reap the fruits of deeds I can scarcely call my own? You really are too serious for your own good, lad. Let old Jack tell you a story. Oh no, story time with Jack! Once upon a time, well, maybe not so long ago, there was a Dimber Mort by the name of Milala, a captain of the Yellow Jackets, who was always more style than substance, if you whittle me. Long story short, Sir and me did ourselves a good deed, but the lass took the credit for herself. Did a part of me resent it? Sure. I've got feelings as any other cove, but people in our business, including this Karasu Rook, I reckon, need people like her. People to stand in the lightmans and claim the glory while we ply our trade in the dark. Milala might not have done the deed, but since then, they say she's a new woman, doing all she can to be the hero that people believe her to be. In not so many wids, I guess what I'm saying is, rather than clouting yourself in the knob about glory you feel you don't deserve, why not try live up to the person your friends would have you be? Wait, that was actually sweet. Wait, what the hell, Jack? That was actually sweet? Thank you, Captain Jack. I must admit, I had never thought of it that way. Oboro, forgive me. I've readied the falcon as you requested. Shall we pay Master Kamui a visit? Allow me to explain, my friends. Since returning here, I have been researching the history of our village, in particular, the life of our forefather, Master Sasuke, in hopes of better understanding our foe and the grudge he bears. The tales say that Master Sasuke came to Doma on a mission so secret, no records of it were ever left. Our elders, too, were at a loss. If any possessed knowledge of such ancient happenings, they said, it would be the old hermit. That is what we call Master Kamui, an elder who retired from his post long ago, and now spends his days in meditation at Plum Spring, pondering the meaning of existence to depths ordinary minds can scarce comprehend. Sir, as my student, you too are an heir to Master Sasuke's legacy. I would ask that you accompany me to Plum Spring, that together we may learn the truth about the father of our art. Will you do this? Excellent. Plum Spring is not far from here, but we cannot travel there on land. Tsubame was kind enough to summon the falconer. Let us return to Namai. I'm no shinobi, and I wouldn't know this Sasuke from a hole in the ground, but I'm coming with you. If for no other reason, then I'm dying for a change of scenery. Terra, have you seen the Lego Army, the Shisui of the Violet Tides? I don't think I have. Story time with Jack. And so our story begins. Many wibbly wobbly wambly times ago, find us friendly Dimber Dambo had our stabbers at the ready to deal with that right wacko. Accurate. Anyway, that's why the ARR relic final form is called Sasuke's Blades. That's cool. Tudor said same thing. Yeah. Cool. Master Kamui rarely accepts visitors, but the elders have assured me he awaits our arrival. Do not ask me why, but they say he's particularly interested in seeing you, Tsubame. In any event, Plum Spring is but a short and pleasant flight away. When you are ready to depart, pray speak to the falconer over there. Boop. I'm ready. I see you. Not so sneaky. It's basically underwear for some of them, so it's not that odd what Oboro wears. Got you. This is the esteemed Master Kamui. I can scarcely wait to hear what words of enlightenment he would share with us. A thousand apologies for the intrusion, Master Kamui. It is I, Oboro. I have come seeking knowledge of Master Sasuke and the founding of our village. If it would not be an imposition, pray share with us your great wisdom. Obo who? I don't know any Obo. Yeah, my back. Every word I speak is a dagger in me. No, this won't do at all. I'll be needing my medicine. The usual, that is. Liver of the Yangshan tiger, horn of a rhino beetle, claw of a doman weasel. Yes, that always does the trick. Yes, I simply cannot carry on a conversation in such pain. So be on your way, boys. You stay here, my little swallow. Keep an old man company. Tsubame. Why am I getting like lecherous vibes from this old man? For every wit being a dagger in him, he sure likes his prattling. Oboro. Where have I heard that name before? Enlightenment, my ass. This old coot's a real piece of work. Oboro. Yes. The dim little boy who could never quite match the wits and skills of his friend Karasu? Huh? Yes, that is I. It is my honor to bring you the medicine you seek, Master. Forgive me, my friend, but it seems we have a little choice but to indulge the Master. Between the three of us, hopefully, it will not prove too trying a task. Let us return to Namai. You can replace every slang term Jack says with fuck, and it'll still be grammatically correct. Oof. Woo. Playing errand boy for Master Kamui. What a splendid turn of events. In any event, let us split up and make short work of this. I will hunt down a Yangshan tiger. Captain Jack, pray see to the rhino beetle. Sir, I would entrust the doman weasel claw to you. My apologies for troubling you with such a menial task, but I fear Master Kamui is nothing if not stubborn. In any event, let us return when we have found what we seek. Okay. No problem. Why is it so far though? You know what I haven't listened to in forever and I suddenly have a craving for it? I don't know if it'll last long enough for us to get there. But we haven't been on Shiva Mount in a minute. Wait, have I been pronouncing Namai wrong this whole time? Namai? If it's proper Japanese pronunciation, I think it is Namai, but Rando is better at pronunciation than I am. It is Namai, okay. I got a funny for you when we return to the place, okay. Music didn't know what to do. It went passive for a second there. I don't think I've heard the music on this mount. Oh, this is generic mount music? Shame, I thought it'd be something from Palace of the Dead. Missed opportunity. Woo. Ah, sir, I trust you were able to procure a weasel claw. Yith. There you are. Can always listen to Way to the World on the pod mount. True! Thank you, friend. I am pleased to report that Captain Jack and I were also successful in our hunts. Let us return to Plum Spring and hope that Master Kamui is feeling more talkative. If it's all the same to you, lads, I'll be staying here. Thank you kindly. I'm like as not to give that old coot a clout in the knob, and I reckon your elders wouldn't take kindly to that. Just to note, the uneared Namai and Namai will sound very similar in Japanese, even if one is technically correct. Especially when speaking quickly, right? Various dialects already drop in shortened sounds in Japanese, as with English. I don't know if I ever told you guys the story of, I was in Atami, which is like a little kind of rural area. We went there for Atami Castle, and we went into a tiny little store that had like a little grandma working there. She was so cute. She literally walked up to me and she was like, Nihongo wakaru kana? Which means like, I wonder if you understand Japanese. And I was like, oh yeah, a little bit. So then we were talking for a bit. And she explained a bunch of things. It was super cute. She was so excited. Like she lit up immensely when I responded in Japanese to her. And she was just talking on and on and on. And then when we decided on the thing we wanted to buy and we were paying for it, she was like, oh, so where are you from? And I was like, oh, I'm from Canada. And she's like, isn't Canada cold? And I responded with like, I don't know if I said Canada mecha samui. And I didn't know that mecha was like Osaka dialect, because all of my friends in my city are from like Osaka, like Kansai Ben and like Kansai dialect. So I didn't know that mecha was slangy. No, she didn't Nihongo Jozumi actually. I didn't know that mecha was slangy, but it's basically the equivalent of saying hella. So to this sweet little old lady, after having like a proper conversation to her, my answer was, oh, Canada's hella cold. That's the way I responded. She smiled when I said it, but she looked like she did a little like shock. Like she did a little like jump back and smiled. And I was like, huh? It wasn't until months later that I learned that mecha was slangy. Because one of my friends was like, oh, it's so cute that you picked up on our dialect. And I was like, what? I was like, what? They're like, yeah, mecha is like slang. And I was like, ah! And then it clicked. I was immediately brought back to that conversation. What did you want to show me, Jolly? It was embarrassing. What you want? What you want, Jolly? What do you want from me? That poor little grandma, she was probably laughing. Look at the chat for full effect. Okay. She was probably laughing so hard after I left. Jolly, you're banned. Jolly, you're banned. I'm not even giving you the time of day. I'm not gonna tell chat what it says. Is it just me, or does Master Kamui seem rather spry, given his condition? No matter. Let us give the man what he asked for. Jolly, you're banned. You want to learn Japanese so much? Doom Cookie! Let me tell you what I learned. The only way that you're gonna learn Japanese is if you start right now. Start literally tonight. Start with something super small. Learn a couple words. Learn a couple, learn a little bit of grammar. Literally, if you don't start right now, next year, you're going to be like, oh, damn, I really wish I had learned Japanese. But if you start right now, maybe you won't be even close to fluent, but you will have more progress towards learning Japanese than you did like last year. Because I was in that same boat for like years and years. I was like, oh, I wish I would learn Japanese. Oh, I wish I would learn. Just start. Start small. Start with something comfortable. Like get yourself like a flashcard program and just start today. Because then, boom, in a year from now, you'll have progress on it. True for every skill. Yep. Wishing you had it isn't going to bring you results. Just starting on it as small as you're capable is more than what we're currently doing. Duolingo is awesome for learning a new language. Been learning Irish. Yo, that's so cool, Sarita. You used to use Duolingo. I don't know if that's the right way to go. Me, I don't recommend learning the way that I learned. I brute forced it. I brute forced it with flashcards. And for the first 2 months of learning Japanese, I only focused on kanji. And their rough meanings, and I really don't recommend that. Yes, it gave me a bit more understanding when I see kanji, but it hurt. It hurt, dude. It was so hard. It was so hard. I wasn't even able to speak it or use it really. It was just brutal. It was just brutal. Oh, my favorite medicine never fails to put a spring in an old man's step. But, Master Kamui, we've not begun to boil the... Forgive me. What I mean to say is, it warms my heart to see you well. Ahem. So, it was Sasuke's secret mission you wished to hear of, my boy. Let me see what I remember. It was so long ago. Once upon a time in Hingashi, in the time they called the Age of Strife, there lived a man named Hanzo. Hanzo the First, leader of the Kagekakushi clan. He crafted a summoning mudra of terrifying power. Many a warlord did covet this power, that they might wield it to unify the warring states under their rule. Hanzo would hear nothing of it. Time and time again, he turned down prestigious posts and untold riches, declaring that the mudra would be used only in defense. He recorded his knowledge on a single scroll and sealed it away from the eyes of man. In case you didn't know, Terry, you can use /EM for custom emote stuff. I actually didn't know that, so thank you. It's definitely a struggle, but you like it, yeah. I tried to learn some Japanese, but man, I suck at languages. Memorized hiragana, forgot it a while ago. Hiragana and katakana, you can kind of like, honestly, you could brute force it in a day and then just use like flashcards or something to keep the memory of it. Because that's what I did. Hiragana and katakana I tackled in like a day or two, and then just flashcards to remember. Flashcards are not how everyone can learn, though. I should put a little asterisk beside there. Flashcards, ouch, they hurt. Sometime later, a vagabond came to Kagekakushi after the villagers nursed him back to health. He explained that he had fled across the sea from the land of Doma to escape the reign of a tyrant. So it was that Hanzo I, moved deeply by the traveler's story, called upon Sasuke, his most trusted protege, to carry the forbidden knowledge across the Ruby Sea and bring freedom to the people of Doma. Sasuke wielded the power but once. Such was its power. In a matter of moments, the tyrant's army crumbled before its might, and the Doman people at last knew freedom. You just never practice it? Yeah. In terms of languages, if you don't use it, you lose it. It's very true. But Sasuke felt that his job was not yet done. He resolved to remain in Doma and established a village here that he might train his new countrymen and to carry on his legacy and pass down the art of ninjutsu to future generations. That is the untold story of our village's origins. As for the forbidden mudra, by whose power Doma's freedom was won, who can say why our ancestors feared it so? All that we know is that he was not content to merely seal the scroll away, but took his blade in hand and sliced it clean in two. One piece was presented as an offering to the king of Doma, in celebration of the nation's newfound freedom. The other sealed away in his village, our village, never again to see the light of day. I tried learning on my own. This was years ago. Didn't work that well. Took a year of Japanese at a community college. That gave you the foundation to learn more on your own. That is a good thing to mention as well, Rando. Do I want anything else from Tim's? Honestly, can we get Timbits, Bess? Somebody mentioned Timbits in here earlier, and I had a craving ever since then. Same, Lucian. I still have trouble with English, and it's my main language. Relatable. Relatable. Started learning the alphabet, then forgot what I was doing. Oof. But mind you, during the time I was doing that, I was surrounded by people who were more likely to poke fun at you for it. I hate people like that. Let people enjoy things. Okay, when people make fun of you, especially for learning a language or something like that, especially something like Japanese, they like to poke fun and be like, haha, weeb, you're learning weeb language. But deep down, they're just fucking jealous that they don't have the resolve to learn it themselves. So don't let people like that get to you. I want to, but I'm not quite ready yet. I have so many other things I want to do first, do and then first. I don't know if I want to cram something else in there yet. Yeah. Sometimes a single class of something lets you know which direction to go in. Yes. English is a terrible language. It's horrible. Horrible. I suspected as much. Master Sasuke was no traitor or deserter, but a shinobi of honor. Even at the time, it is said that Hanzo the First told none other of Sasuke's true mission. Though unfortunate, it is little surprise that today, centuries later, his descendants see Sasuke as little more than a traitor who stole away with their greatest treasure and fled to a foreign land. Thank you, Master Kamui. This has proved more enlightening beyond my wildest hopes. Glad to hear it, boy, but don't think I'll take kindly to interrupting my blissful enlightenment again. As for you, my little swallow, you're welcome back anytime. Sorry to interrupt your lecherous prattle, but the princess here's got news to share, and I'm afraid it ain't of the good variety. Oboro, we must move quickly. Our men afield have reported that the Kagekakshi clan musters their forces in full and means to march on Doma. No doubt Hanzo has figured out where the other half of the scroll lies. There's no time to lose. We must return at once and prepare to defend the village. A bat? Karasu isn't dead? What? No way! Tsubame has gone to deliver the news to the elders. Meanwhile, Princess Yuki makes for the Ruby Sea to look out for the Kagekakshi army's approach. We know not the size of our foe's army, nor their strength. Only that both are formidable, and then some. Suffice it to say, we will be tested as never before. In what time we have, I implore you to devote yourself to your training, as if our very lives depended on it. For surely they do. Level 70 quest! Oh my god. As good as the writing has been, I've generally been enjoying these. These has been long. The ninja quests, even the rogue quests were long. Well, Terra, leaving me here dead, you deserve it. You actually deserve it. I'm not rezzing you. Bum, 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 bum. Drawing mainly. Can't get the technicals down quite right. Drawing. Oh, here I am lecturing about learning Japanese, and drawing is one of the things that I've always wanted to be good at, but never put in the effort. So it's my own damn fault. It's one of those things that, yes, you can have innate talent and be good at it, but you can definitely grind it out and like learn it slowly over time as a hobby. Art hard, yes. It is time, sir. The army of the Kagekakshi clan marches on Yangsha even as we speak. It does take years to develop, definitely. Princess Yuki keeps watch from afar, and she says their numbers are legion. We must gather our brothers and sisters of the village and make toward the Ruby Sea to meet them head on. There is one thing, however, that does not sit well with me. As Princess Yuki tells it, there is no sign of Lord Hanzo among the advancing army. Though we met only once, he does not strike me as a man who would stay home and let others fight his battles. He is surely plotting something, but what? Have you any ideas, sir? He would strike at our blind spot. Almost certainly. But of course, he means to circle around and cross over to Yangsha by way of the Azim Steppe, catching us from behind. And yet our foe vastly outnumbers us. We cannot afford to spread our forces thinner than they already are. If Hanzo means to sneak through the back door undetected, like as not he comes alone, I would trust the defense of the steppe to you. Go in safety, friend, and may the kami smile upon us this day. You've been learning Japanese on Duolingo. How do you find Duolingo has been treating you? Back when I learned, one of the best resources, one of the supposedly best resources was a website called Wanikani, but I never used it because it was a paid thing. But that's what I saw a lot of people praising. Jack gives us questline love and flavor, just like Jack's. Strangled. I don't like Duolingo because it doesn't explain anything. Does it just throw the words in front of you and is like, good luck, use it in a sentence? I do a bit of art, but it's mostly chaotic scenes of birds with hats and eggs with faces. Lucian, that's fire. That's fire. Are you kidding? When you're learning to draw, you have to have the endurance of a roach who's been smacked with a rolled up magazine 15 times and just won't die. Yep. It's especially hard with art because with art, as you're learning, you have to look at your art all the time. And if you're not proud of it, you have to look at it still. Do you know what I mean? So that's always been my struggle with art. It's I keep thinking I'm just going to pick it up and be great. And no, that's so not the case. Can't speak for you, but getting caught between two squabbling ninja clans wasn't high on my to-do list. Still, we're on this ship together, so might as well see the voyage through to the end, I reckon. If that Hanzo shows up, grab his half of the scroll for me, will ya? All right, Jack, I will. Being chilly. Val, get out of here with your John Cena Chinese. Being chilling. XDD. I hate art. That's why I do it. I have better core understanding of German now and why from Babbel. From Babel? Babbel? That's Babbel, right? I find Duolingo okay-ish, but I do have a great memory. It's better alongside something else. Yeah, when I was learning Japanese, like self-studying it, I used flashcards for words, and then I had a separate book for grammar and website resources for grammar. So I would learn grammar externally on my own, and I would learn the words externally on my own, like two separately things, rather than trying to mix them. Isn't it kind of the same with doing video editing for streams? Yeah, it very much is. Funny that you should say that. It very much is. Rue, how you doing? Or you just do what I do. If I dislike what I draw, throw it in the trash, forget about it. That's smart. Wait, that's smart. Because you're still improving, but then you don't have to stare at it and be like, oh, if you're not proud of it. If it hurts you to look at. I've been drawing all my life, 24 years, went to school for it. More than half the stuff you draw, you hate. We ourselves are our own worst critics. Yup. Yep. That's like, I have like at least 2 or 3 videos that I've edited and completed. And then I'm like, I hate this. And I just haven't posted it. I just haven't posted it. And it's like, it would be better if I just post it. But I'm not fully proud of it. So then I don't. Also ties into being a perfectionist. I hate it. Came in at the appropriate time. Dom was just randomly saying it. And then I had the urge to do the same. And you guys are discussing language. Let's go. Being chilling. It's been pretty helpful for me. They don't explain the rules like in a class, but you learn them by setting the example and putting it together, like how to use kara and made when discussing traveling. They didn't explicitly say that kara basically denotes the origin, the destination, but I've basically figured that out from context. That's a great way to learn. Seeing the example. That is a great way to learn, Zoe. Kamui? Oh! I mean... Pardon me, my boy. I seem to have lost my way. Could you show an old man to Plum Spring? Clearly you're not as stupid as your friends, but it's too late. The scroll has returned to the hand of its rightful owner, and everything proceeds according to my plan. As expected, Domin Ninjutsu was a sad sight to behold, where Sasuke's Sori gets struggle to wield 3 mudra, the Jonin of the Kage Kakushi command 4? Dude, never give ninjas 4 mudras. I can barely handle 3. I can barely handle 3? Whoa, I love that guy from Overwatch. Hanzo from Overwatch? I'm really harsh on my own art, but seeing a streamer use my art as his BRB stream starting really made me appreciate my stuff. Wait, that's so cute, Rue. That's so cute. That I just want to say, streamers always love art. Streamers always love art that you do your stuff. Streamers really love art. Sorry. Yeah, my Spanish is mostly from a free immersion program. They talk and use visuals, and you pick it up from context, like an apartment tour. Wait, that's so cool. That's sick. That's sick. That's a cool way to learn. The comedy art YouTube channel I watch goes over and over about not being precious with your art. They will from time to time just yell, delete your art! Don't hoard it, it's just gonna make you sad. I'll handle 4 guy. Get the hell out. Get the hell out, Charlie. We command 4 with ease. Bunshin no jutsu! So we call it in the Hingan tongue. Mirrors and mirrors of mirrors. In a matter of moments, my few loyal men appeared from afar to be a legion. Kage Bunshin no jutsu! With all but a few abandoning the village to meet the challenge of my army, it was simple enough to put on the guise of the old man and walk out with what was rightfully mine. That is the difference between a true shinobi and the Domin whoresons who dishonor our name with their very existence. But the dishonor ends today. At long last, I shall wipe the earth of the sons of Sasuke the Shamed, the thief who stole my great ancestors' knowledge and consigned our proud clan to ruin. Oh my god, Waffle. Bless browsers remembering our websites for us. I should not waste my time with a false shinobi such as you, and yet there is a sharpness, an edge, in your technique that your Domin friends lack. Yes, you should make a fine test for my newfound powers. Ruh-roh! Ruh-roh! He's an Asian. It's always Asians. Come, great beast, Hanzo the Hidden, descendant of your first master, bids you come. Nice. Dread beasts! Thumpity thump thump thumpity thump thump. Someone fucked up his mudra. What? What is the meaning of this? So fearsome, their floppy ears. So terrifying, their sharply protruding teeth. The audience gasps in horror. I love our theater kid. He switched out a scroll, didn't he? You! I killed you! I thought you sharper than that, my friend. There was some set resemblance around the eyes, I'll admit, but the real me is so much more handsome. The lordling is dumbfounded. So stubbornly proud was he of his precious 4th mudra. Never in a million years did it occur to him that my master Gekkai had mastered the same technique. A technique he imparted to me. Oh, and if those lovely little creatures thumping about you didn't give it away, that scroll in your hands is quite fake. I couldn't very well let forbidden knowledge fall into the wrong hands, now could I? Bang. I love Karasu, dude. Oh. In a shocking turn of events, still not dead. I'm shocked. Shocked! Well, not that shocked. Though you only succeeded in killing my mirror, you did try to kill me. I really didn't appreciate that. The shame. My poor little chick. You always end up doing the dirty work, don't you? But worry not, for this time, at your side stands not Oboro the Dim, or some 2-gil rogues, but the most stylishly lethal shinobi this realm has ever seen. Let's say we cut this self-important sop down to size. I love him. He's like a Hildy character in a serious quest, literally. Karasu, this is the 7th week in a row you've died. You dare mock me. Your every breath brings shame to the ancestors of our art. My ancestors. You will pay for your insolence. Come! I forgot to mug first. Shadow clones! I would like some shadow clones of my own if you don't mind. Does this have a positional? No, it does not have a positional. Okay, good. I keep pressing 5 instead of 4. Armor Crush, I'm doing you dirty, I'm sorry. You stay over there, okay? I'll share it with his clones. Karasu really said fuck you, you're dealing with your AoE on your own. Bunshin, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Which one's the real one? I'm so confused. He's too powerful. Me seeing this miss when Summoner Pets counted for split AoEs, it was very goofy. Man, rip Summoner as a pet class, honestly. I forgot to use, wait, no, that's Huraijin, never mind. I thought that was Dream Within a Dream. Whoa there, I thought we were friends. I should make him eat it himself, but I'm not gonna. I am a better friend than he. Oh my god, I have so many abilities to press. Wait, Ninja's so fun. You just bing bong. You just bing bong. It's so good. Ah! Quiver in fear before my might. He has become Tiger. It feels really good to not have to waste jutsus or mudras on Huton anymore, and you can just refresh Huton. That's a nice change. Get your ass back here, boy! Get your ass back here! Oh! Karasu, you fucking asshole! He really said you're eating that AoE alone. I did not expect him to warp away again. What a good character. What a good character. Fuck, here we go again. See through Hanzo's illusions and defeat him. Which one is the real one? This one. Oh, this is hurting my bones? Wait, this really hurts my bones? My bones! Gah, a lucky guess. It hurt my bones though, sir. It was very ouchy. Terra did not expect the serial backstabber to betray his trust, disappear when trying to stack with him. Listen, I thought he turned over a new leaf for the second, third. Big boy. Big boy. Hello, big boy. You are quite large. Has anyone told you are quite large? That's an AoE I'm standing in. M dead? M become dead? No, I'm okay. Holy Jesus. stack with his clones. It's my only hope. Where's my limit break? Too bad you can't have limit break in solo play. It would be pretty cool. Alright, cool. Now that wasn't very smart, was it? He's poking his big ass face. Karasu's great. Wait, does that mean that Hanzo has a giant little Hanzo? Blur! We did not just have the conversation about kaiju and then you're trying to justify the little giant Hanzo. Come on. Come on. Karasu really just said poke? Yeah. You've come far, my little chick. I dare say you could teach the dim one a lesson or two. Spare Oboro the details. I have a reputation to uphold after all, but it was rather exhilarating to fight on the same side for once. We really should do it again sometime. Till we meet again, exit our hero, stage right. No smoke bomb? No smoke bomb? Wow. That was a decidedly undramatic exit. Karasu is the next ninja class trainer, please. What's this you say? Karasu still lives? I knew the slippery bird had another trick up his sleeves. All's well that ends well, eh? Seems the Karasu fellow was a right bene cove after all. Reckon you're lucky to have a friend like him. Lucky? For all the trouble he's put us through? I would sooner have 1,000 arch enemies. You'll be pleased to know we made short work of the Kagekakushi army. As soon as we realized they were mostly smoke and mirrors, it weren't long afore we milled them what was left of them. We could not have done it without you, sir. You are the savior of our village. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And we can rest easy, knowing that half of the Forbidden Scroll is safely back in our hands. But if the half Karasu gave to Hanzo at the Isle of Beko was a fake, that means... Curse it all, that confounded crow! My duty is clear. I must pursue Karasu and recover the scroll. Tsubame, pray tell the others that I will be returning to Eorzea for the foreseeable future. Do not mention Karasu's name. Remember, the official story is that the traitor is long since dead. Do not worry, Oboro. I will see that the elders leave you alone, as I always do. Sharpened up a bit, haven't you, lad? Now, if you don't mind, I'll be taking the false scroll back to me with Limsa. Even that Hanzo couldn't whittle the difference, old Carvalane and the Krakens aren't like to know any better. Any Benar. Sir, Oboro, it was my honor to lend my blade to your cause. I wish I could have cut down a few more of Hanzo's henchmen, but oh well, I suppose one can't have it all. Now I must return home to... Hells, I've forgotten Akagi! The poor fool's probably tearing the realm upside down looking for me. I must be off, friends. The Mort keeps you on your toes, I'll give her that. And with that, I'd best be moving my dew beaters as well. Then I too shall take my leave. My friends, it was as ever an honor to fight by your side. Sir, if you're not in a hurry to return to your adventures, I would have a word with you. Pray meet me at the storehouse upon your return to Lenosia. Now I get Tenchi Jin, which I have no idea how to use. Very excited. 5 a.m. starting to crash, gonna hit the sack. Derek, thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you have a good sleep. Hooey. Wait, I can get to Wineport for cheaper. Go to my estate for 262, then go to Wineport for like 200. Easy. We need just like a whole bunch of cutaway gags to Akagi. If this was, shit, hang on. My brain. Nausea. Oh, still expensive. Cheaper though. Cheaper! If this was a Hildebrand quest, there would have been. You know there would have been. With him just like lost and like shaking down like innocent passerbys. Have you seen the princess? Have you seen this princess right here? With a photo. Well, Terra, you use it by going get the fuck Jolly? Shut the hell up. Bing, 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 bing. So, I know I promised you guys MSQ today, but listen, Ninja Quests. Listen here. Ninja Quests. These were way more than I thought they were going to be. They were great, though. It was worth it just for Karasu. Well, no! MSQ tomorrow. MSQ tomorrow, amidst all the other things. Ah, sir, thank you for coming. I've been reflecting on recent events and contemplating what it means to walk the path of a shinobi. I know you to be the contemplative sort as well, so I would share with you my thoughts. When I first came to Eorzea, I thought only of fulfilling the duty entrusted to me by my elders. It would be no exaggeration to say that it was my sole purpose in life. Meeting you, learning the truth of Master Gekkai from Karasu, these experiences changed me. In the end, I forsook my duty in favor of following my own heart. I faced my old master in combat and slew him for his treachery. Even after that, I remained here in Eorzea to follow my own sense of duty. But even though I believed in the path I had chosen, in my heart of hearts, a part of me was unsure. Is my true home not my village? Is my true duty not to the brothers and sisters I left behind? I have pondered time and time again the story of Master Sasuke as told by the old hermit, and at long last, Jolly, stop slapping me. It is clear to me. Uptime, Baron Von Kitty, I appreciate you. Master Sasuke could have returned home after freeing the people from Doma, people of Doma from the tyrant's reign. In fact, one could say that it was his duty to do so. Instead, he chose to remain here and founded the village where I was raised. This was not his duty, at the very least, not a duty tasked to him by his master, Hanzo I, but rather a cause he took up of his own accord. In this sense, I cannot blame the descendants of the Kage Kakushi from viewing him as little more than a dishonorable renegade worthy of scorn. Nevertheless, Master Sasuke was willing to forsake his legacy and the recognition of his people to follow a path that he truly believed in. I have no intention of abandoning my village entirely, but I too would follow in my ancestors' footsteps, in my own humble way. My first mission that I have given myself is to track down Karasu and bring the stolen scroll back to the village where it belongs. He is ever an elusive bird, and that task will not be easy, but I welcome the challenge. But forgive me, sir. I have rambled on enough. You have proven yourself to be a true shinobi, and more than that, a true friend. I look forward to the day when we can stand together once more. Level 80, the capstone quest. I'm actually very excited for it. I'm hoping it's gonna deal with Karasu and where Karasu is now and what Karasu's doing. I just love him. He's just perfect. A smidge of MSQ today and finish 5.4 tomorrow. I'd gladly pay you Saturday for some MSQ today. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. But I work tomorrow! Doom Cookie, the VOD. The VOD will be there. The VOD will be there. Don't you panic. This concludes the ninja quests for Stormblood. In order to take the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. Shadowbringers must have completed it, and you must have completed the role quest Courage Born of Fear, done both of those. Once you've done so, next quest will be available from Oboro. There's no level lock on it. I didn't see anything about level... Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. They didn't mention no level... He's naked again. He's naked again. Hang on. The ninja quests are fantastic. This cutscene saddens me because that last piece of that just ruins it. Wait, you didn't like... You didn't like him talking about everything that he learned and everything that he's grateful for? You didn't like that? Hey, ninja quests are great. Lots of nudity, lots of good stuff. Those are so long though. Holy shit, dude. Those, the rogue quests, I was talking about it because Valora, I don't remember what Valora was leveling alongside me. I think Warrior. And Valora was like, I hit a rock. And I'm like, I did so much. I did so much in Limsa being a rogue. And Valora was like, they made me beat up another rock as a warrior. Okay, I'm ending it here. I'm so sorry we didn't get to MSQ today. Know that I fully intended to do it today, but we will do it tomorrow in between fishing, in between, oh, I forgot our whole plan for tomorrow. There's like 3 things we wanted to do. None of them were super involved though, like MSQ. Where do you guys want to go? Where do you guys want to go today? We have Kuiper, Endwalker Finale Detour, role quests. Oh, they're doing role quests. You did important stuff. The ninja quests are great. I don't regret my decisions today. The RGE quests were Ishikawa's first, I'm pretty sure. They were awesome, honestly. You want to go to your bed? Go to sleep. Go to sleep, Jolly. What the fuck? Spoonie. Spoonie's playing 14. Really? Non-MSQ catch-up time? Spoonie's playing 14? I'm shook. I don't know where to send you guys. We raided Kuiper yesterday. It's 7:10 here, not AM, surely. Doom Cookie? What are you doing up at DGen hours? I'll sleep when you fix this damn door, when this is done. Oh, wait, Hillary Mason. Eden raids? Whoa, I'm sending you guys to Hillary Mason. Also, I have Timbits. This is very important. Spess has bequeathed unto me Timbits. Bequeathed unto me. Guys, Eden raids. Eden raids. We're gonna go see it's Hillary Mason. She's also fantastic vibes. I like her a lot. Goodbye. I love you guys so much. We're live again tomorrow. I don't know what we'll do. I promise a bit of MSQ. I promise. I promise. A bit of MSQ. I know I promised today. I'm not one to usually one to break my promises, but Ninja Quests were awesome and long and fantastic, okay? Love you guys so, so much. There's our raid messages. Please eat water, drink food, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do today. And I love you so much. Thanks for the lovely stream. Thanks for hanging out, you guys. Love you. Love you so much, okay? Bye. Give lots of love to Hillary. She's, dude, there's been so many times where I've been trying to work on things like editing and stuff, and I'm just in Hillary's stream, and I get full distracted because she goes off on rants about interesting things all the time, okay? She's great. Give her a little bit of your time. Give her 10 minutes of your time and decide if you like her, okay? Mwah. Love you. Bye. See you tomorrow. Bye. I won't break consecutive promises. Territory. Ray, shut the hell up. Love you.